Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 434. What a horse. This person really went through the tribulation from the combined stage to the Mahayana stage, damn. This alone is not enough, nearly more than 100 thunder tribulations. This alone is not enough, nearly more than 100 thunder tribulations, right? Can this person physically handle it? No matter if he can withstand it or not, am I the only one curious about why some people can survive consecutive tribulations? No one answered the man's question. Just because there was also a vision of overcoming the thunder tribulation in Hailingzhou, and there was more than one place. Thunderclouds appeared in several places in Hailing Prefecture. The pressure of those thunderclouds is rising steadily. What the hell? What's going on? A collective tribulation. It should be that all the disciples in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan have come out. Every 100 years, this kind of strange phenomenon will appear in Hailingzhou. It's normal. Are you sure it's normal? We can understand this from becoming a god to a virtual god. But look at the thunder tribulation in that place. It's also the thunder tribulation in the integration stage. At the same time. Bailey Jia Meeting Hall. When the head of the Bailey family heard Yunhai's message, he was so angry that he threw the message card to the ground. What a waste. You can't handle anything like this. Brother, what's wrong? Bailey Yuanmo said with dark eyes. None of the people we sent to the Yuxuan secret realm came back, and after those disciples came out, our people can no longer enter the Yuxuan secret realm. How could this be? HMPH. After all, Yunhai is not as reliable as the old man, and his work is unreliable. Except for Tang Chongzhu, the other 9 members of Lingyun sect are all safe. All the people from Lingyun sect came out. Bailey Yuanmo was shocked. That's not all. Not only did they come out, their cultivation levels are higher than those of all the false gods. There are even a few people whose cultivation levels cannot be seen through the sea of clouds. Brother, I suspect that the person who overcame the tribulation in Qingyun province is Yi Wenshan. We cannot let the disciples of Lingyun sect back. What's the use of not being able to put them back? As soon as they leave the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, Yunhai will lose traces of those disciples. Wait, you mean Yi Wenshan? Are you sure? The head of the Bailey family suddenly condensed his eyes. Yi Wenshan had become a powerful man in the Mahayana stage. With the addition of his group of disciples, the Bailey family would definitely not be able to suppress him. Bailey Yuan said silently, yes, apart from Yi Wenshan, I can't think of anyone else. The head of the Bailey family's eyes gradually became sinister. Yuanmo, I remember that you and Wen Yue have a very good relationship, right? Wen Yue has lost contact with me since Xunling and his party. Bailey Yuanmo's purple pupils drooped across the darkness. How can we, a member of the Bailey family, deny you? Yuanmo, go find Wen Yue and ask him to help you kill everyone in the Lingyun sect. As long as he completes the task, I will take his mother's place back in the Bailey family. She will be worshipped as the head wife. Brother, Wen Yue. Bailey Yuanmo disagreed. The head of the Bailey family raised his hand to interrupt him. Yuanmo, we are here for the Bailey family. The glory of the Bailey family cannot be destroyed in your hands and mine. The Lingyun sect must be eliminated. Bailey Yuan stopped talking and said, brother, I will try my best. After Bailey Yuanmo walked out, the head of the Bailey family waved to call his confidants. Take the token and go to Luo Wuji and ask him to keep an eye on Bailey Yuanmo and exercise his rights as a Taoist priest when necessary. As ordered, the confidant stepped back. The head of the Bailey family had dark eyes. Yuanmo, don't let me down. If you sacrifice for the Bailey family, you will deserve to die. At this time, a man in black appeared in front of the head of the Bailey family. Master, the place where the thunder disaster in Qingyun Prefecture happened is the Lingyun sect, and the famous Qinghe Tower. The master behind it is probably also a member of the Lingyun sect. Ha, what a good idea. Go ahead and suppress Qinghe Tower with all your strength. In addition, you can take 100 virtual gods to Lingyun sect without leaving a single person alive. Yes, my subordinates retire. The head of the Bailey family watched the man in black retreat with an indifferent expression. I hope you can destroy Yi Wenshan, otherwise you can only activate the state-destroying formation and let everyone die for Yi Wenshan. The head of the Bailey family thought for a moment and walked into a secret room. There are countless tablets enshrined in the secret chamber. There are different names on the tablets, but there are only 3 people with the surname Bailey. The head of the Bailey family stepped forward, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed 3 times. Dear immortals, I have been serving you for a long time, and I ask you to give me some good luck and tips. What should I do next? The head of the Bailey family waited for a moment, and the tablet lit up. The immortal has arrived, and I welcome you, this junior. The head of the Bailey family immediately knelt down on his knees with a pious attitude. An old and majestic voice came from the tablet. You are not sincere. I let you unify the 9 states, not to let you dominate. I will not come again in the future, and I will not need your worship. Boom. The tablet shattered. The head of the Bailey family turned pale and said in horror, please ask the immortal to atone for your sins. Bang bang bang. Next, the tablets enshrined above were blown up one after another. Only 3 tablets with the surname Bailey are left. The head of the Bailey family said in a trembling voice, I beg the ancestors of the Bailey family to save me, there is nothing I can do. But there was no sound from that tablet. The head of the Bailey family lowered his head, frightened and frustrated at the same time. He did not see the red light flashing on the tablet at all. The rapid rise of the Bailey family has resulted in insufficient inheritance of the Bailey family. The head of the Bailey family is the 3rd generation head of the Bailey family. He is also the most stable head of the family, and this is the first time he has encountered something difficult to deal with. Please ask the ancestors to appear and tell the younger generation how to deal with the current crisis. The head of the Bailey family bowed to the tablet again. The emergence of powerful men in the Mahayana period also means the end of the Kyushu era ruled by virtual gods. What's more, Yi Wenshin and the Bailey family have deep grievances. Yi Wenshin will never let go of the Bailey family. The head of the Bailey family was frightened here, but Yi Wenshin had no idea about it. Yi Wenshin has now survived all the thunder tribulations. Yi Wenshin came from the immortal world to experience and was not afraid of these thunder disasters at all. However, Yi Wenshin looked at the bare barren mountains and felt guilty. Before he overcame the tribulation, the 10th peak was lush and beautiful. After the tribulation was over, only strange rocks and gravel remained on the 10th peak, and half of the mountain collapsed. Don't blame me, little apprentice. Don't blame me, I will definitely make it up to you in the future as a master. Yi Wenshin ran away with a guilty conscience. Appeared at Moju Peak. Yi Wenshin wanted to leave a message to Mo Jinggong and pass the Lingyun sect to Mo Jinggong. Unexpectedly, Yi Wenshin looked at the Moju Peak in the wasteland and was stunned. I didn't survive the tribulation here. What's going on? Could it be that I was affected? Those beautiful bamboos were planted by Mo Jinggong himself. If Mo Jinggong discovered this, would he be alive? It's going to be over. It's going to be over. Yi Wenshin didn't dare to leave the letter now and just ran away. As soon as Yi Wenshin left his front feet, a cute iron-eating beast rolled to where he was standing and sniffed. Not the taste of the owner. The iron-eating beast shook his head and rolled away to dig bamboo shoots in the ground. Yi Wenshin was so frightened that he took Chu Chanji back to the fairy world overnight. After Chu Chanji and Yi Wenshin entered the fairy world, they asked, Wenshin, is there something wrong with the Yi family? No. Then why are you so anxious? If I don't come back, I'm afraid I won't survive. Yi Wenshin couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Mo Jinggong's half-smiling eyes. If Mo Jinggong were to discover Mo Jufeng's appearance, he might not have a chance to run away. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 435. No one survives. Qingyun Prefecture. A group of men in black surrounded Lingyun sect. The leader stood in midair, looking at the dilapidated wooden door, and waved to the man in black beside him, go in first to inquire about the situation. Yes. The man in black walked forward and jumped into the air, as if he had no intention of leaving. Boom. The man in black was directly deflected by the barrier. Lie on the floor. One person went up to check and found that the man in black had died. The leader's face darkened, and he raised his hand to attack. Boom. The force was rebounded by the barrier and headed towards the leader. The leader dodged the attack and said, go in through the door. A man in black stepped forward cautiously, but as soon as he touched the door, it was bounced away. Although the man in black was alive this time, he was also seriously injured. The leader understood why the Lingyun sect dared to be so arrogant. It turned out to be just a door that they could not open. Come here, sacrifice array. The leader waved his hand, and 8 expressionless men in black walked to the gate of Lingyun sect. Just as they were preparing to sacrifice. Crunch. The door opens from the inside. Everyone was on alert instantly. A round head poked out, blinking his cute eyes, looking at the man in black outside the door. Fang Yuyu glanced at all the men in black and found that there was no sign of the master, and her head drooped. Fang Yuyu took a few steps forward and wanted to close the wooden door. The leader's eyes were fierce. Stop it quickly. The 8 men in black below were stabbing Fang Yuyu with sharp swords. Fang Yuyu looked at the oncoming sword, waved her claws, and strong wind came out. Ding dong. The sharp sword was broken at the waist. The man in black's expression suddenly changed. He threw away his magic weapon, used his spiritual power, and attacked Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu turned her body and changed her posture to sit down. The attacks of the men in black all coincidentally missed Fang Yuyu. The leader's eyes were filled with greed. Even he couldn't tell Fang Yuyu's level. She must be stronger than a heavenly beast. If he could get a heavenly beast as a contract beast, it would be even more powerful for him. Everyone, step back and let me see it alone. The leader flew down, raised his hammer and looked at Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu's eyes looked slightly cute. The leader said, you will die if you stay in Lingyun sect. How about becoming my contracted beast? Fang Yuyu tilted her head and heard only the word, death. This person is cursing the people of Lingyun sect. Isn't that just cursing the master, which is unforgivable? Fang Yuyu gently raised her front paws and rode hard towards the leader. The leader didn't pay much attention at first, until the strong wind came in front of him, and the leader felt a chill all over his body and couldn't move. Leader. Someone screamed. Boom. The leader was cut at the waist and split into 2 halves. All the people in black looked at the cute and adorable Fang Yuyu in horror. Killing their leader instantly with ease. Horror. Fang Yuyu shrugged her nose and smelled the smell of blood in the air. She was very dissatisfied and sprayed a ball of fire towards the 2 parts of the leader's body. Wow. The leader's body was reduced to ashes. The goo insects hidden in the leader's body were also silently eliminated. The deputy leader stood up and issued an order, everyone, set up formations and must strangle this beast. The men in black arranged the killing array in fear. I want to call Fang Yuyu out of the gate of Lingyun sect and enter the killing array. Helpless, Fang Yuyu just sat there and watched. No matter what the people outside came up with, she didn't mean to take a step forward. The deputy leader observed Fang Yuyu carefully and saw a piece of bamboo in one of its paws, and waved his hand to let people find the bamboo. The deputy leader took out the sound transmission board and reported the news here to the head of the Bailey family. The head of the Bailey family was extremely shocked after receiving the news. The guardian beast of Lingyun sect is so terrifying, so we can't let the 9 people of Lingyun sect go back. The head of the Bailey family thought for a while and replied majestically, if you can bring the beast back, bring it back. If you can't kill it on the spot, by the way, is there any movement from Yi Wenshin? Deputy Leader, Master, Yi Wenshin never showed up. He is probably recuperating after surviving the Thunder Tribulation. Bailey family head, Yunhei, after finishing things, we need to clean up the tail. Except for you and the 5 loyal soldiers, there is no need to bring back the dead soldiers. After listening to the words of the head of the Bailey family, the deputy leader's face flashed with confusion. He was really worried that one day he would end up like the dead soldiers present. Several dead soldiers came back with a lot of bamboo and threw it in the middle of the killing array to lure Fang Yuyu over. When Fang Yuyu saw the bamboo, she took 2 steps forward and suddenly remembered Fang Qingren's words. Yuyu, remember, you can only eat the bamboo I give you. The bamboo given by others is poisonous. Fang Yuyu stepped back into the door again and looked at the bamboo outside. I miss Fang Qingren very much. Fang Yuyu looked up to the sky. Master, I've finished eating all the bamboo, why haven't you come back yet? Seeing that the plan failed, a loyal soldier asked, Deputy Leader, what should we do next? Use the explosive talisman to blow up the Lingyun sect. The explosive talisman is a 5th level talisman, and not many can be broken down on weekdays. The total number of talismans that everyone took out was only more than 200. The deputy leader pointed to a place and threw all the talismans there. Boom. 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 One after another, explosions sounded. The monks who rushed to Lingyun sect were frightened. Isn't this sound right? The Thunder Tribulation is over, why are there still explosions? This is more like the sound of an explosive talisman. Could it be that someone arrived early to fight against the boss? Do you remember that a group of men in black rushed to Qingyun Prefecture before? They were said to be members of the Bailey family. People from the Bailey family. If we go there, wouldn't we be risking death? The monks looked at each other a few times, but no one dared to move forward. They stood there until the sound in front of them stopped, still hesitant to step forward. Finally, a monk couldn't help it anymore. I don't care about the Bailey family, I must go and see the big boss who has transcended the tribulation period. Yes, there is a big boss in the tribulation period, so we are scared. The Bailey family has grown up so quickly, and their era must be very short. Soon this Juju will be the Juju of our Qingyun Prefecture. All the monks bravely walked towards Lingyun sect together. As they approached, all the monks stopped and froze in place. In front of the Lingyun sect, corpse marks were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. All the men in black died in the same manner. The body is divided in the middle, with upper and lower halves. Then, aren't those the virtual gods of the Bailey family? Could it be that the strong men in the tribulation period killed them? They were all killed in one move. There was no chance of resistance at all, and the gap in strength was huge. No, look, what is that? The monks looked in the direction pointed by one person. I saw a black and white, bear-like spiritual beast slowly walking out of the door. The spirit beast raised its head and blew a breath of fire, and all the corpses and bloodstains on the ground disappeared. The spirit beast seemed to be aware of their presence, looking at them with confused eyes, as if they felt no malice from them. It turned around and walked into the door, closing the wooden door. There is a sign on the wooden door. The 3 characters on the sign are powerful, majestic and daunting. The monks looked at the words, Lingyun sect, as if they were carved into their hearts. Also starting from today, Lingyun sect became famous in all 9 states. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 436 Long time no see. Huolingzhu. Bailey's house. The head of the Bailey family became even more uneasy after receiving the news from the deputy leader. Once again, a stick of incense was placed on each of the 3 tablets in front of him. Please give me some instructions from my ancestors. I don't want the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Bailey family to be destroyed in one day. The head of the Bailey family was pious and was really scared. A tablet flashed, and 3 words, Bloodthirsty Alliance, appeared on it. The head of the Bailey family was slightly startled when he saw these 3. The Bloodthirsty Alliance is the weakest state in Kyushu. The people in the state are all mortals and cannot cultivate immortality, so they are squeezed onto a small island. Why did the ancestor let him go to the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Suddenly, the Bailey family's eyes lit up. Ancestor means that there is a treasure hidden in the Bloodthirsty Alliance that can solve our Bailey family's predicament. The red light on the tablet flashes. Immediately. Boom. With a sound, the tablet exploded into pieces. The head of the Bailey family paled. Forgive me, my ancestors, but I am stupid. Boom. Boom. 2 other tablets were also shattered. The head of the Bailey family's legs weakened and he collapsed on the ground. Ancestor. At the same time, the fairy world. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged, shook his head and sighed. The incense of the human race is not easy to get. The people you support have committed countless injustices and almost destroyed the merits of our Tianling Palace. Not far away, a young man with a bruised nose and face was kneeling, dissatisfied. Ancestor, even if I chose the wrong person, you shouldn't beat me like this, right? So you announced to the outside world that the ancestor of Tianling Palace personally abolished the Palace Master and re-elected the Palace Master. The old man blew his beard and glared. Anyway, let's save face. As for the rest, we'll think about it later. You bastard, the old man roared angrily. Tianchen Palace is eyeing every palace. Do you know the consequences of being willful? We have 3 Taoist immortals, and they only have 2 in Tianchen Palace. They will definitely not dare to attack me. The old man saw how proud the young man was, and became even more angry. The old man asked, is this why you interfered with Su Yanren's calamity? What about the ambitious Emperor of Heaven? He can go to the God realm, but he insists on staying in our immortal realm. Doesn't he just want to unify the immortal realm and then leave? I can make him succeed, but I have to mess with him. When the young man said this, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Hiss. accidentally involved in the wound. You deserve it. The old man snorted coldly, but his anger was relieved a lot. The young man became more energetic now. Ancestor, there are many people using the Bailey family to control the situation in Kyushu, and we are not the only ones in Tianshan Palace. And that force? I don't know, but there are quite a few tablets enshrined in the Bailey family. Most of them are people from our 7th palace, and there are a few that I don't know very well. The old man's eyes flickered. Mu Chen, did you spread the news that the emperor's daughter went to the land abandoned by the gods to survive the tribulation? It doesn't count, Mu Chen said in a very soft voice. I just told the Yi family, Yi Wenshu, and I didn't tell anyone else the rest. Yi Wenshu, humph, he knows, which means the entire immortal world knows. The old man seemed to laugh angrily. Ancestor, don't be angry. The Emperor of Heaven can't find me. Yi Wenshan of the Yi family accompanied Su Yanran to go to the tribulation. If the news leaks out, the Emperor of Heaven will definitely think of Yi Wenshan first. I'm not afraid of someone taking the blame. Yi Wenshan has such a temper. If you really get caught up in him, I won't save you. Ancestor, don't worry. If Su Yanran fails to overcome the tribulation, the Emperor of Heaven will definitely bring trouble to the Yi family. Yi Wenshan is too busy taking care of himself to pay attention to such trivial matters. The old man shook his head. The Yi family was not as powerful as Tianshan Palace. But their sword ancestor was a terrible master. Back then, the sword ancestor of the Yi family cut off the path of 3 Taoist immortals to become gods with one sword. From then on, the Yi family became famous overnight. No one in the 7 palaces dared to provoke the Yi family too much. Only the Emperor of Heaven, who holds the immortal order, dares to give orders to the Yi family. Mu Chen, please don't go out in the near future. Take good care of your injuries and wait until the situation becomes clear before going out. Ancestor, won't you treat my injury? Mu Chen looked slightly sad with a pig face. No pain, no long memory. Mu Chen had no choice but to trade the secret for his ancestor to heal him. Ancestor, actually I went to Kyushu this time and found a few very good seedlings. Under the oppression of the Bailey family, they can still grow rapidly. The old man sighed softly. In this land abandoned by the gods, no one has been able to ascend for tens of thousands of years. No matter how good the seedlings are, they have nothing to do with our Tianshan Palace. Ancestor, it's different. These people will definitely be able to break the shackles and ascend to immortality. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and continued. I also discovered that in fact, no one ascended in the land abandoned by the gods. It was all the fault of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven uses the land abandoned by the gods to secretly cultivate his own power. Not only did the Emperor of Heaven change the will of the small world, he even deprived those who could have good fortune of their chance and good luck to his people. Of course, the Emperor of Heaven is not the only one who does this. There are also people in the god realm who do this, so the Emperor of Heaven's secret can be kept secret. When Mu Chen said this, he paused briefly and said thoughtfully, there is another thing. There is also a problem with the reincarnation of the human race there. They cannot reincarnate. I am not sure whose handiwork this is. After listening to Mu Chen's words, the old man's cloudy eyes became majestic again. Is there any evidence for what you said? No, the Emperor of Heaven is very thoughtful. How could he leave any clue to others? But I am sure that none of what I said is false. Mu Chen said firmly. The will of the world is equivalent to the way of heaven in that world. The Emperor of Heaven can change the will of the world, and it is not a problem to erase some traces. The old man stood up with a serious look on his face. Don't tell anyone else except me. You can reflect here first and wait for me to come back. Ha, ancestor, my injury, Mu Chen asked expectantly. Even the elixir cannot heal the wounds caused by the ancestor's beating. Just wait until I come back to heal you. The old man gave Mu Chen a look full of warning. Mu Chen curled his lips and looked at the old man's back, feeling very sad. At the same time, after Fang Qingbran had overcome the thunder tribulation and adjusted the spiritual power in her body, she slowly opened her apricot eyes and saw a stunning figure. When Fang Qingbran saw the peerless face, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. When their eyes met, Mo Jinggong's cold eyes flashed with a touch of warmth, and he called out in a deep voice, little junior sister, long time no see. Senior brother 7th. Fang Qingbran's voice trembled slightly. The training time passed by in a flash, but she had not seen Mo Jinggong for 400 years. The scene when the two first met flashed through Fang Qingbran's mind. It was completely different from my current state of mind. Go and see the others, Mo Jinggong said warmly with his eyes twinkling. 7th senior brother, what kind of cultivation are you doing now? Why can't I see through it at all? Fang Qingbran stared at the stream of light with her apricot eyes, full of energy. Little junior sister, let's take a guess. Mo Jinggong raised his jade hand and rubbed Fang Qingbran's head, with an imperceptible look of endearment in his eyes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 437. Fang Qingbran resolutely refused to guess. If she guessed it, she would definitely be shocked. Let's go find senior brother and the others quickly, and then go back to Lingyun Sect together. You two don't have to go, they will reunite with you soon. An extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. Fang Qingbran paused slightly and looked at the sea of clouds standing on the sword in front of him. Behind him were hundreds of powerful men from the false god. Mo Jinggong turned sideways and stood in front of Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran quietly held the sound transmission sign, and no one saw her sound transmission sign flash a few times. Yun Hai looked down at Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong. Miss Fang, Mr. Mo, I'm sorry that I have to stand on the opposite side of you. After Yun Hai finished speaking, he waved his hand and hundreds of men in black all attacked the two of them. Fang Qingbran revealed the man in black and looked at Yun Hai. Yun Hai's cold eyes were slightly dull, but they also revealed a look of struggle. Yun Hai has been fighting against the poisonous insects in his body. But his power is limited after all. Zigu has completely invaded his consciousness. He cannot control himself and can only obey the orders of the Bailey family leader. Senior brother 7th, I leave these men in black to you. I need to talk to Yun Hai. Fang Qingren's crisp voice caught her ear. Go, Mo Jingong responded softly. Mo Jingong raised his jade hand, and a strong wind flew out from his sleeve. The hundreds of virtual gods rushing toward him were frozen in the air. Immediately afterwards, Mo Jingong waved his hand, and all the men in black disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yun Hai's eyes widened with horror. Yun Hai blinked, and Fang Qingran was already standing opposite him. Standing in the sky, what state is Miss Fang in? Yun Hai said with a trembling voice. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes shone coldly. It doesn't matter what state I am in. I want to tell you the truth of something. It doesn't matter if you want to kill or behead her. No need to talk nonsense. Since Miss Fang can get rid of the loyalty goo in her body, she should understand the pain and torture of having a rebellious heart under the loyalty goo. Yun Hai thought that Fang Qingran wanted to incite rebellion against him. Don't you want me to remove the poison for you? Zigu has invaded my consciousness, and there is no way to solve it. What if I have a solution? Miss Fang's words should be taken as, extreme pain came from Yun Hai's heart, causing him to lose control of all his spiritual power and fall from midair. Boom. Yun Hai was lying on the ground, his face pale and his body soaked with sweat. Miss Fang, as long as you can, save me. I will do my best. Yun Hai gritted his teeth and finished his words intermittently. Fang Qingran jumped to the ground and stood in front of Yun Hai. I can save you, but I need to know everything about the Bailey family. Yun Hai squeezed out 2 words through his teeth, okay. Fang Qingran doubled her hands, and a big bowl appeared. She said to the honest and well-behaved Mother Gu in the bowl, save him. Because Yun Hai was lying on the ground, he couldn't see anything else in the bowl. He only saw Fang Qingran saying to a bowl, save him. Single quote. For a moment, Yun Hai forgot to feel distressed, but looked at the unparalleled Mo Jingong beside him. Mr. Mo, is Miss Fang suffering from heart failure? Mo Jingong's red lips were slightly hooked, and he looked at the sea of clouds with a half smile, remaining silent. Fang Qingran. She originally wanted to tell the Mother Gu not to cause Yun Hai too much pain, but now it seems she doesn't have to. You still have the heart to joke. The pain is not severe enough. Save him, just ignore the process. Fang Qingran told Mother Gu. In an instant, a chubby white insect fell on Yun Hai's face. Yun Hai froze and didn't dare to take a breath. Such a big goo insect would have to chew him into a mummy. The chubby white insect opened its mouth and bit Yun Hai's mask into pieces, then bit Yun Hai's face and sucked it hard. Soon, the white insect's body expanded, slowly almost covering Yun Hai's face. The pain in Yun Hai's body was lessening, but the pain in his soul was getting worse. What's more, you have to worry about the white bugs exploding suddenly. Unfortunately, Yun Hai's hands were weak and he couldn't remove the Mother Gu on his face, so he just allowed the Mother Gu to gradually grow in size. What? Yun Hai let out an extremely miserable cry. The whole person was exhausted. The Mother Gu moved her chubby body and flew back to the bowl. Yun Hai vaguely saw the Mother Gu's body spilling out. Miss Fang, are you okay? A charming voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Yun Hai's heart trembled for unknown reasons. Yun Hai wanted to see clearly who was coming, but he fainted because he was too weak. Whoa. Just as Yun Hai fainted, a basin of cold water poured over him. Yun Hai woke up with a start and looked into Fang Qingren's smiling almond-shaped eyes. Yun Hai was completely exhausted at the moment, and with the goo worm entrenched in his body being pulled out all at once, his body didn't have any time to breathe. This also caused him to be extremely weak at this time, and Yun Hai just wanted to sleep. Miss Fang, it's okay to say some things earlier. Let me rest for a while. Fang Qingran blinked her beautiful eyes. Take the elixir to recover by yourself. The next thing will be related to you, so you can't sleep. Miss Fang, Yun Hai said apologetically. Miss Fang, I know I was wrong. I went crazy. Please be kind and noble. Don't remember the faults of small people. If you don't want to eat it yourself, I'll ask Xiaobai to feed you. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and it felt so good to avenge her on the spot. Who is Xiaobai? That Mother Gu just now. Yun Hai was so frightened that he immediately took out the pill and drank it, then sat cross-legged and said, Miss Fang, if you have anything to ask me, I will tell you everything. Fang Qingran looked sideways at the charming woman beside him and said, Lin Yang, I have investigated everything about what happened back then. The reason why I am so anxious to call you here is because I want to use the power of Tongwen Pavilion to eradicate all the dead soldiers, puppets, and loyalists of the Bailey family scattered across Kyushu. Miss Fang, are you % sure of eradicating the problem? Lin Yang asked slightly seriously. Once the Bailey family counterattacks, Tongwen Pavilion may not be able to withstand the Bailey family's revenge. Junior sister, sit down and talk, came Mo Jingong's cold and jade-like voice. There was a tea table and a chair beside Fang Qingran. Mo Jingong flicked his sleeves, and there were several chairs behind Lin Yang. Mo Jingong raised his slender hand and gave Fang Qingran and himself a cup of tea each, and then poured a cup for Lin Yang. Yun Hai sat on the ground and watched the 3 of them drink tea, completely ignoring him. Mo Jingong didn't even think of preparing a chair for him. Lin Yang had just taken a sip of tea, with a look of shock on her face. She stood up and thanked Mo Jingong. Thank you Mr. Mo for the tea. If you can use my Tongwen Pavilion in the future, just ask. You're welcome, Pavilion Master, Mo Jingong said in a cold voice. Fang Qingran touched her chin. Back then, she wanted to win over Tongwen Pavilion. After sending 3 Lingyuan fruits and other resources, I got Lin Yang's help. A cup of tea for 7th senior brother can make Lin Yang truly admire him. What's the matter with feeling a little unbalanced? Don't worry, Lin Yang, the Bailey family won't be able to survive for a few days. Lin Yang sat down again and looked at Fang Qingran. Miss Fang, in the 4 years since you entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, the Bailey family has done nothing, and strangely returned the power of governance to the governors of each state. Fang Qingran asked, in the past 4 years, has Lin Yang found out the forces behind the Bailey family? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 438, Jumping out of the cracks in the rocks. No, their puppets are from the elite disciples of Kyushu, and the loyal soldiers are the people they trained themselves. As for the dead soldiers, there is no trace at all. The Bailey family suddenly rose up 1,000 years ago and has no real background. If you want to easily eradicate the 8 ancient tribes, there must be an expert behind it to help you. But who is this expert? Fang Qingran looked at the sea of clouds with doubt in her almond-shaped eyes. Yunhai finally remembered that he was still sitting on the ground. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingran just glanced at him and turned to drink tea. Lin Yang, aren't we still unable to enter Diling State and Netherworld State Tongwen Pavilion? There are too many powerful virtual gods in Diling State, and in Netherworld State, the barrier is too strong, and people from Tongwen Pavilion cannot sneak in secretly. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with understanding. Leave these 2 states to me personally, and leave the remaining states to you. Miss Fang, you are thinking too simply. There are at least 1,000 false gods from the Bailey family lurking in various states. With just a few of you, how can you possibly find them all? Yunhai couldn't hold back his anger and said. Fang Qingran's beautiful almond eyes blinked. Master Yunhai, do you have any better suggestions? Yunhai stood up and walked to the table. I must have some good suggestions. Mr. Mo, can you give me a stool? And, to deal with the Bailey family, we must cook slowly and slowly. You are so fast, ruthless and accurate. The method does not apply to the Bailey family. After Yunhai finished speaking, he looked directly at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong waved his sleeves, and an extra chair appeared behind Yunhai. After Yunhai sat on the chair, he relaxed a lot and sighed softly. It's comfortable, you juniors know how to enjoy it. Why didn't I think of putting furniture in the space? Yunhai sighed, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, I feel smooth throughout my body, and my fatigue is swept away. Even the injuries left by the loyalty goo before were much better. Yunhai widened his eyes and looked at Mo Jinggong excitedly. Mr. Mo, do you still have this tea? How many kilograms do I want to buy? You can have as many spiritual stones as you want. Not for sale, Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Yunhai, you are off topic. Fang Qingran reminded. Yunhai's eyes wandered to Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong. If you please Miss Fang, Mr. Mo will be happy. Miss Fang, I think you are right. To deal with the Bailey family, you have to be quick, ruthless and accurate. Yunhai changed his mind instantly. Fang Qingran ignored Yunhai's words. Yunhai, I want to know the power behind the Bailey family. The men in black in Bailey's family are easy to deal with. King He Tower has already investigated the situation in each state. But Fang Qingran likes to eliminate the roots, and cleaning up the Bailey family is not the purpose. The purpose is to eradicate the black hands behind it. Yunhai frowned, thinking about the memory passed down to him by the old man, and slowly said. I really don't know the power behind the Bailey family, but the rise of the Bailey family started with an ancestor. That ancestor found a way to quickly turn everyone into a virtual god. From then on, the Bailey family went crazy to create gods, and then they unified the 9 states. That ancestor ostensibly ruled the 9 provinces, but the 8 ancient clans in the 9 provinces were very famous, and the Bailey family's status was not high. The ancestor did not know what method he used to successfully bring about the decline of the 8 ancient clans. No one knows the details, but it is said that the ancestor has the ability to predict things. Then the Bailey family discovered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan and created a cave of 10,000 poisons, cultivating various poisonous insects to get rid of all kinds of competitors. The Bailey family has ruthless methods and is guarded by many false gods. No other force dares to compete with them. The Bailey family has gradually become the number 1 in Kyushu. After that, as long as I can remember, the Bailey family's status in Jushu is like a giant crocodile. Every 100 years of the Spirit Fighting Conference recruits countless talents for the Bailey family, but as soon as those people enter the Bailey family, will be buried and become nameless. Any genius who doesn't join the Bailey family will be secretly eliminated by us. Of course, there is one person excepted, and that is Yi Wenshan. Back then, Bailey Yuanmo brought 1,000 virtual gods to kill Yi Wenshan, who was only in the nascent soul stage, but he still let Yi Wenshan escape. Yi Wenshan is the only person who has been against the Bailey family for so many years and is still alive and well. Ellipsis. Yunhai was very honest and told everything he knew in detail. Fang Qingran felt a little sleepy when she heard it, but Lin Yang beside her was inexplicably enjoying it. Fang Qingran watched Yunhai consciously drink a cup of tea every time he spoke, and suspected that Yunhai talked so much just to buy up time and drink a few more cups of tea. Fang Qingran yawned. Yunhai, there's no need to talk about the details of your cultivation. I won't explain it more carefully, for fear of affecting Miss Fang's judgment. Yunhai secretly poured himself a cup of tea. Yunhai, this is your 20th cup, Fang Qingran reminded. Really, this is such a small teapot. I poured 20 cups of tea in a row without adding water. It's amazing. Yunhai was very shameless. He pretended not to hear Fang Qingran's hint and poured himself another cup. I don't know when I will drink this kind of tea next time. Might as well drink it all in one sitting. Fang Qingran waved her hand. Drink. There is no need to talk about the Bailey family. I will tell you something. What's the matter? Do you know who your parents are? I still have parents. Yunhai looked shocked. What else? Did you jump out of the crack in the stone? Fang Qingran rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the tea Yunhai drank, she would have thought Yunhai was drunk. Yunhai smiled nonchalantly. I have never seen parents when I was a child, and I have never seen them when I grew up. It doesn't matter if I have them or not. If my parents are not a thing, it will be a burdensome cause and effect. They love you very much and have been looking for you. Fang Qingran noticed with sharp eyes that Yunhai's other hand dropped down from the table, unable to see the movement. Looking for me. If they were really looking for me, I would definitely be able to find them. The fact that I didn't find them proves that they're not really looking for me at all. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. Do you know what happened to Lady Miaoyan back then? Yunhai paused while pouring tea again. I know, that Qin family is not a human being. He actually used a woman to become stronger. Fortunately, the Bailey family later got rid of everyone in the Qin family. This is what the Bailey family has done. The only good thing. Actually, you are also a member of the Qin family. Fang Qingran said crisply. Miss Fang, you're scolding me in a roundabout way again. How could I be the Qin family? The Qin family's affairs are handled by the old man, and no one will survive. You are the son of Lady Miaoyan. Bang. Liniang dropped the teacup in her hand and looked at Yunhai tremblingly. Yunhai was in shock and did not notice anything strange about Liniang. Miss Fang, Mrs. Miaoyan has been tortured to death by the Qin family. It is impossible for her to be alive, let alone give birth to a child of the Qin family. Fang Qingran said, the Qin family can't be all bad people. There are also people who treat Lady Miaoyan sincerely, and you are the person's child. Miss Fang, do you know the whereabouts of Lady Miaoyan? Yunhai suddenly asked anxiously. Fang Qingran remained silent, lowering his head to drink tea. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 439 Write a list. Fang Qingran was only responsible for telling Yunhai and Liniang the truth. As for whether mother and son recognize each other, it all depends on the two of them. Liniang has been looking for her son and must really want to meet Yunhai. But Yunhai is very indifferent to his parents' affairs. Even if I am anxious at the moment, there is another reason. Yunhai, do you really want to see your mother? Liniang asked, pretending to be calm. Yunhai's cold eyes showed sarcasm. No, I just want to know who those beasts were who killed Lady Miaoyan, and then kill them to repay her for giving birth and to settle the cause and effect. Why don't you want to recognize Mrs. Miaoyan? Liniang asked with dim eyes. Under that kind of environment, she actually fell in love with and got pregnant for the enemy's son. I don't know whether she is a love brain or stupid. She gave birth to me, but she never considered what situation I would face in the future. Yunhai's eyebrows knitted together. He really didn't know what kind of mentality he should have when facing Lady Miaoyan. Mrs. Miaoyan, whom the Qin family harmed, had been tortured by the dark sky, and he happened to have the blood of the Qin family flowing in his body. Liniang looked at Yunhai's expression, her eyes turned red, and a bitter taste came to her heart. Miss Fang, your hands and eyes are astute, you must know who those bastards are, right? Yunhai looked at Fang Qingran fawningly, pretending not to see Liniang the whole time. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes turned. I really don't know this, but I guess the list may be at Bailey's house. Impossible, the Bailey family does not have this list. Yunhai denied. Before the Bailey family came to the Qin family, the head of the Qin family got wind of it and destroyed the list. Liniang's voice was trembling, and there was a chill in her eyes. When there was civil strife in the Qin family, the first thing she did was rush in to find the list. Everyone on that list is the culprit and deserves to be ripped out. But the head of the Qin family destroyed the list before she did. He even wanted to give her to the Bailey family in order to preserve the entire Qin family. But the head of the Qin family doesn't know that her cultivation has been growing during countless times as a cauldron, and the people of the Qin family are far from her opponents. Just when she decided to kill the Qin family to vent her anger, Yunhai's father knelt down and begged her. Please spare her, Master Qin. Liniang's whole body was shaking when she thought of this. Yunhai was right, she did deserve to die. He actually fell in love with his enemy's son and was soft-hearted towards his enemy. He let the entire Qin family go and left the Qin family alone. Yunhai's father committed suicide to save the Qin family. Liniang didn't understand why she fell in love with her enemy's son. All I know is that that person is the only warmth in the endless dark years. Seeing her own light die in front of her, her heart was cut by a knife, and she still had the heart for revenge. She chose to leave the Qin family, but the head of the Qin family sent people to hunt her down. She unexpectedly gave birth to Yunhai prematurely. Since she was running for her life, she had to put Yunhai in a hidden place. After cleaning up the Qin family, she went back to look for him, but Yunhai was gone. Later, she fled to Qingyun Prefecture and founded Tongwen Pavilion. While looking for the people on the list, she also searched for traces of Yunhai. There has been no news at all for the past 1,000 years. Now that her own flesh and blood are so close, Liniang dare not recognize Yunhai. As expected of Tongwen Pavilion, such hidden information can be found. Yunhai gave Liniang a thumbs up and expressed admiration. At this moment, a cold voice came, I know everyone on that list. When Liniang and Yunhai heard this, their expressions changed suddenly. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes shone as she stood up. Third senior sister, fifth senior sister, you are here. Qin Hanyan was standing not far away in a fluttering purple skirt. Her eyebrows are delicate and elegant, her skin is as white as snow, and her whole person looks as cold as frost, like the unattainable nine heavens mysterious lady. Ning Shiyu, who was standing behind Qin Hanyan, did not give in too much. Ning Shiyu was dressed in a bright yellow dress, with a pair of bright and lively eyes. Her every frown and smile showed her elegance and beauty. Little junior sister, seventh junior brother, Ning Shi said with a cheerful voice like a silver bell. Mo Jinggong nodded slightly to the two of them, and his gestures were still the dignified and cool that Ning Shiyu and Qin Hanyan were used to. Qin Hanyan stepped forward and said, I am also an orphan of the Qin family. I have written down all the people who persecuted Mrs. Miaoyan in the Qin family. Miss Qin, the Qin family happened 1,000 years ago, and you are not even 100 years old now. Yun Hai said with confusion. The list that the Qin family leader destroyed was a fake. The real list was in the hands of my father. When my father learned that he had disappeared, he escaped early and escaped the pursuit of the Qin family. Later, when I was born, my father handed the list to me before he died. I wrote down all the names. Miss Qin, how can you remember so many names? Yun Haihan narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Hanyan is a descendant of the Qin family. How could Yi Wenchen dare to take Qin Hanyan in? Qin Hanyan looked serious. I have a photographic memory. After Qin Hanyan finished speaking, he turned and looked at Lin Yang, his face full of apology. Qin Hanyan bowed to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I have no comment on the sins committed by the Qin family back then, and I will not defend the Qin family. I will give you the list voluntarily. Miss Qin, you're welcome. Lin Yang's charming eyes swept over Qin Hanyan's body coldly, trying to control her hatred. Qin Hanyan wasn't born yet at that time, so it's no wonder Qin Hanyan was wearing a cigarette. Lin Yang took a deep breath and said, Miss Qin, please write down the list. Ning Xiyu reached out and handed over the pen and ink, laying out everything. Qin Hanyan pursed her lips and started writing. Yun Hai glanced at Lin Yang with a complex expression. Before, he could pretend to be stupid, but he didn't know that Lin Yang was Lady Miaoyan. Now he could no longer escape. Lin Yang could see what Yun Hai was thinking at a glance and said, do whatever you want, don't force yourself. I just hope you are happy and forget those darkest moments. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Please give me your advice in the coming days. Yun Hai's cold eyes gained a touch of warmth. Lin Yang's eyes lit up when she heard this sentence. Please give me some advice. Ning Xiyu came to Feng Qingren's side and whispered, Little junior sister, thank you very much. You are welcome. Little junior sister, thanks to the inheritance you gave me, I unexpectedly reached the peak of the Mahayana stage. Feng Qingren glanced at the streamer with her apricot eyes, and understood that Ning Xiyu was talking about the inheritance of Shunguling. Little junior sister, what is the strength of 7th junior brother? Why can't I see through it at all? Ning Xiyu asked mysteriously. I don't know either. By the way, we're a 5th senior sister, senior brother and the others. Feng Qingren chose to change the subject. The eldest senior brother and the 4th senior brother said they were going to Huolingzhu to deal with some matters. The 2nd senior brother and the 8th senior brother followed them as soon as they heard that. The 6th senior brother was still going through the tribulation and did not come over. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. Senior brother and the others weren't going to deal with the Bailey family, were they? What kind of cultivation level do they have, senior brother? 1st senior brother and 2nd senior brother are in the middle stage of Mahayana, 4th senior brother is in the early stage of Mahayana, 8th senior brother is in the early stage of transcending tribulation, and 6th junior brother is still in the early stage of transcending tribulation. I don't know. Han Yan, like me, is at the peak of Mahayana period. How awesome is it, right? Ning Xiyu was very excited. Said proudly. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sect can now move sideways across Kyushu. Ning Xiyu never thought that the end of the road to immortality would be involution. If she hadn't followed her junior sister, Ning Xiyu felt that she would not be practicing so hard, let alone be as strong as she is now. Now it's better, it's easy to clean up Bailey's house. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 440 Bloodthirsty Alliance. Very impressive. Feng Qingren gave a thumbs up. At this moment, the sound transmission card on Feng Qingren's waist flashed red. Feng Qingren glanced down and her eyes narrowed slightly. Only for urgent news, the shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower would use the red sound transmission signal. 7th senior brother, 5th senior sister, I'm going to handle some things. Feng Qingren didn't want to expose the existence of Qinghe Tower yet. Feng Qingren came to the dark place and took out the sound transmission card. Owner, I just received a very important piece of news. There are more than a dozen powerful men above the false gods appearing in Huolingzhu. With just a raise of their hands, they destroyed a city into ashes. Close black lens bracket. Our Qinghe building in Huolingzhu was bombed and suffered heavy losses. Close black lens bracket. I heard that those powerful people are divided into 2 groups, one side protects the Bailey family, and the other wants to deal with the Bailey family. Close black lens bracket. Feng Qingren's apricot eyes flashed with dark light. Senior brother and the others also went to Huolingzhu. But she was sure that the senior brother would not do anything to destroy the city, so who was on the other side? Feng Qingren, can you find out the characteristics of the 2 forces? Shopkeeper, Pavilion Master, one of them seems to be from the Lingyun sect, and I suspect that the other party is from the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Close black lens bracket. Feng Qingren frowned slightly. The Bloodthirsty Alliance is isolated from the world and cannot practice. Why do you say this? Shopkeeper, Pavilion Master, over the years since you entered the Yukshan secret realm, I have secretly investigated Kyushu and found that the Bloodthirsty Alliance is not as weak as it was said to be, trapped on an island. Close black lens bracket. On the contrary, even the 10th level formation mage has never opened the barrier outside the Bloodthirsty Alliance. I have a bold guess. Pavilion Master, you also know that in our Kyushu, no monk has broken through the virtual god for tens of thousands of years, and those monks who are about to break through the virtual god usually disappear unexpectedly or die unexpectedly. Close black lens bracket. Actually, I suspect that these things are related to the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Close black lens bracket. Feng Qingren, speak directly, don't be too secretive. Shopkeeper, okay, close black lens bracket. Owner, I suspect that all the monks who broke through to the Void God went to the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Close black lens bracket. Otherwise, why did the Bailey family invade the other 8 states, and even the 8 ancient tribes that were hidden deeply could be found out, but they did not occupy the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Close black lens bracket. I also tried to send people into the Bloodthirsty Alliance on the way, but none of them survived and just disappeared. Close black lens bracket. Of course, these are all my speculations, so the poster doesn't need to take them to heart. Close black lens bracket. Feng Qingren. She believed it. As a result, Zhang Sanlai said this. Fang Qingren's thoughts were running rapidly, recalling all the clues from the past and present life, but none of them related to the bloodthirsty alliance. How does such a weak state survive? Fang Qingren suddenly felt that Zhang San was right. It was very possible that the bloodthirsty alliance was hiding deep secrets. At this time, Fang Qingren's sound transmission card flashed a few more times. Zhang San, owner, there is another thing that I didn't mention. Think about it, with the Bailey family's domineering way, how could they allow Kyushu to be formed? Close black lens bracket. With the strength of the Bailey family, they can completely unify the 9 states, become a local emperor, and centralize power in their hands. Why waste this move, leaving Kyushu to harbor filth and cause trouble for him? Close black lens bracket. Also, why did the Bailey family set up a fake head family on the surface to confuse everyone, and then secretly lurked in Huolingzhou? Does it mean that they also have something to fear? Close black lens bracket. Of course, these are all my guesses. Don't take it to heart. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingren looked solemn after listening to Zhang San's words. If Zhang San hadn't mentioned these details, she might have really ignored them. Is there someone the Bailey family is afraid of? Fang Qingren thought of the various behaviors of the group of people in Dailingzhu, but they were just wary of the Bailey family and not too afraid. There seems to be a mysterious power in Dailingzhu. Little junior sister, what is so troublesome about you? Fang Qingren looked up at Mo Jinggong, who was walking slowly, and said, 7th senior brother, the forces behind the Bailey family may be more complicated than I thought. Want to know everything about the Bailey family? Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Yeah, Fang Qingren nodded. Later, follow me to a place. Okay, but senior brother and the others are in danger in Huolingzhou, we have to rescue them first. No need, I have already sent people over to help them. There are also people left here for the 3rd senior sister and the 5th senior sister. Mo Jinggong's red lips were slightly hooked, his body was full of brilliance, and every move he made was pleasing to the eye. After half an hour, Fang Qingren and Mo Jinggong stood on a small island. The island is isolated from the world and shrouded in fairy mist. It is truly a paradise. It only took a few breaths for the two of them to land. A group of people appeared in Fang Qingren's side. Fang Qingren sent a message to Mo Jinggong in surprise. 7th senior brother, where is this place? Why can't I see through their cultivation? Dailingzhu can also be called the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes were deep and he took a step forward, taking a different position from Fang Qingren. If the person in front attacks. Mo Jinggong was able to block Fang Qingren's attack as quickly as possible. Fang Qingren's clear apricot eyes widened. So the Bloodthirsty Alliance is in Dailingzhu, or is it that Dailingzhu is the Bloodthirsty Alliance? One of them, an old man with grey hair and a kind face, stepped forward and asked, young man, are you lost? I want to see your alliance leader. Mo Jinggong's figure is like a jade tree, and his movements reveal his innate dignity. The old man put away his kindness and stared at Mo Jinggong sharply with a pair of eagle eyes. Come prepared, little kid, which faction are you from? The group of people behind the old man cast cold glances at Fang Qingren and Mo Jinggong. A strong pressure quickly spread towards the two of them. I don't belong to either side, I represent Juju. Mo Jinggong's beautiful face was calm, and his whole body exuded a faint brilliance. Mo Jinggong gently flicked his sleeves, and the strong pressure dissipated in the wind. The old man's cloudy eyes rolled around and he waved his hand. Little doll, you are really arrogant. You can go back and forth wherever you want. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. 5th elder, isn't this appropriate? A middle-aged man walked up to the old man and looked at Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingren with an arrogant expression. When she saw Fang Qingren's unparalleled beauty, the strong man grinned and had an idea. The middle-aged man looked at the old man and said, 5th elder, the life and death of everyone who comes to our place will be determined by everyone's vote. If you alone say to let them go, then the leader will blame them. It's hard for us to explain. Zhou Shan, go back to the back, the old man is still alive. The old man scolded sternly. Uncle Chi, tell me, these two people came to see our alliance leader and are still arrogant. If they're let go easily, where will the honor of our bloodthirsty alliance be? Zhou Shan didn't look afraid of the 5th elder at all. Another middle-aged man came out and said, 5th elder, what Zhou Shan said makes sense. These two people cannot be let go. Old Steven, you are tens of thousands of years old, and you still want to follow Zhou Shan into mischief. The 5th elder said seriously. Zhou Shan took this opportunity and stepped forward to take a better look at Fang Qingren. Recently, the batch of women sent by Dailingzhu is not as good as the previous batch. It's not easy to meet the best person in the world, how could Zhou Shan let him go? Zhou Shan glanced at Mo Jinggong and said angrily, boy, your fate is not good either. Don't worry, I will give it to you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 441 Zhuo Yan spilled the beans. Zhou Shan, shut up. The 5th elder interrupted Zhou Shan's words with a sharp scolding. Zhou Shan looked stunned and looked at the 5th elder with slight dissatisfaction. You weren't the one who put the 5th elder on the island, right? Zhou Shan didn't know that the 5th elder accidentally saved his life. Zhou Shan, there are regulations on the island. Anyone above the false god can enter. The 5th elder's eyes were threatening, reminding Zhou Shan to come back. Mo Jinggong had such a terrifying aura that even he in the Mahayana period was afraid. Zhou Shan only has the strength of the combined stage now. If he really wants to fight against him, Zhou Shan is no match for Mo Jinggong. But the 5th elder underestimated Zhou Shan's death-seeking behavior. Zhou Shan didn't want to keep Mo Jinggong. Zhou Shan looked at Mo Jinggong proudly. There are two types of people who can enter the island. One is recommended by someone, and the other is someone who has beaten people on the island. You are not the type. If you still want to see my leader, you must pass my test first. Mo Jinggong's obsidian-like eyes flashed with a cold look, and he glanced at Zhou Shan gently. Just one glance made Zhou Shan unable to move. What kind of magic did you use? Zhou Shan still didn't notice the danger at this moment, only thinking that Mo Jinggong's magic skills were more advanced than his own. Mo Jinggong's phoenix eyes were cold and aloof, like a superior god, exuding innate nobility. Mo Jinggong looked at the fifth elder. I want to see your alliance leader. Zhou Shan, who was on the side, felt the insult of being ignored and gritted his teeth and said, if you want to see my uncle, just dream. Someone come and kill him. When Zhou Shan finished speaking, everyone felt as if they were in an ice cellar. Lian Fang Qingran also had a look of caution on his face. The person Zhou Shan called had a cultivation level above the early stage of transcending the tribulation. Senior brother 7, be careful. Fang Qingran took out the magic weapon. Little junior sister, there is no need to worry. Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves and a layer of enchantment appeared around Fang Qingran. At this moment, a black shadow came towards Mo Jinggong with lightning speed. Mo Jinggong's handsome face looked indifferent, and burning flames appeared on his shoulders. The burning wings slapped the black shadow. Boom. The man in black fell into the crowd. Everyone on the island stretched their necks and stared at the person lying on the ground. FCK, isn't he the personal guard next to the alliance leader? I remember that he is already in the middle of the tribulation, right? He is one of the best on our island. Did any of you clearly see the young master doing it? No, I only saw the dove on his shoulder flapping its wings. The person who had shown contempt for Mo Jinggong before was now looking at Mo Jinggong, who was dressed in black clothes, with a look of horror on his face. Zhou Shan was even more silent, not daring to make a sound. If a monk dies, he is truly dead and has no chance of reincarnation. The fifth elder shook his head and sighed. He had already seen that Mo Jinggong was not simple, so he decided to let Mo Jinggong leave to prevent the matter from getting bigger. Who would have thought that Zhou Shan was used to being lawless and would not listen to advice? The fifth elder looked into Mo Jinggong's phoenix eyes again, and felt a little trembling in his heart. He must be someone with such strength who is about to ascend. Sir, we are rude. I will invite the leader to come over. The fifth elder held his hands and bent down to salute Mo Jinggong. Zhuo Yan spoke first and said, you are not qualified to worship my master yet. Come to the alliance leader quickly and don't waste time. The fifth elder froze, thinking that Zhou Shan was still in Mo Jinggong's hands, and turned to look for the alliance leader. Zhuo Yan's casual words seemed arrogant to the people on the island. Fang Qingran had a different idea. Zhuo Yan's words definitely had profound meaning. Senior brother 7th, how did you know that the bloodthirsty alliance is hiding here? Fang Qingran asked curiously. The map of Kyushu told me that the island assigned to the bloodthirsty alliance does not exist at all. On the map of Dillingzhu, there is an independent island. Senior brother 7th, based on this, you can infer that the bloodthirsty alliance is here. Ah. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes rolled. 7th senior brother, there is one more thing I don't understand. Why did those strong men above the Void God create the bloodthirsty alliance? They even told outsiders that there was no one in Kyushu who could break through the integration stage. Quote. The answer to this question lies in the fairy world. Leave it to the junior sister to explore by herself. Mo Jinggong's gleaming phoenix eyes flashed with a smile. Fang Qingran. Then let me change the question. No one in Kyushu has ascended for tens of thousands of years. Is it really just because of the way of heaven? Fang Qingran said curiously. The answer to this question lies in the answer to the previous question. Senior brother 7th, you are easily beaten like this, do you understand? Fang Qingran looked a little helpless. She suspected that Mo Jinggong deliberately asked her to ascend quickly. Zhuo Yan snorted coldly from the side. If you hit my master, he can crush you to death with just one finger. Fang Qingran was already a little unhappy, but Zhuo Yan came to confront her. How could Fang Qingran let him go? Fang Qingran narrowed her apricot eyes, and a small fire figure appeared on her finger. The roasted pigeon meat seems good, and the temperature is suitable. Zhuo Yan looked at the little fireman on Fang Qingran's fingertips and was shocked. Fang Qingran, don't mess around. How about I tell you a secret? What secret? Zhuo Yan rolled his eyes and decided to betray his master. Put it away first and I'll tell you secretly. Okay. Fang Qingran put away the little fireman. Zhuo Yan flew to Fang Qingran's shoulder, came close to her ear, and said, I'm telling you, don't tell the master, or I won't tell you. Can. The person lying in that coffin is your biological mother. Your mother looks the same as Wen Yun, that's why you admit your mistake, and Wen Yun killed your mother. Fang Qingran's expression suddenly changed and she said via voice, you know my mother, but do you know who my father is? Ah, I don't know, the master didn't tell me. How did 7th senior brother know about my mother? Zhuo Yan noticed something was wrong with Fang Qingran's tone and thought Fang Qingran had misunderstood something. Master is devoted to you, don't doubt master. After Zhuo Yan finished speaking, he reacted and immediately covered his mouth. But it uses sound transmission, so covering the mouth is useless. Fang Qingran, please forget the last sentence, otherwise the master will kill me. Zhuo Yan reminded. Mo Jinggong was willing to stay silently in front of Fang Qingran, not wanting Fang Qingran to feel pressured. Is my rebirth in this life related to the 7th senior brother? Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked at the flowing light, and she remembered the words of Mo Jinggong when she and Mo Jinggong first met. It's a pleasure to meet you. Fang Qingran, you can spy on the secrets of heaven. Zhuo Yan was extremely shocked. Only he and Qi knew the secret of reincarnation that his master had helped Fang Qingran. It was impossible for Qi to tell Fang Qingran. It is even less likely to say. Why did Fang Qingran know this? Thank you, Zhuo Yan. Fang Qingran's clear apricot eyes were bright. The young man she saw in her memories was really the 7th senior brother. The feathers all over Zhuo Yan's body trembled. Well, you must not tell the master that I betrayed him. It was all your own guess and has nothing to do with me. Offending Fang Qingran will cost you your life. If you offend Mo Jingong, I'm afraid he will get cramped and his bones pulled out. Juoyan regretted being so quick-tongued, and vowed to speak out loud in the future. As a result, Juoyan raised his head, looked at the man walking over with the fifth elder, and couldn't help but said, "Isn't that man Zhu Ningchuan? Is he the leader of the Bloodthirsty Alliance?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 442 Sacrifice Array. Zhu Ningchuan was followed by his apprentice Yu Che. After Yu Che saw Feng Qinggran and Mo Jingong, he looked around again, as if he was looking for someone. Zhu Ningchuan looked at the dying confidant on the ground, his body pressure was extremely low, his eyes fell on Mo Jingong. "Master Mo, your master doesn't dare to touch my people, but you are really brave." He made the first move. Mo Jingong said in a deep voice. "Since you were able to find this place, you must also know the rules of the Bloodthirsty Alliance." Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were calm and intimidating, and the aura floating around him was at the peak of the tribulation stage. Feeling Zhu Ningchuan's pressure, the others in the Bloodthirsty Alliance were all frightened and did not dare to take a breath. Mo Jingong was not affected by the coercion at all. Mo Jingong turned sideways and said to Feng Qinggran, "Little junior sister, please wait for me here for a while, and don't leave the barrier." "Okay." Feng Qinggran nodded. Mo Jingong raised his hand, and an exquisite tea table appeared in the barrier. There were brewed tea and spiritual food on the table. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ningchuan's eyes flashed with anger. He was so arrogant. Zhu Ningchuan decided to teach Mo Jingong a lesson. With a flip of his hand, a sword flew out and stabbed Mo Jingong. Mo Jingong flicked his sleeves and activated the power of the domain. Zhu Ningchuan and Jian entered Mo Jingong's territory together. After entering the domain, Zhu Ningchuan was in shock. The sword that flew out turned and stabbed him. Zhu Ningchuan took back his sword and said, "Mo Jingong, what is your cultivation level? And the person who broke through the tribulation period in Qingyun Prefecture is Yi Wenshan, right?" Mo Jingong did not answer Zhu Ningchuan's question and said in a deep voice, "Disband the Bloodthirsty Alliance, or take the Bloodthirsty Alliance and completely hide from the world." "Why? Do you understand the importance of the existence of the Bloodthirsty Alliance? If the 9 provinces' human race did not have the protection of the Bloodthirsty Alliance, they would have been eaten up by the group of monsters in Netherworld State." Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were ice-cold, as if he had been extremely insulted. The demons in Netherworld State are prohibited from entering the 9 provinces and will not take the initiative to attack the human race. But you have done a lot of things using the Bailey family in recent years. What do you know? Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You gave the Bailey family the poisonous insects, and it was you who allowed the Bailey family to do evil. Now you want to destroy the Bailey family and erase the evidence of the crime. Zhu Ningchuan's eyes flashed darkly. "We gave the goo worms, but I never thought that the Bailey family would be so vicious. They would further upgrade the goo worms and plot against our people in Diling province." It can be said that no one in the Bloodthirsty Alliance thought that the Bailey family would dare to plot against the Bloodthirsty Alliance. If Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling hadn't come back this time and revealed the Bailey family's conspiracy, you wouldn't have sent people to destroy the Bailey family. Goo insects can be used, but they must not be cultivated too much. Otherwise, the Bloodthirsty Alliance will definitely be implicated by the goo insects. Zhu Ningchuan stared at Mo Jingong. The contempt on his face was very obvious. "Mo Jingong, you don't understand anything at all. The existence of our Bloodthirsty Alliance is for the hope and inheritance of the human race. The Bailey family is the chess piece we created to rule the 9 provinces. We are afraid that some monks will not overestimate their own capabilities and break through the integration stage without authorization. There is something wrong with all of this world. All the monks in the fusion stage who try to overcome the tribulation without authorization will die from the thunder tribulation. The existence of the Bloodthirsty Alliance is to help the monks successfully break through the fusion stage. Keeping these backbones alive, sooner or later, we will defeat all of the world and break through and ascend." Zhu Ningchuan was a little excited when he said this. Ascension is the dream of every monk. So you plan to use people from Kyushu to sacrifice to help you ascend? Mo Jingong's starry eyes were sharp and deep, and he couldn't see his emotions clearly. Why not sacrifice them to benefit future generations? Zhu Ningchuan looked slightly crazy. Anyway, the ancestors had already ordered the Bailey family to set up a sacrifice formation. Just wait for the right time to start. The Bailey family has also been annihilated, and no one will know the secret of the formation anymore. This is demon falling, not ascension. Mo Jingong's eyes flashed with dark light and his voice was cold. Are these important? I don't want the human race to always be trapped in this small world. Those who can ascend must ascend. And it is their honor to sacrifice for us with mediocre monks. They will die sooner or later anyway. Quote. Mo Jingong's eyes, which were like ancient pools, flashed with a cold look. Where is the sacrifice formation eye? Outside the field. Yu Che walked to the edge of Feng Qinggran's barrier and said, "Miss Feng, Mr. Mu didn't come with you." "No. Miss Feng, please help me bring these pills to Mr. Mu. I would like to thank him for saving my life." Feng Qinggran looked at Yu Che with doubts in her eyes. "Miss Feng, you don't know something. Few of the disciples who entered the Yukshan secret realm this time came out. It's a shame that I didn't go in, otherwise I would definitely not be able to get out even with my strength." "What does this have to do with 4th senior brother?" "Of course it does matter. I didn't scold your 4th senior brother in Wengsun sect at that time, and that's why I was eliminated. Otherwise, how could I have escaped this disaster?" Yu Che was angry at first after going to the Shinmen Gate, but now he is so happy. The bodies of the few people who came back alive from Dailingzhu were almost hollowed out by goo insects. Yu Che couldn't help but feel nauseous whenever he thought about the situation inside their bodies. Feng Qinggran. This is okay too. Feng Qinggran glanced at Juoyan, who obeyed and flew out to get the elixir, then flew back into the barrier. Feng Qinggran accepted the elixir given by Yu Che. "Don't worry, I will bring you the message." Yu Che was very grateful. "Miss Feng, thank you so much." Yu Che looked at Fang Qingbran eating and drinking, feeling envious and swallowed his saliva. After eating this pure spiritual food, it not only satisfies the appetite, but also leaves no impurities behind. So envious. Yu Che had a smile on his face. Miss Fang, don't worry, my master is so kind. As long as Mr. Mo and my master talk nicely, the master will definitely not attack you. Boom. Zhu Ningchuan suddenly fell out of the field. His clothes were messy and there was a lot of blood on his body. Mo Jinggong's figure is like a jade tree, dressed in black clothes. He is stunningly beautiful, and his whole body exudes the unique splendor and nobility of a superior person. Zhu Ningchuan became angry and roared, Mo Jinggong, don't even think about it. You are simply dreaming. I will never tell you. Yu Che, hollow square. So awkward. Can Fang Qingbran just think that he just farted? What is your master's level of cultivation? Fang Qingbran took the initiative to change the subject. The peak of the tribulation period. Yu Che is very proud. Then your master is really hiding deep. When there was such a big crisis in the spirit fighting arena, he didn't reveal his cultivation. There were mixed reactions to Fang Qingbran's words, but Yu Che didn't hear the underlying meaning. That's right, my master is the most noble man in Kyushu, and the head of the Bailey family is a scumbag. If my master didn't only want to study elixirs, where would the Bailey family have any chance? Your master seems to be injured, why don't you go and take a look? Fang Qingbran rolled her eyes and didn't see the scene of the seventh senior brother beating someone. It's a pity. It's not appropriate for me to go over at this time, isn't it? Master Mo and master haven't finished talking yet. Yu Che shrank his neck. After Mr. Mo beats his master, he probably won't beat him. It's safer not to go there. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 443 Formation Map. Zhou Shan saw that Mo Jinggong dared to hurt Zhu Ningchuan. A chill rose up his spine, and he shrunk his neck to minimize his presence. It is different from Zhou Shan's character, who is soft when faced with strong force. Everyone on the island was extremely angry when they saw Zhu Ningchuan injured. Hitting the leader is a slap in their face, they can't bear it. Several young monks raised their magic weapons and attacked Mo Jinggong. This man dares to hurt our leader. He is looking for death. Mo Jinggong stood upright in black robes, unable to hide his majestic appearance. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes slightly raised, his eyes sharp and deep, looking at the oncoming person, the strong pressure dissipated. Just for a moment, a terrifying sense of oppression hit the hearts of several people. When Zhu Ningchuan saw the reckless behavior of several people, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted sternly, go back. Leader, don't worry, we will definitely rescue you, a young man said forcefully. As long as you show more performance in front of Zhu Ningchuan, you might be able to get a chance to ascend. None of them were willing to give up this opportunity. Zhu Ningchuan had a headache. He had been beaten like this by Mo Jinggong. Why did they think they could deal with Mo Jinggong? Master Mo, please show mercy. Zhu Ningchuan could only hope that Mo Jinggong would be soft. Mo Jinggong's red lips were slightly hooked, and he smiled beautifully, tell me the location of the formation eye. When Mo Jinggong finished speaking, the group of young people froze in midair, their expressions froze, their eyes widened with a look of fear. I don't know, Zhu Ningchuan said seriously with a bruised and swollen face. The faces of the young people turned from white to red, and they seemed out of breath. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and showed no mercy. Zhu Ningchuan discovered that in addition to that group of people, Mo Jinggong had also included Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's eyes were almost bulging at this moment. Mo Jinggong didn't kill Zhou Shan at first, he just kept the one he uses now. Zhu Ningchuan loved Zhou Shan very much, and now he was very confused when he saw Zhou Shan in danger. On one side is ascending Daji. On one side is my sister's only bloodline. Uncle, save me. Zhou Shan's face turned purple and his clothes were soaked. Zhu Ningchuan felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. A dead monk cannot be reincarnated. Master Mo, I can tell you the news about the formation, please let them go. Say, Mo Jinggong's aura was cold and noble, just like the Tai Sui god in the world. Zhu Ningchuan sent a message, I don't know the location of the formation eye. After the ancestors set up the formation, they only left a map. Warning us, unless someone can really ascend, they can activate the formation, otherwise they must not touch the formation. Once that formation is activated, it is irreversible. If you remove the people on this island, everyone in Kyushu will be killed. The map is in the treasure room. Mr. Mo needs to go get it with me. After Zhu Ningchuan finished speaking, Mo Jinggong waved his hand, and everyone's shackles were released, and their expressions gradually returned to normal. Seeing that Zhou Shan was fine, Zhu Ningchuan relaxed and looked majestically at Yu Che, who was chatting with Fang Qingbran. He couldn't help but grind his teeth. It's okay if you don't want this closed disciple. He was sitting on the ground and was injured, but he didn't even come to help him. Yu Che, are you sure you don't want to help your master? He is looking at you. Fang Qingbran noticed Zhu Ningchuan's gaze and kindly reminded him. No need, my master is a strong man in the tribulation stage and the number one person in Kyushu. There is a need, Yu Che said, suddenly feeling a little cold on his neck. Zhu Ningchuan's cold voice came, Yu Che, I am really lucky to have a disciple like you. Yu Che turned around stiffly and touched his head, Master, please listen to my quibbles, not explanations. I'm afraid of disturbing your discussion with Mr. Mo. HMPH. It's best, support him as a teacher. Zhu Ningchuan would not tell Yu Che that his strength was blocked by Mo Jinggong. Zhu Ningchuan looked at Mo Jinggong and changed his face again. Master Mo, come with me. Zhu Ningchuan also asked Zhou Shan and the fifth elder to go to the treasure room together. Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingbran's eyes met briefly, and each understood what the other meant. Fang Qingbran was still waiting for Mo Jinggong to come back. Before Mo Jinggong left, he glanced at the people left behind several times, and there was a dark look in his eyes. The cultivation level of this group of people was all lower than that of the junior sister. If they took action, the junior sister would not suffer. After Fang Qingran was promoted, he chose to hide part of his strength. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhu Ningchun and others, Fang Qingran's cultivation level is only at the early stage of virtual god. Mo Jinggong and Zhu Ningchun came to the treasure room. Zhu Ningchun asked Zhou Shan, Yu Che and the fifth elder to wait outside while he took Mo Jinggong in alone. Uncle, be careful, Zhou Shan said worriedly. Zhou Shan knew very well that Zhu Ningchun was his backer. Once Zhu Ningchun had an accident, his good days would basically come to an end. Zhu Ningchun looked at Zhou Shan with relief and said, you guys wait outside. No matter what happens, don't come in. Zhu Ningchun turned around and took out the token from the space and placed it on the door. Boom. The huge stone door moved away. Zhu Ningchun walked in first. Master Mo, follow me. Mo Jinggong walked in slowly, his eyes still unmoved, as if he was not aware of the coming danger. Boom. The door is closed. It was dark inside. Ha ha ha. Zhu Ningchun laughs like crazy. Arrogant young man, I will let you taste the consequences today. Zhu Ningchun relied on his knowledge of the treasure room and hid in another secret room. I wish that the place where Ningchun entered would be illuminated by night pearls. Not only that, there was also a picture of where Mo Jinggong was waiting in front of Zhu Ningchun. Zhu Ningchun had a stern face and fierce eyes. Mo Jinggong, the map is in this treasure room. You need to find it yourself. As long as you can find the map, you can get out. Snort. The treasure room can only be opened with specific instructions. Mo Jinggong will never be able to get out for the rest of his life. He can kill Mo Jinggong, so he let the monsters here kill Mo Jinggong. Zhu Ningchun pressed his hand on a place, and the door opened where Mo Jinggong was, and a huge scorpion walked out of the door. This scorpion actually has 10 tails and 6 pincers. Mo Jinggong's consciousness spread, and his cold eyes fell on the 10-tailed dragon and scorpion. Zhu Ningchun watched this scene with great excitement. The 10-tailed dragon scorpion was a half-step divine beast, and the venom it spewed was extremely poisonous. No matter how strong Mo Jinggong is, he cannot be the opponent of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Seeing Mo Jinggong standing still, Zhu Ningchun thought that Mo Jinggong was frightened and said, Mo Jinggong, as long as you beg for mercy now and submit to the Bloodthirsty Alliance, I will spare your life. While Zhu Ningchun was speaking, the 10-tailed dragon and scorpion had already arrived in front of Mo Jinggong. But what happened next almost made Zhu Ningchun doubt his life. The 10-tailed dragon and scorpion lowered its high head, and the 10 tails drooped down. The whole body seemed to be trembling, making a surrender gesture. Zhu Ningchun's eyes widened and he murmured, how is this possible? Impossible. The 10-tailed dragon and scorpion are not even afraid of me, so how can they be afraid of Mo Jinggong? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 444. Outside the secret room. The three of them couldn't hear the noise inside at all. Zhou Shan's expression was extremely ugly. Fang Qingran's unparalleled face flashed through his mind again, and he had another evil thought. If he captured Fang Qingran, Mo Jinggong would have to submit obediently. When the time comes, I will get a beauty and take care of my enemies. Isn't it beautiful? Zhou Shan narrowed his eyes sinisterly and decided to take advantage of this time to find Fang Qingran. Yu Che put one arm on the wall and asked, Zhou Shan, where are you going? I want you to take care of me, Yu Che. Remember, you are just a dog in our family and you have no right to take care of me. Zhou Shan glared at Yu Che fiercely. Yu Che wasn't angry at all. With that little blink of your eye, you must be having a bad idea, right? What do you want to do? Yu Che, say it again. Zhou Shan grabbed Yu Che's collar. Zhou Shan, please let go of Yu Che, the fifth elder said dissatisfied. Zhou Shan was one-on-one, and his momentum was not weak at all. Fifth elder has nothing to do with you here. I advise you to stay away. Otherwise, you may hurt innocent people later. Don't talk about me. The fifth elder's face turned black and white, and finally he sighed and stopped talking. Zhou Shan, in addition to your small eyes, you also have a loud voice. You can only yell when something happens. You are much worse than a dog like me. Yu Che became so cruel that he even scolded himself. Yu Che, you are seeking death. Zhou Shan slapped Yu Che with his palm. Boom. Yu Che flew out and hit the ground. Pooh. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Che looked at Zhou Shan in surprise, as if he didn't expect Zhou Shan to actually dare to take action. HMPH, Yu Che, this time is just a warning. If you dare to speak rudely again, you will end up like that stone statue. Zhou Shan blasted out with a palm, and the stone lion in front of the door was shattered into powder. Zhou Shan glared at Yu Che who was lying on the ground, turned around and left. The fifth elder quickly stepped forward to check Yu Che's injuries. Yu Che, Zhou Shan is in the fusion stage, how dare you, a god incarnation, anger him. Fifth elder, he doesn't dare to kill me. Why don't you dare? If it weren't for the alliance leader, Zhou Shan would definitely kill you. Fifth elder, don't say this. Follow Zhou Shan quickly. I feel that he may attack Miss Fang. Master and Mr. Mo are inside. Only you can stop Zhou Shan. The fifth elder's expression changed, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Fang Qingran was Mo Jinggong's pet peeve. What is Zhou Shan's psychology? How dare you try to thwart Fang Qingran again and again? The fifth elder ignored Yu Che and got up to chase Zhou Shan. But when the fifth elder arrived, he saw a girl holding a pink axe with her feet on Zhou Shan's back. The people of the Bloodthirsty Alliance were all lying on their backs. The wailing sound reached the ears of the fifth elder. The fifth elder was stunned on the spot, trembling all over. If he remembered correctly, Fang Qingran only had the strength of a virtual god, right? Hurry up and let me go, you witch. Zhou Shan's angry voice woke up the fifth elder. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were clear and bright. If you didn't call me Xiao Tianchen just now, why are you a witch now? You're going too far. How can you, a false god, defeat me? Zhou Shan's face turned red. TSK, TSK, TSK. You don't even know my strength, yet you dare to take my idea. Fang Qingren's eyes were bright and she smiled slyly. It feels good to play against strong players. The tricks are simple, the methods are also simple, and the battle ends very quickly. Zhou Shan shouted, as a woman, what strength can you have? You must have relied on pills to get there. When my uncle comes, I will make sure you look good. After your uncle comes, you still can't beat me. Fang Qingren tilted her head and continued, but you can let your uncle treat your cerebral palsy, so you don't have to bite people. Remember to give me 7 senior brother apologizes, do you hear me? Bah, stop thinking about it. Zhou Shan became even more angry when he thought of Mo Jinggong's face. You look very dissatisfied. Fang Qingren narrowed her eyes and weighed the sky-opening axe in her hand. It's nothing short of a sky-opening axe. Even if it becomes an ordinary axe, it can still hit people with great force. I just don't accept it. If you hadn't attacked me from behind, how could I have lost to you? Zhou Shan shouted louder. Fang Qingren raised her feet and said, get up, let's have another fight. Zhou Shan's whole body froze. He was just talking about it, why didn't Fang Qingren follow the routine? Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were sharp. I'm counting 1, 2. Zhou Shan suddenly stood up and said, you can fight me, but you can't use magic weapons, and you can't use your axe either. Okay. Fang Qingren flipped his wrist, the sky-opening axe disappeared, and his hands were empty. Seeing this, Zhou Shan raised his hand and poisonous powder flew towards Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren rolled up his sleeves, showing that he was not contaminated by the poisonous powder at all. Fang Qingren's crystal-clear eyes flashed brightly. Since you like to play dirty, then I will tell you what a dirty person is. Swish. A vine flew out and tied Zhou Shan's feet. The vines rose, and Zhou Shan was hung upside down in the air. Fang Qingren smiled and waved her sleeves, spraying poisonous powder on Zhou Shan's face. What? Hurry up and wash it off for me, Zhou Shan said in horror. Don't worry, you don't have to wash it off after being poisoned. You can also fight poison with poison. Fang Qingren raised her wrist, and another poisonous powder fell on Zhou Shan's face. Zhou Shan was so frightened that he could not fight fire with fire so randomly. Zhou Shan saw the fifth elder standing in the distance and shouted, Fifth elder, hurry up and save me, hurry up and save me. The fifth elder touched his beard, turned around, and said to himself, hey, I'm so dim that I can't see anything. How about going to see Yu Che? The fifth elder left extremely quickly and quickly disappeared from Zhou Shan's sight. Fang Qingren looked at the back of the fifth elder. The little old man was so sensible. Then let him go. Fang Qingren brought dozens of poisonous powders to Zhou Shan one after another, and then waited for the poison to take effect. ZZ. Some of the poisonous powder seeps into the skin. Some poisonous powders corrode the skin directly. What? Zhou Shan screamed. Miss Fang, spare your life. Apologize to 7th senior brother. Tao Dao Dao, I can kneel down for him, as long as you detoxify me. Zhou Shan really couldn't bear it for a quarter of an hour. No sincerity. Miss Fang, please show me your noble hand, and I will cut out to your 7th senior brother and apologize. Zhou Xiangxin vowed. Fang Qingren heard the fear and sincerity in Zhou Shan's voice and said, Choo-choo, drag him to the sea and wash him. The vines teleported into the sea. Plop. Zhou Shan fell into the sea. Zhou Shan didn't react at all. When his body sank, he started howling, I can't swim, Miss Fang, help me. A monk like you is still afraid of water. Zhou Shan almost drowned when he was a child and couldn't overcome his fear of water. A disciple of the Bloodthirsty Alliance said. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with understanding, Choo-choo, go and fish him out. The 7th senior brother and Zhu Ningchuan are still looking for the map, and Zhou Shan cannot die yet. I have to say that reincarnation is a technical job. If Zhou Shan hadn't had an uncle who was the leader of the alliance, he would have died 800 times. Ahem. Zhou Shan knelt on the ground and coughed. His eyes were scarlet, looking at the vines that were about to leave under his feet, and stretched out his hands to grab the vines. When Fang Qingren saw Zhou Shan's actions, her apricot eyes suddenly turned cold, but she acted lightly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 445 Demonic Silkworm. After Zhou Shan grabbed the vine, he immediately released the contracted beast demon shut-in silkworm. As soon as the evil silkworm came out, Fang Zhiqiu, who originally wanted to break free, froze. Let Zhou Shan put it into a box. Zhou Shan's face was bloody and bloody at the moment, only his eyes were intact. Zhou Shan looked at the unparalleled Fang Qingren in the distance with a ferocious expression. Fang Qingren dared to do this to him. He had to make Fang Qingren pay the price. Even if plants develop spiritual intelligence, no matter how powerful they are, they're still afraid of insects. Fang Qingren, kneel down and apologize, or I will burn it. Zhou Shan's eyes flashed with fierceness. He held up the box and stared at Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were icy cold, and she said with a half smile but not a smile, the devil's celestial silkworm is not bad. If you want to burn it, then burn it. I'll just exchange it for your contracted beast. Zhou Shan became nervous instantly and raised his hand to put the demonic silkworm into the contract space. Fang Qingren's attention was all on Fang Zhiqiu at the moment, and he didn't notice the burning on her shoulders and her drooling. HMPH. Fang Qingren, don't be so harsh. It's hard to find a plant-type heavenly spirit. Are you sure you want to give it up? Zhou Shan took out the fire folder, opened it, and put it under the box. When the wind blows, the fire is lit. Zhou Shan held the fire folding piece closer to the box and observed the change in Fang Qingren's face. Fang Qingren folded his arms, his expression unchanged, but his hands tightened slightly. Even if the fire did not directly burn Feng Zhiqiu, it was Feng Zhiqiu's nature to be afraid of fire. Feng Qingren's thoughts were racing. Zhou Shan's behavior today gave her a warning. Feng Zhiqiu was indeed very powerful, but he still couldn't deal with his natural enemies. Feng Qingren, you are so ruthless. You can even give up on your own contractor, no wonder you can deal with me. Zhou Shan was a little anxious when he saw that Feng Qingren was unmoved. Feng Qingren's eyes were filled with murderous intent, no matter what agreement the seventh senior brother had with Zhu Ningchuan. Zhou Shan must die. Feng Qingren, Zhou Shan has not really surrendered his contracted beast. You can take out the mulberry leaves that Tianqin loves to eat and lure Tianqin out. Bai Zhe said in a message. No, I have a solution. The method given by Bai Zhe was too cheap, Zhou Shan said. Feng Qingren raised her jade hand, and a white shadow flew out. He arrived in front of Zhou Shan very quickly. Zhou Shan didn't have time to react, and the white shadow flew into his body and disappeared. Zhou Shan's pupils shrank sharply, sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Bang! The box fell to the ground. Fire breakers also dropped. Zhou Shan knelt on the ground, showing an expression of extreme pain. Feng Qingren walked slowly to Zhou Shan, picked up the box, and opened it. Feng Zhiqiu immediately ran back to Feng Qingren's sleeves. Feng Qingren looked at Zhou Shan condescendingly, as if looking at a dead person. Feng Qingren, what on earth did you do to me? Zhou Shan finished speaking intermittently, as if he couldn't help but feel the extreme pain. Do you have any last words to say? Feng Qingren asked with an indifferent expression, holding an axe. Zhou Shan's whole body was filled with bite pain. When he heard Feng Qingren's words, a chill spread into his heart, and even the pain was reduced by half. You want to kill? Yes. Feng Qingren nodded slightly, his apricot eyes dark and dark. Feng Qingren, I am Zhu Ningchuan's nephew. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will not let you go. Zhou Shan threatened. This identity can only protect you for a while, but it is not a life-saving card for you. Feng Qingren's beautiful eyes were condensed, her skirt danced with the wind, and her temperament was even more noble and unparalleled. At this moment, Zhou Shan truly felt the coming of death. Zhou Shan ignored the pain and forced his body to move back, hoping to get away from Feng Qingren. He also muttered, Feng Qingren, you'd better not touch me. My uncle is the #1 person in Kyushu. How dare you touch me? Feng Qingren looked down at Zhou Shan, her moon-like eyes shining with biting coldness. Feng Qingren rarely kills people himself. But this time she was ready to take matters into her own hands. Feng Qingren raised her jade hand lightly, and the sky-opening axe flew out. Swish! The axe passed across Zhou Shan's neck. You. Zhou Shan raised his trembling hand and pointed at Feng Qingren, his eyes widened with disbelief. Plop! Zhou Shan fell backward. There was still fear on his face. There was silence all around. Everyone who wanted to capture Feng Qingren subconsciously touched their necks. I understand how overestimated they are. Feng Qingren took back the sky-opening axe, and there was no trace of blood on the axe. However, Feng Qingren still took out a handkerchief and wiped the sky-opening axe. Master, you don't have to be tainted with karma for me. Feng Zhiqiu said guiltily. Chu, I will find a way to transform you as soon as possible. Master, I can actually transform, but I don't dare. I haven't tried it. The first transformation is extremely important and determines my appearance in the future, so I haven't transformed yet. Feng Qingren's apricot eyes flashed with brilliance. She first withdrew the loyalty goo in Zhou Shan's body, then raised her hand, and the demonic silkworm floated in her palm. I'll leave this thing for you to take care of yourself. Master, please clean up for me. Feng Zhiqiu's voice was a little muffled. Chu, when you return to Lingyun sect, I will draw hundreds of pictures of beauties for you. You can choose one to transform into a human form. After transforming into a human form, you can practice human skills. I will find a way to make you no longer afraid of these things. Feng Qingren was just about to put the demonic silkworm into the box. The cicada in the palm disappeared. Hiccup tilde. Feng Qingren burped due to the burning flames on her shoulders. I didn't expect that this little celestial silkworm is not that bad. If it hadn't met you, it would have been able to go further. Scorching flames. Feng Qingren grinded his teeth. Don't be angry. Why are you embarrassing a vine? If it could deal with bugs on its own, it would have dominated the world long ago. Why is it waiting for you to make a contract? Is this the reason why you ate the celestial silkworm without permission? Feng Qingren showed his strange fire. Juoyan shrank his neck. The devil's celestial silkworm is the same as a goo. It's very dangerous to keep it alive. I'm protecting you. Juoyan had already restrained himself from eating the evil silkworm. Who told Feng Qingren to bring the evil silkworm to its mouth? I'm sorry if it doesn't eat. Feng Qingren took a deep breath and kept telling herself, this is the contracted beast of the seventh senior brother and cannot be touched. Can't move. Feng Qingren, don't be angry. It's natural for your little vine to be afraid of insects, and it's also natural for me to love eating insects. Do you think you're not angry anymore? Juoyan. Feng Qingren Beibai grabbed Juoyan's wings and gave it a blast of fire. Wow. In the blink of an eye, Juoyan's whole body became naked. A gust of wind blows. A chill spread throughout Juoyan's body. Juoyan twisted his neck and looked at the bare body. The roar of Juoyan was so loud that it shook the heaven and the earth, and it was extremely tragic. Feng Qingren, you burned my hair again. Juoyan said angrily as he wrapped his wings around his body as much as possible. Don't worry, I will say hello to you next time I do this. Feng Qingren didn't feel guilty at all. No matter how bad the demonic silkworm is, it is still a half-step emperor beast. If you stay, you can at least be a thug. As a result, Juoyan was eaten like this. You bad woman, I hope there will be a next time, I will fight with you. Duo Yan flew up and shouted loudly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 446. Scorching flames. A cold voice sounded. The burning flames extinguished instantly, and the wilting was visible to the naked eye. Duo Yan flew back to Mo Jinggong's shoulder. Master, I just want to take the opportunity to scare Feng Qinggran. I really don't dare to do anything to her. Duo Yan told the truth. Feng Qinggran was Mo Jinggong's companion for the seventh reincarnation. How could it not know the importance of Feng Qinggran? I'll be your little brother. Mo Jinggong raised his slender palm, and a small scorpion floated in front of Duo Yan's eyes. Duo Yan turned his eyes and said, "Thank you, master." Duo Yan put away the scorpion and gave Feng Qinggran a proud look. Mo Jinggong didn't even look at the people lying around him, and walked straight to Feng Qinggran. "Seventh senior brother, have you found anything?" "Well, go back to Lingyun sect." Before Mo Jinggong left, he placed a barrier on the island. In the treasure room, Zhu Ningchuan knelt on the ground, his expression dull. "It's over, it's all over, there's nothing left. Ancestor, I'm sorry, I've ruined your thoughts." When Yu Che walked in, he heard Zhu Ningchuan talking to himself. Master, what's wrong with you?" Yu Che called slightly anxiously. It's too late to say anything." Zhu Ningchuan continued to murmur. A complicated look flashed in Yu Che's eyes. "Master, what's going on with the sacrificial formation?" "Sacrifice formation." Zhu Ningchuan suddenly stood up. "Yes, there is also a sacrifice formation. As long as you find the center of the formation in advance and activate the formation, it will definitely work." Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were full of excitement and he ran outside. Yu Che immediately caught up and met the fifth elder head-on. "What about the ally?" "Didn't you see master?" Yu Che was slightly surprised. Zhu Ningchuan had just run out the door. If the fifth elder came from this direction, he would definitely be able to see him. "No." The fifth elder shook his head. Yu Che looked anxious, his eyes swept over the straight back of the fifth elder, and a dark color flashed. "Let's go look for the fifth elder separately. The master is not in good condition, and we cannot let others see him like this." "It is good." Yu Che and the fifth elder each chose a direction. The fifth elder turned a corner. There were two people lying in front of him, one was Zhu Ningchuan, and the other was exactly the same as the fifth elder standing there. Zhu Ningchuan fell into a coma. The real fifth elder has died. The fifth elder flashed and turned into a man dressed in black. He looked at Zhu Ningchuan and said, "The demon emperor guessed it right. He is really a waste. Even a monk can't deal with him." The man in black bent down and stuffed a pill into Zhu Ningchuan's mouth. Zhu Ningchuan opened his eyes until he saw the man in black, as if he was frightened. "Why are you here?" "If I don't come, you will become a useless person." The voice of the man in black was dull and extremely uncomfortable. "Didn't you say you would be aware of the hidden dangers in Juju? What's going on with that Mo Jinggong?" Zhu Ningchuan asked with a frown. "Mo Jinggong is too strong. He had no power to resist in front of Mo Jinggong. He would recruit or kill any monks who were above the false god in Juju. How did Mo Jinggong grow up? We are indeed aware of all the hidden dangers in Juju. That Mo Jinggong probably had some adventure in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan and gained his current strength. Don't worry, I will find a way to get rid of Mo Jinggong. You can use the formation first, draw it for me." When Zhu Ningchuan heard what the man in black said, he felt wary. The formation map is in Mo Jinggong's hand. You can get it by killing Mo Jinggong. The eyes of the man in black gradually became dangerous. "I need to know the position of the formation first to prevent Mo Jinggong from destroying it." To be honest, the formation diagram was drawn by the ancestors and sealed in a box. I have never seen it before. The box needs to be opened in a special way, otherwise the contents inside will be destroyed automatically. Zhu Ningchuan's words were half true and half false. Zhu Ningchuan knew very well that the formation diagram was his only way to save his life. "What's the way to open the box?" the man in black asked. "I don't know. Our ancestors said that the way to open the box is hidden somewhere in Qingyun Prefecture." The man in black reached out and strangled Zhu Ningchuan's neck. "Are you kidding me?" "I don't dare." The ancestors also left a map. I have been looking up that map. The last place it appeared was Huolingzhu. That map is the key to opening the box. Zhu Ningchuan could only explain honestly. Huolingzhu is so big, it's hard to find a map like this. The man in black looked at Zhu Ningchuan coldly. "You can go to the black market and look, maybe there will be clues." Zhu Ningchuan said fearfully, really afraid that the man in black would kill him. "HMPH. The man in black let go of Zhu Ningchuan. "You'd better not lie, otherwise you should understand the consequences." "Don't worry, sir, I don't dare." Zhu Ningchuan nodded repeatedly. Until the figure of the man in black disappeared, Zhu Ningchuan finally couldn't control himself and collapsed on the ground. In the air, the two people who were hiding had a panoramic view of the scene. "Senior brother 7th, did the man in black mention the demon emperor just now? Is the sacrifice formation a conspiracy of the demons? One demon clan doesn't dare to let the entire human race sacrifice." "7th senior brother, Zhu Ningchuan said that the map is on the black market. Should we go and take a look?" Feng Qinggran said and glanced at Yu Che who was hiding below. "Ah." The invisibility charms used by the two disappeared quietly. But after the two left, Zhu Ningchuan suddenly became wary. "Who is it? Come out." Zhu Ningchuan's spiritual power was flowing in his palms, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Master." Yu Che's eyes were complicated. He had never thought that Master would cooperate with people from the demon clan. "When did you come?" "I've been here since the beginning. The fifth elder usually likes to be hunched over, but that person doesn't. I recognized him as a fake early on." "You came early in the morning, why were you exposed now?" Zhu Ningchuan stared at Yu Che. His apprentice only had the cultivation of God transformation, and even the man in black didn't notice it, which was very abnormal. Yu Che shook his head. His mind was in chaos at the moment and he had no intention of thinking about this. Zhu Ningquan's eyes were majestic. Forget what you saw today, you are still my close disciple. Master, do you really want to help others do evil? Our human race is a whole, why should we help outsiders deal with our own people? HMPH, you, a transformed God, will definitely not understand. You will understand when you reach my level of cultivation and still unable to ascend. Master, no matter what my cultivation level is, I always remember that I am a human being, and I will not do anything to rebel against my clan. Ascension is indeed my dream, but if I were asked to step on the bones of countless people and ascend, I would rather die. Yu Che's eyes were slightly red and he was very emotional. Zhu Ningquan sneered and said, Yu Che, you are still too young after all. This world is decided by the strong. Without strength, nothing can be done if we unite. At the same time, Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong appeared in Hualingzhu. The main city was in a shambles, with only broken walls and ruins remaining. Senior Brother 7, I may not be able to enter the black market. This place is ruined. Fang Qingbran looked slightly frustrated. Is there really no way to open the box? Fang Qingbran, have you ever bought a painting on the black market? Bai Zhe said in a voice message. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 447 Contract Dragon Emperor Sword. Fang Qingbran took out the Tai Chi picture and handed it to Mo Jinggong. Senior Brother 7th, look at this picture. Mo Jinggong took the painting and slowly unfolded it, making every move pleasing to the eye. In the painting, purple mist is shrouded, the mountains are rolling, and there is a jade building looming behind the mountains. Above the mountains, thousands of golden rays of light fell. It makes the whole painting become dreamlike. The 5 elements in the painting are gathered together, and they are present in both heaven and earth. There is reality in the void, and it is really all-encompassing. Mo Jinggong's phoenix eyes swept across the scenery in the painting. His eyes were deep. This painting is of Lingyun sect. What? Fang Qingbran stared at the Tai Chi diagram with her almond-shaped eyes for a long time, but she didn't see anything like Lingyun sect. Mo Jinggong pointed to a mountain. This is Yunshao Mountain. The one thing that remains unchanged in Lingyun sect is Yunshao Mountain. The other peaks have been modified by Master to facilitate our cultivation. Fang Qingbran recalled the appearance of Yunshao Mountain. Not to mention taking it out alone, it looks a bit similar. Fang Qingbran thought, 7th Senior Brother, the Bloodthirsty Alliance hid the method of opening the box in our Lingyun sect, will it also hide the formation eye in our Lingyun sect? If the sacrifice array hadn't been arranged early. Fang Qingbran was a little suspicious. Did Lingyun sect choose its location for an ulterior motive? After all, there are other sects on Kyushu. You would not choose such a remote place to establish your sect. Possible. Right now. The sound transmission on Fang Qingbran's waist flashed a few times. Liniang, Miss Fang, Bailey's family was destroyed. It happened suddenly. Almost no one in Bailey's family escaped. We are now cleaning up the men in black in Hualingzhu. Close black lens bracket. When we were cleaning up the remnants of the Bailey family, we found that the head of the Bailey family had sent a group of people to Qingyun Prefecture. I suspected that their target might be the Lingyun sect. Close black lens bracket. In addition, Bailey Yuanmo just left the main city before Bailey's family was destroyed. We are tracing his traces. Bailey Yuanmo is not a kind person. You must be careful of being plotted by him. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingbran had dealt with Bailey Yuanmo before. It is very clear that Bailey Yuanmo is an old fox. I will send people from Qinghe Tower to support you. We must find Bailey Yuanmo. Fang Qingbran sent another message to Zhang San. Tell him about Bailey Yuanmo's situation and the situation in Kyushu. Zhang San, owner, Bailey Yuanmo is hard to find. Through my observations over the years, I found that Bailey Yuanmo has much more power in private than the head of the Bailey family. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingbran, you only need to assist Tongwen Pavilion. Zhang San, okay, sir, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingbran put away the sound transmission card and looked into Mo Jinggong's beautiful eyes, feeling suddenly guilty. Oops. He only thought about Bailey Yuanmo's matters and forgot that the 7th Senior Brother was still there. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes flashed with a gleam, and she said, 7th Senior Brother, Liniang said that a group of people in black went to Qingyun Prefecture. Let's go back to Lingyun sect first. Mo Jinggong didn't ask any more questions and handed Fang Qingbran a teleportation talisman. In a blink, Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong appeared in Lingyun sect. Outside the main gate of Lingyun sect, there were a bunch of people sitting cross-legged practicing. Crunch. The wooden door of Lingyun sect opened. Fang Yuyu poked her head out. The cultivators opened their eyes one after another, first glancing at Fang Yuyu, then at Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong. Are you two also here to gain enlightenment? Come and sit down. I tell you, I have only been sitting here for half a month, and my cultivation has really improved a lot. The two fellow Taoists must also be here from the tribulation stage immortals, right? Let me tell you, since someone broke through the tribulation, the monks in the entire Jushu have become more vigorous in their cultivation. If you can see the hope of ascension, you will naturally have the energy to practice. When everyone was mid-sentence, their eyes widened and they stared blankly at Fang Yuyu hugging Fang Qingbran's legs and acting cute. Forehead. Awkward. These two seem to be people from Lingyun sect. Thank you for your recognition of Lingyun sect, and I wish you an early promotion. Fang Qingbran raised her fist to the crowd to show encouragement. With the girl's good advice, can we practice here for a while? Don't worry, we will never disturb you, said a monk. Fang Qingbran smiled and said, okay. Fang Qingbran picked up Fang Yuyu and Mo Jinggong and walked into Lingyun sect. Someone sighed, as expected of a disciple of a mortal crossing tribulation, you are so generous. We must practice well and don't waste the immortal energy here. Everyone entered the cultivation state again. Within the Lingyun sect, the two passed through the sword tomb and came to a river. Fang Qingran was now standing by the river. Thinking of the conversation with Senior Dragon King, she couldn't help but want to laugh. At that time, it was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. Senior Dragon Emperor, Junior, come to keep your appointment. Fang Qingran called towards the river. An extremely fast whirlpool appeared in the river, and golden light shot out from the whirlpool. Fang Qingran could feel the pressure from the golden light. The pressure of Senior Dragon King is still terrifying. But at this moment, Fang Qingran was not afraid at all. Fang Qingran looked calm and used her strength to resist the pressure. As the surrounding golden light grew stronger and stronger, the golden light gradually converged into a golden dragon shadow. Fang Qingran saw the shadow again and felt very friendly. Zhu Ying looked at Fang Qingran and was slightly shocked to find that Fang Qingran's cultivation was already at the stage of transcending tribulation. Fang Qingran has a 5-color spiritual root, and the difficulty of cultivation is 5 times that of ordinary people. Fang Qingran was able to cultivate all the spiritual roots to full spiritual power. The Dragon King said with a majestic voice, "Little girl, you are here." "Well, Senior Dragon King, I'm here to keep the appointment." Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes shone brightly. "Good." The Dragon King finished speaking. The scabbard flew out of the water and landed in Fang Qingran's hand. A lifelike golden dragon is carved on the scabbard. The golden dragon is extremely majestic and intimidating. Immediately afterwards, a sword flew out from the bottom of the river and floated on the water. The sword's blade was sharp and shone with a faint cold light, showing its majesty. The Dragon King said, "Little girl, I hope you can use this sword to kill evil spirits and bring peace to all living things below. Remember, don't forget your original words out of greed. This is inevitable." Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with determination. The formation at Fang Qingran's feet lit up, and the Dragon Emperor's sword flew in front of Fang Qingran. "Little girl, put your blood on it and complete the contract," the Dragon King said reluctantly. The Dragon King's sword has found its true owner. It's time for it to disappear as a guardian spirit. Fang Qingran did not hear anything unusual in the Dragon King's words. Blood dripped into the sword, and she closed her eyes with a serious and pious expression. A golden contract line appeared in Fang Qingran's consciousness. "Sword Spirit, Master." Sword Spirit's voice was slightly cold and without any emotion. "Senior Dragon King is not a Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit, the Dragon King is the Guardian Spirit, and I am the Sword Spirit." Fang Qingran opened her apricot eyes and saw the Dragon King's shadow dissipating. Fang Qingran's heart tightened. "Senior Dragon Emperor. Little girl, there are separations and reunions in life. I wish you all the best in the future." The Dragon King's voice was kind. "Do you still remember Yinglong?" Fang Qingran picked up the magic formula in her hand and must not let the Senior Dragon Emperor disappear. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 448, Paying Debts to the Master and Beasts. "Yinglong, have you seen that boy?" The Dragon Emperor seemed to be a little nostalgic, and the dissipation speed slowed down. "Senior Yinglong told me that I must save you." As Fang Qingran spoke, she took out the ancient soul-nourishing jade and drew mysterious symbols on the jade with her fingertips. The marks on her forehead were faintly visible, but they couldn't be seen clearly. Dragon King is different from Haijiao. The soul of the sea dragon can be nourished simply by entering the soul-nurturing jade. The Dragon King's soul is extremely powerful. The ancient power in the soul-nurturing jade alone was not enough to support the Dragon King in maintaining his soul. Fang Qingran could only draw runes so that the energy within the jade could continuously generate ancient power, so that the Dragon King's soul could truly be nourished. Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingran's movements with surprise in his eyes. He had never seen the runes used by Fang Qingran. Although the aura on the runes is mysterious, it contains Fang Qingran's aura. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suspected that these runes were created by Fang Qingran. Most of the things we learn have the flavor of the creator. Even if a practitioner is proficient in using it, he will still fall into a bottleneck after reaching a certain level. Therefore, when a strong person has practiced to a certain level, he will create his own magic formula. The strength or weakness of a self-created method largely depends on the creator's understanding of the Tao. The runes used by Fang Qingran had mysterious auras and were obviously high level. Fang Qingran didn't know that Mo Jinggong had seen through this. She was concentrating on drawing the soul-nourishing runes at the moment. She figured out these runes in the mysterious realm of Yakshuan, and she didn't know the effects. Fang Qingran hoped that these runes could help the Dragon King. Suddenly, Fang Qingran seemed to have thought of something, and her apricot eyes flashed brightly. Fang Qingran's fingertips slid over the soul-nourishing jade, and 2 rays of golden light floated out from her body and fell into the jade. "Little girl, what are you doing?" "Dragon Emperor, I said that I will take you to glory, and I will never allow you to dissipate," Fang Qingran said firmly, and the mark between his eyebrows gradually became clearer. The Dragon Emperor was shocked when he saw the mark on Fang Qingran's eyebrows. "Little girl, where did the mark between your eyebrows come from?" "Mark." Fang Qingran was very confused. He didn't pay attention to the mark, and his mind was entirely on the soul-nourishing jade. Fang Qingran held up the soul-nurturing jade. "Senior, you need to recuperate in the jade first. I will definitely find a way to find what you had before your death as soon as possible, and I will definitely help you reshape your true body." The Dragon Emperor stared at the mark between Fang Qingran's eyebrows, paused for a few breaths, and chose to get into the soul-nurturing jade. Fang Qingran checked it over and felt relieved when he saw that there was no difference in the spirit of the Dragon Emperor in the jade. At the same time, the mark between Fang Qingran's eyebrows also disappeared. "Little girl, you have to be careful and don't expose the marks between your eyebrows easily." After the Dragon King finished admonishing, he fell into a deep sleep. "I remember." Fang Qingran responded, took a few steps forward, looked down at Hanoi, but didn't see anything between her eyebrows. Fang Qingran looked at Mo Jinggong, who was standing aside. Seventh senior brother, did you see the mark between my eyebrows just now? Yes, like a white lotus. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep and his deep voice sounded like a jade. Senior brother seventh, are you sure you're not scolding me? Fang Qingran's mouth twitched and she was speechless. Mo Jinggong smiled and said nothing. Fang Qingran curled her lips and stopped worrying about the mark. Fang Qingran took the Tai Chi diagram and originally wanted to start looking for something from the 10th peak. But when they stepped into the 10th peak, Fang Qingran looked at the messy mountain peak and was stunned. Those pretty flowers of hers. Where are her towering ancient trees? And her cave? And the spiritual plants planted on the mountain? Eye that covers the sky. Get out of here, Fang Qingran yelled. Dark clouds suddenly closed over Lingyun sect. A black cloud appeared in front of Fang Qingran, trembling and towering. Tell me, what's going on? Fang Qingran asked through gritted teeth. Your master insists on overcoming the tribulation here. He wants to ascend, so I have to chop him down. The eye that covers the sky is very innocent. My master. Yes, he insisted on coming to you to overcome the tribulation, and there was nothing I could do about it. After the tribulation, you broke the barrier of this small world without showing any martial ethics and ran away. Fang Qingran thought of Yi Wenshan's unreliable temperament. You can really do such a thing? He ascended directly. Well, it seems that someone was taken away from Hua Lingzhu. The eye of covering the sky answered truthfully. The eye that covers the sky has grown over the past few years. It can already split more powerful purple thunder. As long as you give it some time to grow, it can become the god of this small world. Fang Qingran held her forehead, somewhat at a loss for words. She was only at the beginning of her tribulation, and wanting to break through and ascend was not something she could do in a short while. Fang Qingran waved his hand and told the sky-covering eye to go back. Fang Qingran was not in the mood to look for anything right now, so she chose to go to Mo Bamboo Peak with Mo Jinggong to rest. As a result, after the two of them stepped into Moju Peak, Fang Qingran was stunned again. Moju Peak is much better than 10th Peak. At least there are still some weeds. But all those beautiful bamboos were gone. Even the bamboo shoots in the ground were dug up. Mo Jinggong's eyes swept across the bare Mo Bamboo Peak. His eyes were dark, and the air pressure around his body was extremely low. Senior brother 7th, actually. Fang Qingran felt very guilty. She never thought that Fang Yuyu could eat so much. Mo Jinggong remained silent and looked at Fang Yuyu. Senior brother 7th, I will replant it for you, don't be angry. HMPH, plant it again. What you think is quite beautiful. Zhuo Yan appeared on Mo Jinggong's shoulder, with a hint of gloating in his tone. Fang Qingran's contracted beast ate the void immortal bamboo carefully planted by its owner. The master will definitely not let Fang Qingran go. When the two of them fight later, it will definitely spit fire and burn Fang Yuyu's fur away. The master's debt must be paid by the beast. Fang Yuyu tilted her head and looked at Zhuo Yan, her eyes filled with confusion. This bird seemed to be full of malice towards it. If the master and Mo Jinggong got into a fight later, it would have to deal with Zhuo Yan first. Zhuo Yan also felt Fang Yuyu's gaze. The two beasts seemed to be facing each other, full of fighting spirit. If it eats too much, it will suffer from indigestion, become irritable, and may hurt the little junior sister. Mo Jinggong reminded. 7th senior brother, are you not angry? Fang Qingran breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuo Yan was stunned. Master, you were not like this before. Fang Yuyu patted its furry belly to show that it had no indigestion and would not harm its owner. Mo Jinggong expanded his consciousness to explore Fang Yuyu's beast elixir. Fang Yuyu's beast elixir is red gold, completely different from the ancient iron-eating beast. Mo Jinggong's phoenix eyes flashed with brilliance, and he discovered that the beast elixir of the iron-eating beast actually had a trace of its original power attached to it. The glow of red gold. The iron-eating beast's physique is already top-notch, coupled with the glow of red gold. No wonder there is no difference after swallowing so much immortal power. Little junior sister, I would like to borrow Fang Yuyu's help. Fang Qingran waved Fang Yuyu. You have eaten so much bamboo from the 7th senior brother. Now he wants to ask you for help, can you? Fang Yuyu nodded obediently. Mo Jinggong took out the Tai Chi diagram and unfolded it in front of Fang Yuyu. When Fang Qingran saw this scene, she immediately understood Mo Jinggong's intention. Zhuo Yan's dream was shattered and he was very unhappy, looking at Fang Yuyu with resentment. Why don't I have any hair? Fang Yuyu can also wear beautiful hair, and is still used highly by her master. Jealousy ignited in Zhuo Yan's heart, and he secretly decided to find a way to burn Fang Yuyu's hair. Fang Yuyu felt Zhuo Yan's hot eyes, and glanced at Zhuo Yan first before focusing on the Tai Chi diagram. Fang Yuyu raised her paw and pointed at a place on the Tai Chi diagram. Can Yuyu take us there? Fang Qingran asked happily with her beautiful eyes glimmering. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 449 Tao Ti collects debts. Ling Yunzong. Yuehua Peak. The Tai Chi diagram in Fang Qingran's hand glowed bursts of light. Senior brother 7th, Fang Yuyu said that what we are looking for is nearby. There is something interfering with the specific location, and it has no way of judging. Mo Jinggong's consciousness spread, and his eyes fell on a 1,000-year-old tree next to Yuehua Peak. Zhuo Yan, who had been silent all this time, saw Mo Jinggong's movements and wanted to show off. Master, is there something under this tree? I'll dig it out. Need not. Mo Jinggong raised his slender hand, and the Tai Chi diagram flew out and floated on the ancient tree. The light from the Tai Chi diagram enveloped the entire ancient tree. The ancient tree exudes the same aura as the Tai Chi diagram. Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves and rolled up a scroll. The 1,000-year-old tree entered the Tai Chi diagram. A book flew out of the Tai Chi diagram and fell into Mo Jinggong's palm. Mo Jinggong took back the Tai Chi diagram and gave it back to Feng Qinggran. Junior sister, the Tai Chi diagram has been repaired and it has become a secret space of its own. No wonder I haven't been able to use the Tai Chi diagram. Thank you, 7th senior brother. Feng Qinggran's eyes were shining brightly. She held the Tai Chi diagram and wished she could go in and take a look now. However, Feng Qinggran still held back in the end. The most important thing right now is to resolve the matter of the sacrifice formation. Senior brother 7th, hurry up and read what is written in the book. It is good. A layer of brilliance is attached to the books. Dark shadows flowed in Mo Jinggong's eyes, and all the contents of the book entered his sea of consciousness. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and tapped Feng Qinggran's eyebrows with his fingertips. Feng Qinggran felt the warm touch between her eyebrows. Looking at Mo Jinggong's face that turned all living beings upside down, her heart beat a few minutes faster. Feng Qinggran immediately calmed down and concentrated on absorbing the contents of the books in the sea of consciousness. Feng Qinggran's glass-like eyes blinked. 7th senior brother, this book is signed by the Lord Tianyu. Does this name seem a bit familiar? Sky Moon God, how could he be related to the sacrifice array? Zhuo Yan expressed his doubts. Do you know him? Feng Qinggran looked at Zhuo Yan curiously. Zhuo Yan reacted instantly and shook his head repeatedly. I don't know him. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Feng Qinggran stared at Zhuo Yan for a few seconds and then looked away. After reading the contents of the book, Feng Qinggran felt that the Lord Tianyu did not look like a bad person. The first half of the book is all about the hardships and virtues of cultivating immortality. The second half of the book mentions the existence of a sacrificial formation in Kyushu. 7 formation eyes and 1 main formation eye. 7 formation eyes must be destroyed at the same time. If someone touches one of the array eyes, the remaining array eyes will directly turn into a killing array. Once the killing array is activated, the entire continent will become a purgatory on Earth. Lord Tianyu thought about destroying the formation, but his power alone was limited after all. All he could do was kill those who set up the formation and those who knew the formation. After that, he left the map for future generations, hoping that someone could destroy the sacrificial formation according to the method he gave. Lord Tianyu seems to be worried that someone with bad intentions will discover the map. The last page of the book shows how to open the box. The two opened the box and took out the map inside. It turned out to be a map of the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. There is a location clearly marked on the map of the secret realm. It's a dark room. The map of the sacrifice formation eye is hidden in this hint. There are several stone pillars painted in the dark room. Feng Qinggran narrowed her almond eyes. This place was the place where she and Feng Zhitu made a contract. How could there be so many coincidences? The way to open the box is related to the Tai Chi diagram, and she happened to buy the Tai Chi diagram. The map of the sacrifice formation was in the darkroom, and she happened to have been to that darkroom. Senior brother 7th, the mysterious realm of Yuxuan has been closed. What should we do? Feng Qinggran decided to put down other things first. After all, the sacrifice array is a timed destruction array. It's easy to say, I know where the secret realm of Yuxuan is. A gentle voice sounded. Feng Qinggran turned around and saw Qi Yi standing not far away in white clothes. Feng Qinggran immediately became vigilant and stood in front of Mo Jinggong. Qi, why are you here? If Juju is in trouble, I will definitely come. Qi smiled. That's not what I'm asking. Feng Qinggran's eyes were dark, and there was one more coincidence. Qi was not annoyed at all when faced with Feng Qinggran's probing eyes. Qi and Mo Jinggong's eyes only met for a moment, nothing more, and Feng Qinggran didn't notice anything unusual at all. However, Feng Qinggran noticed with sharp eyes that there was something abnormal about Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan stretched his neck and his eyes kept circling Qi, as if he was looking for something. Zhuo Yan was not surprised at all when he saw Qi Ji. Comparing this to Feng Yuyu, who was all hairy and looking at Qi warily, Feng Qinggran felt as if she was about to grow a brain. Too much to know in one day. I can't turn my mind around. Don't worry, Miss Feng, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to help you resolve the matter in Kyushu as soon as possible and take over the Shifang territory. Qi's arm was like pines and cypresses, giving people a feeling of breeze and moon. Senior brother 7th, what should we do? Feng Qinggran crossed his arms and looked at Mo Jinggong. You can go to the secret realm with him. The sacrifice formation is more important. Mo Jinggong responded in a deep voice. When the three of them were preparing to leave, Feng Yuyu held onto Feng Qinggran's legs and insisted on following Feng Qinggran. This man is too dangerous and the master cannot be left alone with him. Feng Qinggran helplessly picked up Feng Yuyu. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Yan felt envious and jealous again. Its master never hugged it. It took a long time to get the right to stand on its shoulders. It's really a beast-to-animal comparison, it's so annoying. Zhuo Yan's heart became more and more unbalanced, and he was worried about Xiao Feng Yuyu's hair. In order not to be too deliberate, she pretended to summon a door to time and space. The three of them entered the secret realm through the gate of time and space. She thought that Feng Qinggran didn't know the gate of time and space, and everything was fine. Unexpectedly, just after entering the secret realm, Feng Qinggran murmured, this passage feels a bit like the gate of time and space. Qi Dun felt the pressure all over his body doubled. What did Feng Qinggran need to grow up? You don't even understand the power of the law, but you can actually recognize the gate of time and space. Fortunately, Tao Ti appeared in time, so Feng Qinggran no longer had the energy to pay attention to the gate of time and space. Feng Qinggran, you are a big liar, where is the beast elixir you promised? I will work like a cow or a horse for you, and I will work hard without complaining, but you just ran away. Tao Ti looked at Feng Qinggran with resentment in his eyes, and raised one of his front paws. Pouring on the ground, his breathing was heavy. What did I say exactly at that time? You said you would give Yuan Yang beast pill to Tao Ti. If you broke this oath, you would be willing to be struck by 5 thunders, but you didn't give it. Tao Ti was very dissatisfied. I told you I would give it to you, but I didn't say when I would give it to you. Fang Qingran's eyes were bright. Tao Ti was stunned and thought carefully. Fang Qingran really didn't say when to give it to him. Tao Ti thought, something feels wrong. Tao Ti shook his head, decided not to think about it anymore, and rolled on the ground. I don't care, you have to give me what you promised me. I can give it to you, but you still need to do something for me. As long as you complete this thing, I will give you 2 beast pills directly. What's the matter? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 450 Taking over Fang Yu. Tao Ti instantly jumped up from the ground and became energetic. Help me destroy a formation. When the task is completed, I will definitely give you the beast elixir. Fang Qingran said seriously. 7 formation eyes and 1 main formation eye. A total of 8 people are needed. Lingyun sect's 9 people are actually more than enough. Fang Qingran thought about something deeper. The sacrificial formation is used for ascension. To destroy it must take great strength. Fang Qingran was worried that it would be difficult to destroy the formation eye if he went it alone. But if there are ferocious beasts to help, the process of destroying the formation eye will become much simpler. Fang Qingran has been with Tao Ti for so long, and found that Tao Ti is a ferocious beast that can be obedient as long as it is given enough food. Fang Qingran still liked Tao Ti's temperament. It's empty talk. Please give me a written statement. Tao Ti rolled his eyes and glanced at Qi inadvertently. Fang Qingran didn't see Tao Ti's action. Fang Qingran didn't want to waste time and quickly handed the written receipt to Tao Ti. Tao Ti accepted the calligraphy with satisfaction and murmured in his heart, why did Qi insist on Fang Qing dying the calligraphy? Where is Fang Qingran's formation eye? I will destroy it for you right now. Tao Ti couldn't wait to upgrade the beast elixir. An hour later. With Fang Zhiqiu's help, Fang Qingran successfully found the map of the formation. On the map, the distribution position of the array eyes is very detailed. 6 of the formations are located in Diling Prefecture, Hailing Prefecture, Huoling Prefecture, Tiangshuan Prefecture, Chuanyuan Prefecture, and Miyun Prefecture. The remaining formation eye and the main formation eye are in Qingyun Prefecture. The main formation is really in Lingyun sect. Senior brother 7th, we have the map, now we are the one who destroyed the formation. At the same time, destroy the formation eye. This condition is very harsh. Everyone's habits of using spiritual power are different, and it is difficult to achieve uniformity. In addition, everyone's strength is different. Fortunately, Fang Qingran was still relieved. It is the tacit understanding of the 9 people of Lingyun sect. Why don't you count me in? Qi asked proactively. Fang Qingran said nothing and looked at Mo Jinggong. What do you think, little junior sister? Mo Jinggong asked Fang Qingran for her opinion. Qi, suddenly I don't want to go again. Fang Qingran thought for a while and nodded in agreement with Qi's joining. Fang Qingran pointed to the location of God Lingzhu on the map. There are many strong people here and there are various barriers. Qi's strength is just right. Qi readily agreed. Fang Qingran discussed with Mo Jinggong and made arrangements. Fang Qingran looked at the position of the formation eye and said, there should be no problem in leaving He Lingzhu to senior brother and Luan Jin. Huo Lingzhu is handed over to 3rd senior sister and 5th senior sister, plus Yu. Tiang Xuanzu's 4th senior brother, 6th senior brother, Tao Ti. Leave Miyun Prefecture to the 2nd senior brother and the 8th senior brother. Fang Qingran paused slightly at this point. She did not doubt the strength of the 2nd and 8th senior brothers, but to be on the safe side, Fang Qingran still wanted to send a powerful beast to follow them. Mo Jinggong heard the meaning behind Fang Qingran's words and said, let Duo Yan go. Master, I promise to complete the mission. Duo Yan responded very happily. I took Fang Yu over to Chuanyuan Prefecture's formation. There are still Qingyun Prefecture's formation and Lingyun sect's main formation. 7th brother, you can only deal with one. Fang Qingran murmured in a low voice. Fang Qingran thought about this missing person, but couldn't think of a suitable one. Qi took the initiative and said, Miss Fang, it's better to let Yinglong go to Chuanyuan Prefecture. You can handle Qingyun Prefecture and leave the main formation to Mo. Fang Qingran's eyes sparkled, yes. But Senior Yinglong is trapped in the Shifang domain and can't get out. This is not easy. If Miss Fang takes over the Shifang territory now, you can naturally let it out, and even let other beasts help you. Qi Wen said. The more Fang Qingran listened, the more uncomfortable she became. Do you really want to get rid of Shifang territory? It doesn't really matter, I'm just annoyed. They're too noisy. Fang Qingran rubbed her chin and thought about it. It was not impossible to take over Shifang territory, but she didn't want to do it yet. Tao Ti was very angry and said, are you despising us ferocious beasts? Do you know how many people outside want to make contracts with us ferocious beasts? You are really ignorant. Tao Ti's indignant words gave Fang Qingran some clues. If she remembered correctly, Tao Ti's clone didn't know the existence of Shifang realm. Miss Fang, think about the sacrifice formation. I suggest you think about it early. Qi interrupted Fang Qingran's thoughts. Fang Qingran looked into Qi Wanru Chuxu's eyes and really had no intention of thinking about anything else. Find all the people who destroyed the formation. The next step is to calculate in detail the force of destroying the formation eye. The 3 of them passed through the gate of time and space and returned to Lingyun sect. Tao Ti was also followed this time. Tao Ti felt like he was seeing the outside world for the first time. Everything feels very fresh. Fang Qingran directly asked Fang Yu to take care of Sahuan's Tao Ti. Tao Ti, who was planning to eat and drink indiscriminately, suddenly put out the fire. The iron-eating beast is the overlord among beasts. Even if it is stronger than the iron-eating beast, it does not dare to offend the iron-eating beast easily. Fang Qingran, I promise to be good. Can you please? Fang Qingran ignored Tuti and entered the Shifang domain with Qi to find Yinglong. She just wanted to get rid of the sacrificial formation quickly so that she could practice and ascend with peace of mind. 10 directions. The ferocious beast noticed Fang Qingran's aura and was half happy and half worried. You said Senior Dragon Emperor is in your space? Yinglong asked excitedly after listening to Fang Qingran's words. Yes, it also asked me to say hello to you. Okay. Yinglong was very excited. The Dragon King is also the ancestral dragon. Since the death of the ancestor dragon, the Dragon Clan has been ruled by the evil Dragon Clan. Yinglong had no choice but to turn into a ferocious beast. If the ancestral dragon was still there, the evil dragon would not dare to be arrogant. But the Dragon Emperor is very weak and cannot speak for the time being. Fang Qingran said crisply. It doesn't matter, Fang Qingran, you are the benefactor of our Dragon Clan. You can do whatever you want from now on. Yinglong's eyes were filled with joy. There is really something we need Senior Yinglong's help with. Fang Qingran told Yinglong in detail about the sacrifice formation. Is there such a thing? Leave Chuanyuan Prefecture's formation to me, don't worry. Count me in, little girl. The ancient snake came over, and it also wanted to go out for a walk. Fang Qingran glanced at the ancient Ming snake for a few times. Ming snake's temperament of joining in the fun has not changed. Ming Shi, this matter is no joke. Yinglong took the initiative to speak for Fang Qingran. What's going on? Came by Fang's voice. That's right, you little girl, if you only come to Yinglong for anything, I will be jealous. Zhu Juyan's huge body appeared. Fang Qingran. Yinglong stared at the Taiku snake with majestic eyes. These guys must have been called over by Taiku. Taiku Ming Shi was a little embarrassed. Well, I didn't mean it. I just heard that Fang Qingran had taken over the Shifang domain. I was so happy that I woke them all up. Little girl, when you come to Shifang domain, the first person you see is not me. How sad. Bai Fang joked. Yinglong saw Fang Qingran's embarrassment and took the initiative to say. Go, a bunch of old antiques, deliberately embarrass a little girl, what's the matter? She has something important to do, you should go back quickly. Yinglong said. Longwei pretended to carry Fang Qingran on his back inadvertently. When Fang Qingran sat firmly, Yinglong's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the beasts. A man named Yilong appeared in Qi's territory. Senior Yinglong, why don't you go directly to the teleportation array? Qi's courtyard also has a teleportation array, but outsiders don't know about it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 451 Don't touch me, I'm too dirty. Yinglong, you know quite a lot. Qi's voice came from the courtyard. Crunch. The courtyard door opened. Fang Qingran and Yinglong walked in together. The flowers in the garden are still so beautiful. Qi was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess alone. When Fang Qingran saw this scene, something flashed through her mind so fast that she could hardly catch it. This is the only pure land in the Shifang domain, how could I not understand it? Yinglong looked around and couldn't help but sigh. They live in deserted mountains or caves. Qi was the only one who had no shortage of food and drink in Shifang territory and lived in a large courtyard. Qi raised his hand and dropped the last word, stood up, and smiled brightly, with so many pairs of eyes staring at me, no ferocious beast dares to do anything to me, so naturally it is pure. Qi, is it time to return the power of my clone to me? Qi's eyes narrowed slightly and a faint light flashed, as expected, you. Qi didn't say the rest of the words, but Yinglong still understood. Only Fang Qingran was in the mist. I will return your power to you after I finish dealing with the formation I matter. Qi's words were full of warning. Okay, Yinglong accepted happily. Qi's eyes fell on Fang Qingran, you take over Shifang territory. I will not come here again. All the ferocious beasts will be left to you, and the courtyard will be left to you. I will explain the remaining specific matters to you after the sacrifice array is processed. Thank you. Fang Qingran bowed her hands and expressed her apology. At the same time. Fairyland. Tianchen Palace. The Emperor of Heaven received the news that Wen Yun had been taken away and hurried to the Queen's palace. When the Emperor of Heaven walked into the palace, he saw Wen Yun lying on the ground in a bloody state, dying. Emperor of Heaven. Xie bowed down and saluted. Only the Queen of Heaven sat on the throne and looked at him coldly. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand towards Xie, you guys should step back first. The Emperor of Heaven also wants to take care of the people in my palace. The Queen's eyes were cold, hiding endless anger. Xie looked at each other for a few times and didn't dare to move. The Emperor of Heaven looked a little confused, but he could not offend the Queen at this moment. The Emperor of Heaven said patiently, the Queen, there are some words that they're not suitable to hear. The Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven looked at each other for a moment, you go and guard behind the palace gate. If Yansa comes, don't let her in. Yes, the fairies breathed a sigh of relief and walked out in an orderly manner. Seeing people leaving, the Emperor waved his hand and set up a barrier. Emperor Heaven, you can say whatever you want, but it's impossible for me to let this foxy girl go. The Queen's tone was cold and strong. Queen, things are not what you think. She is of use to me. As the Emperor of Heaven spoke, he walked up to the Queen of Heaven and wanted to take the Queen's hand. The Queen of Heaven immediately shook her sleeves to avoid the Emperor of Heaven's touch, and said sternly, don't touch me, I feel dirty. The Emperor's face turned dark instantly, Queen of Heaven, don't go too far. I respect you as the Queen of Heaven, so I give in every step of the way. What you call a concession is to blatantly raise an adulterous wife. You even let her give birth to your child. Emperor of Heaven, do you still remember what you said when you asked to marry me? The Emperor's eyes became dangerous. How did you know that Wen Yun had given birth to a child for me? Apart from him and Wen Yun, only his close friends knew about Wen Yun's remaining child. Those henchmen have a pact with him. It is absolutely impossible to betray him. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. Not only do I know that you have a child, but I also know that you hide the child in a place abandoned by gods. There was a hint of sadness hidden in the queen's cold eyes. Did you send someone down? The aura of the emperor's body suddenly changed, showing great pressure. The Queen of Heaven felt the pressure of the Emperor of Heaven, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. No matter how true the vows were. After all, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. The Queen of Heaven stood up, her breath was cold. Her strength was equal to that of the Emperor of Heaven, and she easily neutralized the pressure of the Emperor of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven looked at each other. I can't do such a cruel thing, but you want to choose between the child and her today. They can only live one. Queen of Heaven, it is still useful for me to keep Wen Yun. She is the priest of the mermaid tribe and can deduce the future. I need her to help me achieve my great cause. Deducing the future, then has she considered her present day? The Queen mocked, saying that men are really not reliable creatures. Tianhu missed her body and walked slowly towards Wen Yun. When the Emperor of Heaven saw this scene, his expression changed slightly, and he turned around to block the Queen's way. Queen of Heaven, you also know the state of the immortal world today. The other 6 palaces are eyeing me, and I need Wen Yun's help. So you choose Wen Yun. The Queen's attitude was strong and she had no intention of giving in. Don't touch my child, I'm willing to die. Wen Yun's weak voice interrupted the confrontation between the two. When the Emperor heard Wen Yun's words, the tenderness in his heart was touched, and he was even more dissatisfied with the Queen. He found Wen Yun only because he was forced by the Queen. If it weren't for the Queen's strong personality and always giving advice on his actions, he wouldn't be so attracted to Wen Yun. The most important point is that he needs a son to inherit Tianqian Palace. After the Queen gave birth to Su Yanran, she was unwilling to give birth to another child and focused solely on cultivation. As the Lord of the First Palace, he is also the Emperor of Heaven. Being controlled by the Queen and the forces behind her at every turn. Emperor Heaven, she chose to die for her child, who do you choose? The Queen's eyes were like knives, as if she wanted to cut Wen Yun into pieces. Queen, do you have to force me at this time? Why can't you be more generous? It is normal for men in our fairy world to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Don't worry, you will always be my queen. The Emperor was a little upset at the moment. Wen Yun cannot die. Let alone let the Queen of Heaven send people to the place abandoned by God. Otherwise, if something is discovered one day later, his plan of tens of thousands of years may be ruined. Please, Queen Mother, spare my son's life, I am willing to die for him. Wen Yun begged again. Wen Yun knew very well that her child must live. As long as she keeps the child, she has a chance to survive. The Queen's eyes swept over the Emperor and Wen Yun, and she sneered, Emperor, let me ask you again, who do you choose to let live? There is a sharp contrast between Wen Yun and Tian Hao. The Queen is aggressive and has a tough attitude. Wen Yun is soft-hearted and kind, and considers others wholeheartedly. The Emperor's love for Wen Yun grew even more in his heart, and at the same time, his anger towards the Queen gradually increased. Queen of Heaven, Wen Yun and the child must live, otherwise. Yanran, the Emperor of Heaven's words were full of threats. Emperor of Heaven, is that your daughter too? The Queen's eyes were filled with shock. It was really ridiculous for a father to threaten his wife with his own child. The Queen suddenly regretted it. Why did she marry the Emperor of Heaven just because of a few sweet words? Tian Hao, you forced me to do so. I told you that I would be useful if I stayed in Wen Yun. The Emperor of Heaven looked at the Queen without any guilt. The Queen took a deep breath and said, the poison of a tiger is not enough to eat its seeds. Then see if I can do it, the Empress said cold-bloodedly. The Queen covered her heart, feeling the pain coming from there. The Queen's eyes closed and opened, as if she had seen through many things. Very good, you won. I will not care about your affairs with her in the future. The Emperor of Heaven only thought that the Queen of Heaven had compromised with him for Su Yanran. The Emperor of Heaven looked majestic and said, Queen of Heaven, you know very well that what I want is not a woman or a child, and my preservation of Wen Yun is not what you want. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 452 The Emperor of Heaven sends people to the lower world. Shut up, stop talking, take her with you. Get out of my palace. The Queen interrupted the Emperor. As the Emperor's bedfellow for many years, the Queen was very aware of the Emperor's ambitions. She could also understand Emperor Chan's feelings for Wen Yun. But the Emperor of Heaven should never threaten himself with Yanran. The Emperor's expression was ugly, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Queen of Heaven, do you have to be like this? Then what do you want from me? Arrange for her to live in my palace, and I will serve you too. The Queen's words were thorny, and she had already lost her mind. You, the Emperor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He flicked his sleeves, picked up Wen Yun on the ground, and turned away. The Queen stared at the Emperor's leaving figure, her whole body trembling. The Queen of Heaven walked slowly to the throne and sat on it, as if she had lost all her strength. The personal CIA walked in, looked at the dull-eyed Queen, and said anxiously, Empress, what's wrong with you? The Queen shook her head and said nothing. The Emperor of Heaven is really too much. You are devoted to him, but he insists on betraying you. My Empress, don't think too much. Princess Yanran still needs your support, CIA advised. The Queen of Heaven seemed to have thought of something and took out a scroll and handed it to CIA. Xiaoyu, send a message and ask them to go to the lower world to destroy this person and leave a breath. CIA glanced at the handsome young man in the painting and was surprised for a moment. Queen of Heaven, this man doesn't look like the Emperor of Heaven, does he? Of course it doesn't look like it, the Queen said coldly, not planning to explain anything more, and waved CIA to go down. The Queen took out another scroll. This man is the son of the Emperor of Heaven. If he killed his children directly, it might cause a dispute between the two forces. What the Queen wants to get rid of is the help around the child. Regardless of whether he is a destiny deducer or a spiritualist, his cultivation level will not be too strong, and he must be protected by strong people around him. Only remove their protective umbrella. Naturally, there are people in the extremely dangerous lower world who will take care of them. Mother, I'm here to see you. Hearing the sound coming from outside, the queen put away the painting and returned to her serious appearance. The emperor here carried Wen Yun back to his palace without any hesitation. The Queen of Heaven has discovered Wen Yun's existence, and there is no need to hide Wen Yun anymore. The emperor gave Wen Yun several healing pills. Only then did Wen Yun recover from her injuries. Wen Yun threw herself into the arms of the Emperor of Heaven and cried, "Emperor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I can't do anything to help." "Don't cry." The emperor patted Wen Yun on the back to express comfort. Wen Yun's tearful eyes were filled with coldness and calculation. Wen Yun knew very well that it was definitely not a good thing to be exposed to the Queen of Heaven too early. The power behind the Queen can make her die 100 times. She must make the Emperor of Heaven even more inseparable from her. Wen Yun decided to tell what she had concealed before to save her life. "God, I just deduced that our children are not in danger, but there are great hidden dangers in Kyushu." "What hidden danger?" The Emperor's eyes were majestic. "The land abandoned by God is the place where he cultivated his power, which is very important." Wen Yun said softly, "There is a sacrificial array in the lower realm. As long as the sacrificial array is activated, the humans below can complete their ascension. Or if the sacrificial array is destroyed, people there can also ascend normally." Wen Yun noticed something was wrong with the Emperor's expression, so she quickly stopped and asked, "What's wrong with the Emperor?" "Wen Yun, apart from the sacrifice formation, what else did you deduce?" "This sacrificial formation restricts the ascension of humans. As long as it is there, the humans below cannot ascend normally. Princess Yanran must have been restricted by this formation, which is why her ascension failed." Wen Yun observed the Emperor's face and didn't see anything more. The Emperor's eyes were dark and there was a bit of coldness on his face. "Wen Yun, please don't mention the sacrificial formation again. That is the arrangement of heaven and we cannot interfere with it. But someone in the lower realm wants to destroy the sacrifice array." The Emperor stood up suddenly. "Who wants to destroy the formation?" "I don't know, but they should have taken action very recently." Wen Yun noticed something different from the Emperor's words. The sacrifice formation restricts the people below from ascending, which is not a good thing for the fairy world. The Emperor's attitude seemed to be that he wanted to keep the sacrificial formation. What else can be inferred? The Emperor continued to ask. "After the sacrifice array is destroyed, the human race will ascend to the immortal world, and the restrictions on the cultivation realm of the small world will also disappear." Every time Wen Yun said something, the Emperor's expression became uglier. "The sacrificial formation is used to deprive the human race of luck and opportunity, and must not be destroyed. Wen Yun, please take good care of your injuries first. This Emperor has something to deal with." After the Emperor finished speaking, he left in a hurry. The inner hall of Tianchen Palace. The Emperor's confidants were kneeling on the ground. "Did anything go wrong with the sacrificial array you arranged back then?" "No, everyone who knew the formation was killed and their souls were crushed." The confidant responded. The Emperor's eyes were dark. "Now someone wants to destroy the formation. You take 10 golden immortals down to the lower realm and make sure to save the sacrifice formation." "Your Majesty, there is a formation outside the land abandoned by the gods. We have been unable to enter even though we tried several times." "You go in through the void realm. There is a universal space-time teleportation array there." "Yes." The confidant saluted and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, there will be many restrictions after you reach the lower realm. Prioritize the protection of the sacrificial formation, and if possible, get rid of all the people from the Lingyun sect." The Emperor's eyes were filled with coldness. The confidant took over the task and disappeared. The Emperor of Heaven looked at the place where his confidants left, with mixed emotions. The sacrifice array restricted the ascension of human beings, so that the highest cultivation level of most monks could only be virtual gods. In this way, the people he sends to overcome the tribulation can ascend smoothly. A place abandoned by gods, with depleted resources, thin spiritual energy, and even fewer opportunities. How can those humble human beings deserve to rob things from people in the fairy world? Only when the people in the immortal world are stronger can the land abandoned by the gods remain peaceful. There are always certain hidden dangers in the sacrificial formation. The Emperor of Heaven murmured, "I hope that the sacrifice formation can be preserved, otherwise there will be no need for the existence of the land abandoned by the gods." This time, Fang Qingbran is rushing to Dilingzhu. Each state's existence formation is different, and Fang Qingbran can only rest assured after taking a look. Dilingzhu's formation is within the territory of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Hidden in the treasure room that Mo Jinggong entered last time. Seventh senior brother, the treasure room disappeared. Fang Qingbran looked at the empty place with sharp eyes. Could it be that someone found the formation eye before them? Mo Jinggong's consciousness spread and landed on the entire island, but no trace of the treasure room was found. The two looked at each other and flashed in front of Zhu Ningchuan. Zhu Ningchuan was recovering from his injuries. When he saw the two people appearing, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Fang Qingbran with hatred in his eyes. Zhu Ningchuan asked with dark eyes, "What are you doing here?" "Where is the treasure room?" Fang Qingbran asked directly. "Are you trying to find the formation in the treasure room?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 453 Ancestors of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. When Zhu Ningchuan spoke, he showed such an expression. The formation cannot be moved, and the treasure room will not disappear for no reason. Zhu Ningchuan, what have you done? Fang Qingbran turned her eyes slightly and stared at Zhu Ningchuan. Aren't Mr. Mo and Miss Fang very strong? Why do you need to ask me? Zhu Ningchuan's pupils were filled with more and more red bloodshot eyes, looking a little crazy. Fang Qingbran was not angry, her beautiful eyes were slightly dark, and she asked with a smile, "Are you going to say this?" You want me to say, yes. Zhu Ningchuan looked at Mo Jinggong with his red eyes. As long as Miss Feng pays for my dead nephew with her life. Mo Jinggong's ink eyes were icy cold, with murderous intent clearly on display. Feng Qingran crossed her arms. I ask again, are you not going to say it? Zhu Ningchuan ignored Feng Qingran. In his eyes, it was Feng Qingran who spoke, and the one who made the decision must be Mo Jinggong, who was more powerful. The matter of sacrificing the Great Formation Eye is very important to Kyushu. Sacrificing Feng Qingran alone brought peace to Juzhou. It can also achieve a lifetime of fame. Not many people can resist this temptation. No matter how powerful Mo Jinggong is, he is still a human being and he definitely wants to be famous and admired by the world. Zhu Ningchuan narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo, can you seriously consider this? Mo Jinggong raised his hand and brushed his sleeves, feeling a strong breeze. Mo Jinggong's seemingly pleasing movements made Zhu Ningchuan look wary. Zhu Ningchuan took a step back. If you kill me, you will never know where the Formation Eye is. Senior brother 7th, let's come. Feng Qingran's voice was crisp and sweet. She didn't want Mo Jinggong's hands to be contaminated by the cause and effect of Zhu Ningchuan. She had killed Zhu Ningchuan's nephew, so it would be better if she took on this responsibility. Okay. The coldness in Mo Jinggong's eyes retreated, and there was a hint of warmth. Feng Qingran, as long as you are still alive, you will never ask anything from me. Zhu Ningchuan said firmly. Zhu Ningchuan looked at the two calm people and continued, searching for souls is useless. As long as you dare to touch me, I will blow myself up so that you can't find anything. No need to bother. A cunning look flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. As Feng Qingran's words fell, Zhu Ningchuan's face suddenly turned pale. Zhu Ningchuan's facial features gradually turned around, revealing an extremely painful expression. What did you do to me? Feng Qingran's lips curled up slightly and she said with a smile, it's strange that you don't recognize the goo created by your ancestors. You bewitched me. Impossible. You have never touched me from beginning to end. How could you have the chance to bewitch me? Zhu Ningchuan asked in shock. Just now, when I asked you for the first time. Feng Qingran, what kind of poison did you put on me? The goo you gave to the Bailey family. Loyalty goo, Zhu Ningchuan murmured, his expression suddenly relaxed. Feng Qingran seemed to see through Zhu Ningchuan's thoughts and said crisply, Master Ningchuan doesn't think everything will be fine because of the loyalty goo, right? Zhu Ningchuan did not speak, but took out a pill from the space and took it. Then he sat cross-legged and began to use the spiritual power in his body, trying to force out the poison in his body. The loyalty goo given to the Bailey family by the Bloodthirsty Alliance are all Zigoo. There is a restriction left in Zigu's body to prevent one of his own from being poisoned. As long as you take a specific pill, Zigu will slowly die. The damage caused to the body by Zigu will also be eliminated. Zhu Ningchuan was very confident in exercising the poison, but things did not go as smoothly as he thought. He tried to observe the goo in his body countless times, but it was still alive and well, and was even eating away at his spiritual roots and spiritual power all over his body. Zhu Ningchuan felt more and more pain all over his body. Zhu Ningchuan gritted his teeth and murmured in disbelief, impossible, impossible, how could this happen? Master Ningchuan, did you misunderstand something? Feng Qingran, have you done anything to the goo insects? Yes, the Bailey family uses loyalty goo to control powerful people. They should have never thought that this move is to make wedding clothes for you. The control of loyalty goo is always in the hands of your Bloodthirsty Alliance. As long as you want, you can take back control of the goo insect at any time. Feng Qingran, how do you know this? Zhu Ningchuan suspected that there was a traitor in the Bloodthirsty Alliance. You told me, by the way, you also seemed to say that there is a way to cure the poison. When Feng Qingran said this, she paused slightly and changed the topic. Master Ningchuan, let me ask you again, where is the Formation Eye? I can't possibly sue you. Zhu Ningchuan endured the pain and said angrily. Zhu Ningchuan knew very well that telling the location of the treasure room would be asking for death. As long as he didn't tell anyone, it would be absolutely impossible for outsiders to find the treasure room. The ancestors were really foresighted. The treasure room turned out to be a small secret place. Just use the token to activate the enchantment of the secret realm. Outsiders will no longer be able to see the existence of the treasure room. Not only was it impossible to find the small secret realm, but it was also impossible to perceive the existence of the secret realm. Master Ningchuan, I'm more curious about how you discovered the Formation Eye. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, as if she had seen through everything. Zhu Ningchuan looked slightly dull and said truthfully, when I was burying Zhou Shan, I accidentally found the map left by my ancestor. It marked that there were 7 Formation Eyes in Kyushu, and one of them was the main Formation Eye. Blood Pact. The existence of the sacrifice array is not really for sacrifice. It exists only to deprive us of our luck and restrict our ascension. If you want to destroy the formation, you must have a life to sacrifice yourself. 8 people sacrificed at the same time, using their own strength as a guide to blow up the formation, and then the others were saved. Feng Qingran's expression changed slightly when she heard the sacrifice, and then asked, where is the token that opens the small secret realm? Zhu Ningchuan flipped his wrist and handed Feng Qingran a purple token. Feng Qingran took the token, her almond-shaped eyes were shining like stars. How did you contact the man in black last time? He came to me all the time, and I had no way to contact him. Why can people within the Bloodthirsty Alliance break through to the Void God? But people outside can't. Zhu Ningchuan said blankly, there is a training ground left by our ancestors on the island. There is no interference or restriction from the sacrifice formation. We all go to the training ground to practice. Senior brother 7th, do you have anything else to ask? Feng Qingran looked sideways at Mo Jinggong, who was silent. What is the name of the ancestor who founded the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. The ancestor's surname is Su, but he has no name. Su. Feng Qingran thought of Su Yanran first. Is your ancestor male or female? Zhu Ningchuan said, the ancestor is a man, but it is said that the ancestor is always accompanied by an extremely gentle and beautiful woman. Fang Qingren's expression was cold and gentle. Fang Qingren took out 2 paintings. The women on them were almost identical in appearance. A gentle and demure one. A gentle and beautiful one. There is a slight gap between their eyebrows. The gentle and quiet woman's eyes are clearer and clearer, making her look more comfortable. There is a little pride and shrewdness in the eyebrows of another beauty. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 454 Want to raise a younger brother. Fang Qingren held up the 2 paintings and asked Zhu Ningchuan, which of them is more like the woman you mentioned? Zhu Ningchuan observed, pointed to a painting on the right and said, she looks more like one. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with confusion. The woman she saw in the coffin last time was her mother. And the woman who grew up with her was Wen Yun, the daughter of the high priest. Wen Yun stood on the emperor's side and plotted against her. Then the ancestor of the bloodthirsty alliance is very likely to be the emperor of heaven himself. Fang Qingren felt a chill in her heart. If she hadn't been lucky enough in this life to know something in advance, she might have fallen into the emperor's plan again. Fang Qingren raised her jade hand, and a fat white insect flew out from the Zhu Ningchuan Tianling cover and fell into her palm. Loyalty Gu, Master, can I train a younger brother? Why? Loyalty Gu, many people's souls are black, so disgusting. I want to send my little brother to perform this kind of task. I like those pure and stupid souls. Fang Qingren was slightly speechless. Fat Bai, it's hard to train a younger brother. If the younger brother has no brains, you, the elder brother, will not only suffer, but also be angry. Fat Bai was born with wisdom by chance. Ordinary voodoo insects can only be voodoos no matter how carefully they are cultivated. Just follow instinct. It is difficult to become fat and white. Fat Bai was a little wilted. Master, do you still hate me for what happened to Tati? Don't worry, I will follow you wholeheartedly from now on and will not try to take away any living being. I will pay attention to your little brother's affairs, just don't regret it. Fat Bai, thank you, Master. How happy Pang Bai is at the moment, he will regret it in the future. Fang Qingren looked at the dancing Pang Bai in her palm and took it back into space. When Fat Bai wanted to seize Shi Taoti, she had thoughts of killing Fat Bai, but Fang Si finally stopped her. When Fat Bai was born, his soul was forcibly taken out and put into the goo, becoming a goo. Everything it does is without distinction between good and evil. Fat and white, innocent and thorough. Fang Qingren removed the rotten spirit from Fat Bai, leaving Fat Bai behind. He also asked Yuan Bao to teach Fat Bai a lot of things. Later, Fat Bai grew up like a child. As Fat Bai left the body, Zhu Ningchuan's consciousness gradually recovered. Fang Qingren, don't expect me to tell you where the formation eye is. Zhu Ningchuan said firmly, feeling the pain all over his body. Fang Qingren ignored Zhu Ningchuan and removed the barrier. 7th senior brother, I'll leave him to you. Miss Fang, Mr. Mo, please spare my master's life. Yu Che suddenly appeared and knelt directly in front of the 2 of them. Fang Qingren already knew that Yu Che was hiding outside. Yu Che has a good character, so Fang Qingren lets him go. Yu Che, he treats you like this, and you still plead for him. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were so dark that it was impossible for Ningchuan to live. Not even alive. Cutting the grass does not remove the root. There will be endless troubles in the future. He is my master. If he hadn't always protected me, I wouldn't have had the chance to become an immortal, let alone survive. Yu Che said seriously. Fang Qingren's consciousness swept across Yu Che's danshan. The spiritual roots were destroyed. No more opportunities to practice. Also, Yu Che's hand tendon was obviously broken and then reattached. Hands are vital to the alchemist. The only one who dared to attack Yu Che was Zhu Ningchuan. He gave you the opportunity to practice, but then destroyed all your possibilities. Why don't you hate him? Fang Qingren's apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, and she noticed the white hair on Yu Che's head. Yu Che must have taken the life-sustaining pill and could barely maintain his longevity. Miss Fang, you have always had someone protecting you. There are some things that you won't understand. Yu Che looked at Zhu Ningchuan with gratitude in his eyes. Zhu Ningchuan had ruined everything he had. But these were all given to him by Zhu Ningchuan. If Zhu Ningchuan hadn't pulled him out of the quagmire of darkness, he would never have had the chance to enjoy such a good life. Fang Qingren's lips curved into a slight smile, which made her look unparalleled. Senior brother 7th, let's go. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed coldly as she walked past Yu Che. Mo Jinggong stepped up and followed Fang Qingren. Yu Che was stunned on the spot, as if he didn't expect the 2 of them to leave so easily. Zhu Ningchuan sat paralyzed on the ground as if he had suffered a catastrophe for the rest of his life. Zhu Ningchuan looked at Yu Che and said apologetically, Yu Che, I'm sorry for you, can you do me one last favor? When the matter is completed, I will transfer all my cultivation to you and help you restore your spiritual roots. No need. Yu Che stood up with a sinister look on his face. Yu Che, don't forget, you owe me. What I owe you has been repaid just now. Yu Che looked at Zhu Ningchuan and said, what you want me to do is not to help, but to let me die. Yu Che took out a dagger and walked towards Zhu Ningchuan. Seeing Yu Che's actions, Zhu Ningchuan showed disdain and raised his hand to knock Yu Che down. But he was horrified to find that he had lost all his spiritual power. Dark place. Fang Qingren and Mo Jinggong saw this scene and disappeared. Go to open the small secret realm and check the formation eye. The moment the 2 left, Yu Che withdrew the knife that was about to be inserted into Zhu Ningchuan's chest. Zhu Ningchuan was so frightened that his face turned pale, his whole body trembled, and his eyes widened in fear. You. Master, Fang Qingren and Mo Jinggong are not that easy to fool. If I don't pretend to kill you, they won't really leave. Yu Che, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Zhu Ningchuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his back became wet. Yu Che helped Zhu Ningchuan sit down and asked casually, Master, what did they ask you? They didn't ask anything. You have been in the barrier for almost half an hour, how could they not ask anything? Yu Che said in disbelief. Half an hour. Zhu Ningchuan was surprised. Zhu Ningchuan clearly only had half a quarter of an hour in his memory. Yu Che's eyes darkened. Master, could it be that they used other means to make you forget what you said? Impossible, my teacher's soul has a mark. If they try to attack my memory, I will definitely be able to detect it. Zhu Ningchuan suddenly remembered the loyalty goo. Will Feng Qingren's revised version of loyalty goo avoid souls? Nor is it possible. The pill he took was to prevent poison. Master, I have never fought against them, but Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong cannot be underestimated. Don't forget, their master is Yi Wenshan. Yi Wenshan is nothing, he can't even deal with Luo Wuji. Zhu Ningchuan's brows were full of disdain. By the way, Yu Che, go to the small secret realm. Zhu Ningchuan paused with his hand in the air. Why is the token that opened the secret realm in his space missing? Zhu Ningchuan suddenly stood up and walked out. As a result, after taking less than 2 steps, he fell backwards. Master, Yu Che quickly stepped forward to check. I wish Ningchuan had no breath at all. Within the secret area, Feng Qingran looked into the formation with a cold look on his brows. Counting the time, Zhu Ningchuan was already dead. As for Yu Che, who is acting with her, whether he can survive or not depends entirely on his actions. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 455 Strange Eyes. After Yu Che checked Zhu Ningchuan's aura several times and confirmed that he was truly dead, he said, Master, don't worry, I will definitely give you a great deal. As the person in charge behind the Bloodthirsty Alliance, Zhu Ningchuan died innocently. Yu Che took off Zhu Ningchuan's storage ring. I wish there are countless treasures in the Ningchuan space. Yu Che took out the Alliance leader's order, stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and removed the book. Yu Che pressed the button, and the bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a dark room. It's more of a study than a dark room. Yu Che kept rummaging in the study with the light of the night pearl. Soon, Yu Che picked up a jade sip and opened it. If you look closely, you can see that Yu Che's hands are shaking. After reading the contents on the jade sip, Yu Che had a look of joy on his face. It's true. No wonder Zhou Shan, a loser, can cultivate to the integration stage. Yu Che carefully put away the jade sips. Then he uncovered the secret history of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. The Bloodthirsty Alliance has always occupied the best resources in Kyushu. The Bailey family looks like a giant crocodile in Kyushu, but it is just a pawn of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. The destruction of the 8 ancient tribes was also an arrangement of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Yu Che turned to the middle and found that the secret history did not look like a record, but more like arrangements and plans written in advance. Did someone predict Kyushu's development in advance? Kang Lao is the most successful seed. He possesses the strength of the false god peak in a mortal body. Even if his lifespan is exhausted, he can still be reincarnated. It's just a pity that Kang Lao is destined to stop at the false god peak and there is no possibility of advancement. When Yu Che saw this sentence, he remembered the content of the jade sip just now. There is an air of decay in the world. As long as this kind of power is put into the body, even without spiritual roots, one can still have powerful strength. Could the seeds in the old man's body be the same as the decaying air? Yu Che continued to flip through the secret history. At the end of the secret history, the Bailey family will be destroyed, and the Bloodthirsty Alliance will retrain puppets. Yu Che put away the secret history and put all the things in the study into the space. Leave the dark room. Yu Che came to Zhu Ningchuan's body and after checking Zhu Ningchuan's body, Yu Che found no decaying air. Yu Che looked disappointed, thinking about how to obtain the aura of decay. That was his only hope for cultivation. Yu Che thought of Zhou Shan. Are we going to dig out Zhou Shan? Within the secret area, Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong finished checking the formation eyes. Senior brother 7th, who do you think is more trustworthy, the Lord Tianyu or Zhu Ningchuan? One thing is to destroy the formation at the same time. One said that 8 people must be sacrificed at the same time to completely destroy the formation. One thing is certain, that is, if you want to destroy the formation eye, you cannot rely on the strength of one person alone. With the strength of Lord Tianyu, there is no need to sacrifice if you want to destroy the formation eye. Mo Jinggong said this, and Feng Qingran understood that Zhu Ningchuan's so-called sacrifice was just due to lack of strength, so he could only use sacrifice to destroy the formation. And the Lord Tianyu is so powerful that it is easy to destroy the formation eye. Many times, weak people need to work hard and even sacrifice their lives to accomplish things. For a strong person, it can be solved by just raising a hand. Feng Qingran's desire for power became even stronger. We must resolve the formation as soon as possible and prepare for ascension. Senior brother 7th, how long can the barrier you set up outside the Bloodthirsty Alliance trap the people here? If Ningchuan dies, the group of dragons will be leaderless, and the Bloodthirsty Alliance will inevitably be in chaos. Among the dozens of people in the Bloodthirsty Alliance, there are 10 who are below the level of false god. The remaining people are all above the level of false god. Any one of them can become the overlord of the party. Letting these people off the island could become a disaster. Killing them all is unrealistic. Feng Qingran wanted to lock this group of people here first, and then let them out after the sacrifice array was destroyed and someone outside successfully advanced to the level of false god. At least it won't be a problem for 100 years. Senior brother 7th, you said that all states have formation eyes, why not only Netherworld state? Is it just because they are demons? Nether state. Demon King Hall. When Ren Jushao was leaning on the soft cave, quietly looking at Bailey Yuanmo below. Who is so bold, dare to touch the Bailey family? Bloodthirsty Alliance. I know it's the Bloodthirsty Alliance. What do you want to do here? Wenren Jushao's strange eyes narrowed slightly. The Bloodthirsty Alliance was founded by the Emperor of Heaven, and he did not want to confront the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Bailey Yuan said coldly, I want you to help me destroy the Bloodthirsty Alliance. I just want to revenge the Bailey family. As for the things in the Bloodthirsty Alliance, I don't want anything. Oh, haven't you seen clearly that the Bloodthirsty Alliance can destroy your Bailey family? No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than you who are about to ascend. It's true that I underestimated you. When Ren Jushao and Bailey Yuanmo's eyes met, their thin lips parted slightly, and they asked a question they had been confused about for a long time. Bailey Yuanmo, how did you get those purple eyes? Purple pupils belong to the demon pupil category. Bailey Yuanmo is not a monster and should not have purple eyes. Didn't you already guess it? Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes flashed with dark light and he asked. When Ren Jushao stood up and walked to Bailey Yuanmo's side. He walked silently around Bailey Yuan. Your eyes are not really Bailey Wenyu's, are they? When Ren Jushao originally agreed to cooperate with the Bailey family because of Bailey Yuanmo's eyes. However, the reason was not found out in the end. Until the last time I saw Bailey Wenyu in the fighting spirit arena. Combined with Bailey Wenyu's life experience. Wenren Jushao seemed to understand something. Wenren Jushao clicked his tongue and shook his head. Bailey Wenyu shouldn't know about this, right? You took away your nephew's strange pupils without permission. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Bailey Yuanmo's expression was cold, as if he thought of something bad. The woman he loves most marries his eldest brother. The day she risked her life to give birth, the head of the Bailey family was so preoccupied with dealing with the remnants of the 8 ancient clans that he didn't even look at her. As a result, she narrowly escaped death and gave birth to a stillborn baby. She cried and begged herself to find a way to save her child. She devoted all her efforts for this child. Without this child, her status in the Bailey family would not be maintained. Bailey Yuanmo was heartbroken and wanted to take her away. But in her heart, she only has the head of the Bailey family, and she just wants to stay in the Bailey family. Bailey Yuanmo controlled the urge to take her away by force. Find the right child for her. Later, Bailey Yuanmo's confidant picked up a newborn baby, whose eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers, so he was able to fool him. It's a pity that the child has purple eyes. Bailey Yuanmo used a secret method to replace Bailey Wenyu's purple pupils, and gave Bailey Wenyu a new pair of ordinary eyes. Bailey Yuanmo planned to keep these things in his heart. I don't want to think about it again in this life. Bailey Yuan said silently, I do feel guilty for him, so I deliberately gave him several top-quality spiritual stone mines when he was very young. When Ren Jushao looked at Bailey Yuanmo with a half smile, the gift of fate has already been clearly marked with a price, it's true. Bailey Yuanmo didn't like Wenren Jushao's eyes. After I answer your question, should you tell me whether you will help me deal with the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 456 Fang Yuyu's hint. Wenren Jushao's purple eyes flashed with a charming luster. I can help you deal with the Bloodthirsty Alliance, but I want these strange eyes of yours. No, Bailey Yuan silently refused. Then tell me, what kind of power do these strange eyes give you? Wenren Jushao stared at Bailey Yuanmo curiously. What is the ability? You don't need to practice the magic formula to make it appear. For example, a person with fire spirit roots can summon fire by practicing the fire control technique. Wenren Jushao raised his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm. However, Bailey Yuanmo showed a surprised look. The human race does not have fire control techniques. Wenren Jushao. You always have the earth control technique, right? Wenren Jushao flipped his wrist, and a big pit appeared not far away. Bailey Yuan silently shook his head. The human race only has magic techniques for controlling magic weapons, but none of the things you mentioned. Wenren Jushao's purple eyes condensed slightly. How could the human race not have these magic arts? Those people from the Bloodthirsty Alliance. At this point, Wenren Jushao seemed to realize something. Maybe everything was intentional by the Emperor of Heaven. The slower the human race grows, the more benefits the Heavenly Emperor will gain. Depriving the human race of luck and opportunity will make things smoother. Wenren Jushao expressed some sympathy for the human race. Bailey Yuanmo, the Bailey family is not good to you. Why are you obsessed with avenging the Bailey family? Wenren Jushao's attitude changed. Bailey Yuanmo's face turned cold. I'm not for the Bailey family, I'm for Jushu. The Bailey family has always been the puppet of the Bloodthirsty Alliance. All bad things are done by the Bailey family, and all the benefits are taken by the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Wenren Jushao nodded, really like the style of the Emperor of Heaven. Wenren Jushao patted Bailey Yuanmo on the shoulder. Listen to my advice, the Bloodthirsty Alliance cannot be moved. If you want to live, Netherworld State will leave a place for you. Although we are monsters, we will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Do you still remember those disciples of Yi Wenshan? Why mention them? Wenren Jushao's eyes became dangerous. This time Netherworld State suffered heavy losses, all because of Lingyun sect. Bailey Yuan said silently, they seem to be wiping out the forces of the Bailey family. I also saw them fighting to a draw with the Bloodthirsty Alliance. Also, Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran went to the Bloodthirsty Alliance twice in a row. It is said that they are looking for the formation Eye of the Sacrifice formation. Wenren Jushao's demonic eyes flashed with interest. Do you have a hidden plot in the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Wenren Jushao, shouldn't you pay more attention to the Sacrifice formation? The existence of that formation limits the human race's ascension, and I wonder if it will have any impact on you monster race. Hearing Bailey Yuanmo's words, Wenren Jushao just smiled. The demon clan cannot ascend, so naturally it has nothing to do with the Sacrifice formation. They're simply paying for past sins. In 100 years, the restrictions on the demon clan will disappear. Compared to the Sacrifice array. Wenren Jushao seemed to be more curious about another thing. Bailey Yuanmo, as far as I know, the Bloodthirsty Alliance has never accepted outsiders for thousands of years. How do you place people into the Bloodthirsty Alliance? Wenren Jushao's reaction was beyond Bailey Yuanmo's expectations. Bailey Yuan sighed silently. It seemed that no matter what he said, Wenren Jushao would not help him destroy the Bloodthirsty Alliance as long as it did not touch his core interests. Wenren Jushao, once the sacrifice array is activated, all 9 states will be implicated, including your netherworld state, and it will also become a purgatory on Earth. Evidence. Wenren Jushao lay back on the soft bed and smiled seductively. Bailey Yuanmo took out a map from the space and threw it to Wenren Jushao. This is the map laid out for the sacrifice array. You can see it yourself. Wenren Jushao caught the map and opened it. What comes into view is the map of Kyushu. There is just a red dot on each state, which is obviously where the eye of the formation is. Wenren Jushao looked serious and snapped his fingers in the air. Bailey Yuanmo, you'd better not lie to me. You can find someone to check it out. A quarter of an hour later. Mengji appeared, bent down and said, Your Majesty, there is indeed a formation eye there. With my strength, I cannot open the barrier outside the formation eye. Go and guard the formation, don't let anyone get close. Wenren Jushao waved. Yes. After Mengji left. Wenren Jushao looked at Bailey Yuanmo and said, I want to know everything about the sacrifice formation. As long as you tell the truth, there will be no problem in dealing with the Bloodthirsty Alliance. This time. Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong had already seen several other formations. The two returned to Lingyun sect. The main formation focuses on Yuehua Peak. The main formation eye is obviously more complicated than the other formation eyes, and the level of the formation stone used cannot be seen. The runes and patterns around the main formation eye are intertwined. If you want to use the main formation eye, you need to unlock these runes first. Fang Qingbran, when can I break the formation? Tao Ti couldn't wait to upgrade the beast elixir. Tao Ti, do you know these runes? Fang Qingbran asked crisply. Tao Ti glanced at it a few times and said, I don't have any inheritance. I don't know it. You can ask the vine in your sleeve about its age. You might know something. Tao Ti turned his eyes, staring at Fang Qingbran's sleeves, and there was faint liquid flowing out of the corner of his mouth. So fragrant. The breath of Hongmeng. It didn't dare to eat, it just wanted Fang Shichu to move more and reveal a little bit of Hongmeng's breath to satisfy its craving. Fang Qingbran could see through Tao Ti's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this time, Fang Yuyu tugged at the hem of Fang Qingbran's skirt. Fang Yuyu drew a shape on the ground, a bit like a map, and Fang Yuyu clicked on several locations with her claws. Fang Qingbran was a little confused and didn't understand what Fang Yuyu wanted to express. Fang Yuyu clicked again. Fang Qingbran finished counting and found that Fang Yuyu clicked exactly 9 times. Fang Yuyu deliberately clicked on one of the positions twice. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with light, and she looked carefully at the map drawn by Fang Yuyu, which seemed to be a map of Kyushu. Fang Qingbran took out the map of Kyushu and thought about it. Yuyu must be hinting at something. Juju, 8 formation eyes, seems to be missing one netherworld state. Tao Ti said. There are indeed only 8 formation eyes marked on the map left by Lord Tianyu. Moreover, the cultivation level of the nether state demon was not restricted by the sacrifice formation at all. Fang Qingbran still did not expect what Fang Yuyu was implying. Fang Yuyu seemed very anxious. But for some reason, it couldn't tell Fang Qingbran directly, it could only keep hinting to Fang Qingbran. While Fang Qingbran was thinking, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in, lightning flashed and thunder thundered. At this time, the eye that covers the sky said, Master, 2 groups of outsiders broke in, but they disappeared as soon as they came in. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. Where was the last place they disappeared? A group disappeared in Diling State, and a group disappeared in Netherworld State. It is certain that their strength is not greatly restricted. Okay, I'll send you any news at any time, Fang Qingbran said seriously. Fang Qingbran looked at Mo Jinggong, 7th senior brother. The eye that shrouds the sky said that outsiders came in, from Netherworld Prefecture and Diling Prefecture. Let's go to Netherworld State to have a look. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 457. Li Yuanmo passed by. Nether State. Demon King Hall. As long as 9 strong men with the strength to transcend the tribulation stage are found to sacrifice, the sacrifice array can be destroyed. At that time, the ascension channel of the small world will be opened, and you will be able to ascend. Ellipsis. Bailey Yuanmo told everything about the formation. After hearing this, Wenren Jushao stared at Bailey Yuanmo coldly. Bailey Yuanmo, the real reason why you came to me is for the formation eye, right? Bailey Yuanmo looked a little unnatural. I originally just wanted you to help me deal with the Bloodthirsty Alliance, but I will find another way to deal with the formation. Wenren Jushao sneered, obviously not believing it. 9 formation eyes require 9 tribulation periods. Except for Netherworld State, no other place could gather together 9 strong men in the tribulation stage. Wenren Jushao's purple eyes changed, and his whole body became depressed. Bailey Yuanmo, look at me and answer me seriously. How do you know the position of the formation eye? Wenren Jushao, what exactly do you want to ask? Bailey Yuanmo was a little confused about Wenren Jushao's brain. Wenren Jushao shook his head slightly, stood up slowly, and walked to Bailey Yuanmo. Wenren Jushao smiled seductively. It seems you don't want to tell me. Then I can only find the answer myself. Bailey Yuanmo suddenly felt creepy and his whole body felt cold. Pooh. Wenren Jushao inserted his hand into Bailey Yuanmo's chest. Wenren Jushao looked into Bailey Yuanmo's astonished eyes and said, You have never told the truth since you came to me. Liars should be punished. You, how do you know? No. Have you forgotten that I am a fox? You are still the first to talk nonsense in front of me. Wenren Jushao's eyes were indifferent. Do you have any last words to confess? There was shock and panic in Bailey Yuanmo's eyes. Only there is no fear of death. Probably death comes too quickly. Bailey Yuanmo had no chance to feel fear and could already feel the loss of life. Wen Ren Jushao, please return these eyes to Wen Yue for me, and give him this letter. Bailey Yuan's hands were trembling as he reached out to Wen Ren Jushao. You can give him the letter, but I want your eyes. Wen Ren Jushao withdrew Bailey Yuanmo's hand from his chest and took the envelope with his blood-stained hand. Boom. Bailey Yuan fell to the ground silently and said in a weak voice, push. Wen Ren Jushao knelt down and pressed down the hand Bailey Yuanmo raised with his last strength. Bailey Yuanmo, don't expect a demon to keep his promise. Bailey Yuanmo looked at Wen Ren Jushao with unwilling eyes, refusing to close them. Bailey Yuan opened his mouth silently, as if he wanted to say something more, but he had no energy at all. Wen Ren Jushao smiled evilly, and his well-jointed hands attached to Bailey Yuanmo's eyes. Raise your hand again. A pair of purple pupils floated in Wen Ren Jushao's palm. Wen Ren Jushao took out a box and stored the strange pupils. Then, Wen Ren Jushao pulled out Bailey Yuanmo's soul and looked at Bailey Yuanmo's memories during his lifetime. Bailey Yuanmo was very smart since he was born, and his intelligence is close to that of a demon. But he was a concubine, and his outstanding performance aroused the jealousy of his direct descendants. Bailey Yuanmo's life was not easy when he was a child. He was humiliated and almost died several times. Bailey Yuanmo didn't want to argue about anything at that time. Bear everything in obscurity. Finally, the appearance of a woman changed Bailey Yuanmo. That woman saved Bailey Yuanmo who was being bullied. He also gently helped Bailey Yuanmo bandage his wound. That woman is the legitimate daughter of the Luo family and the fiancée of Bailey Yuanmo's brother. After learning the woman's identity, Bailey Yuanmo changed his usual low profile. He wanted power and wanted to marry the legitimate daughter of the Luo family. Bailey Yuan silently used several things to easily attract the love of Ancestor Bailey. Regardless of the objections of everyone in the Bailey family, the ancestor changed Bailey Yuanmo into a direct lineage and let him enter the family tree. With the help of his ancestor, Bailey Yuanmo established a foothold in the Bailey family. Everything develops in the direction Bailey Yuan silently hopes. The closer he gets to the woman he loves. Until the ancestor announced that Bailey Yuanmo would inherit the Bailey family, the woman appeared again and asked Bailey Yuanmo to withdraw from the dispute as the head of the family. Bailey Yuan also needs to pave the way for another person silently. Bailey Yuan silently endured the heartbreaking pain and supported his elder brother to become the head of the family, which disappointed his ancestor even more. As a result, Patriarch Bailey went crazy while practicing. The ancestor fell. Although Bailey Yuanmo felt regretful, he was still willing to become his brother's puppet and help him manage the Bailey family. It's a pity that the head of the Bailey family doesn't tolerate him. Bailey Yuanmo still silently assisted the head of the Bailey family at the request of his beloved woman. Wen Ren Jushao browsed to this point, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, showing a sarcastic look. It's really stupid to give up everything for a woman. It's not an unjust death. The person who appears most frequently in Bailey Yuanmo's memory is the legitimate daughter of the Luo family. Even after that woman married the head of the Bailey family, Bailey Yuanmo was still helping the woman behind the scenes. Later the woman became pregnant and gave birth to a stillborn baby. The woman found Bailey Yuanmo again and asked for his help. Bailey Yuanmo had no complaints and helped the woman find a child who was somewhat similar to her. It's just that the child has a pair of strange eyes. This is definitely not possible. Bailey Yuanmo was once again willing to give his child normal eyes at the cost of burning his soul power. Bailey Yuan felt ashamed of that child. So he used himself as a container to keep those strange eyes. It was these strange eyes that made Bailey Yuanmo accidentally discover the sacrificial formation that existed above Kyushu. During the subsequent investigation, Bailey Yuanmo discovered that the Kyushu sacrifice formation was actually a killing formation. Once you touch one of the formation eyes, all formation eyes will turn into killing formations. Bailey Yuanmo also found out how to break the formation. When Bailey Yuanmo came to Netherworld Prefecture, what he wanted in his mind was not to revenge the Bailey family, but to use the power of Netherworld Prefecture to destroy the killing array and save the Luo family. Bailey Yuanmo did this because of that woman. Before she died, the woman said, I hope the Luo family can remain prosperous. When Ren Jushao read Bailey Yuanmo's memory, put away his smile, looked at Bailey Yuanmo's body and said, I didn't laugh at your love, I just looked down on you losing yourself for love. When Ren Jushao waved his hand and someone walked in. Drag it down, dig a hole and bury it. Yes, the speaker bent down and picked up Bailey Yuanmo's body, showing a vague greedy look towards the body. Remember, bury, when Ren Jushao warned. Yes, the visitor trembled, put away his thoughts, and exited. When Ren Jushao walked back to the soft cave and continued to look at the map of Juju, his eyes darkened dark. Emperor Chan, you are really for your own benefit, regardless of the life and death of others. At this time, a black shadow appeared in the middle of the palace. Demon King, we, the Demon Emperor, would like to ask you for a favor. What are you busy with? Send a human woman to the demon world. When Ren Jushao raised his eyes and looked at the man in black, who is he? Qin Hanyan, when this is done, we, the Demon Emperor, will express our gratitude. The man in black bowed his hands. You devil emperors have never been to the human race, and you have never met Qin Hanyan. Why do you want this person? When Ren Jushao asked curiously. This subordinate doesn't know. When Ren Jushao dragged his chin with his hand and said lazily, then you go back and tell your Demon Emperor that I refuse. A Demon Emperor who dared to touch Lord Mo's third senior sister was obviously seeking death. He won't join in the fun. He, the Demon Clan, will be freed in 100 years, so he still needs to keep a low profile at this time. Plop. The man in black knelt down on one knee and said, please help the Demon King. If I can't bring Qin Hanyan back, the Demon Emperor will kill me. What I want is your life, what does it have to do with me? When Ren Jushao's demon eyes were full of indifference. What does the Demon King need to do to help? The Demon Lord returns to the Demon Clan. If you, the Demon Emperor, don't focus on dealing with the Demon Lord, why would you want a mortal woman? The man in black hesitated for a moment and then said, Qin Hanyan is the woman that the Demon Lord loves. We, the Demon Emperor, want to use Qin Hanyan to force the Demon Lord to give up his right to rule the demon world. Wenren Jushao narrowed his eyes. The Demon Lord liked Qin Hanyan, but he didn't expect it. The demons and humans are at odds with each other, so these two probably won't make it. Wenren Jushao asked casually, what are the specific benefits promised by your Demon Emperor? As long as the Demon King helps, after the Demon Emperor wins in the future, you can come and go in the demon realm at will. The man in black replied. I can get this if I cooperate with Demon Lord, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 458. Bailey Yuan was not satisfied with the man in black's answer. Demon King, our Demon Emperor is sincere. The Demon Lord has an unstable personality. If you cooperate with the Demon Lord, it will be difficult for you to take the initiative. The man in black analyzed. Wenren Jushao looked sarcastic and said, it makes sense. After all, 10 Demon Emperors are no match for one Demon King. The man in black was stunned on the spot. He did not dare to answer these words. The man in black pretended not to hear Wenren Jushao's words and continued, we, the Demon Emperor, only want the Demon King to do this favor. After the matter is completed, the Demon King can make whatever conditions he wants. Painting cakes for me, I can offer it, but they don't have to agree. Man in black. The man in black regrets taking this mission. The Demon King is exactly like the rumors and doesn't play by the rules. What should the Demon King do before he is willing to help? The man in black lowered his head, feeling annoyed. I won't agree to help you. The most I can do is lend you a teleportation array, Wenren Jushao said with a half smile. As long as he didn't catch the person. When Lord Mo looked for trouble in the later period, he could not be found. He still wanted to see if the Demon Lord would give up his right to rule the Demon Clan because of Qin Hanyan. The scene where you can only choose one between the powerful and the beautiful is very interesting. Ah, the man in black was a little confused. Isn't the teleportation array always available? Why are you mentioning the teleportation array now? Please bring my words to the Demon Emperor. In the future, if the demons want to borrow the teleportation array of the Demon Clan, they must pay a fee. Also, the Demon Clan has nothing to do with the Demon Clan. It is best not to involve the Demon Clan in your fight. After Wenren Jushao finished speaking, he turned and left the palace. The man in black was left alone with confused thoughts. The man in black thought for a moment, but finally couldn't figure anything out, so he could only take the teleportation array back to the demon world. The man in black just left in the teleportation array. Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong appeared next to the teleportation array. When Ren Jushao walked out, as if he had expected the two of them to come. Long time no see, you two. Wenren Jushao took the initiative to say hello. When Fang Qingbran saw Wenren Jushao, his expression was not very good. In this life, Wenren Jushao had little connection with Su Yanran, and he did not help Su Yanran harm the 6th senior brother. But Wenren Jushao still focused on the bloodline of 6th senior brother. Miss Fang seems to hate me. Wenren Jushao noticed Fang Qingbran's emotions and looked at Fang Qingbran with a smile. Fang Qingbran met Wenren Jushao's purple eyes. He couldn't help but think of Bailey Yuanmo's purple pupils. Wenren Jushao is so beautiful that she is eerily beautiful. Bailey Yuanmo is evil and charming. Both of them had fox-like eyes, and Fang Qingbran suddenly wondered if Bailey Yuanmo and Wenren Jushao were the same person. Fang Qingbran said nothing. Wenren Jushao was not embarrassed at all and continued, are you two here for the formation eye? Where is the formation eye? Fang Qingbran asked crisply. You two come with me. The three of them teleported to the center of the formation. Wenren Jushao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around, seemingly looking for something. Fang Qingbran stepped forward, but a barrier blocked the way. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and there was a white light glowing on the barrier, with runes faintly flowing. Wenren Jushao said in surprise, it turns out to be a spell barrier. It must be opened with a specific spell. If it is opened with brute force, the things in the barrier will be destroyed automatically. Spell. Fang Qingbran thought of the mermaid tribe. Interesting, interesting. Wenren Jushao's lips curled up slightly. He could even find the mermaid that had disappeared for a long time. The Emperor's methods were truly remarkable. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes turned, her consciousness spread, and she found that the breath of the formation eye was completely blocked by the barrier. No wonder Tianyu Shenzhen didn't discover Nether State's formation. Wenren, is there a stranger breaking into Netherworld State? Mo Jinggong's cold voice sounded. No. A dark light flashed in Wenren Jushao's eyes. The demons were walking so fast, even if Lord Mo felt something, there should be no evidence. It's just that Wenren Jushao couldn't protect Mengji's aura several times, and he was a little unhappy. With Mengji's temperament, shouldn't she disobey his order? Wenren Jushao couldn't figure out who took Mengji away. When did young Master Wenren discover the formation eye? Fang Qingbran asked crisply. Before you come, Wenren Jushao said sincerely, I have a map here with the locations of other formations marked on it. Wenren Jushao handed the map to Fang Qingbran. It would be better to destroy the killing array. Wenren Jushao doesn't like living in a dangerous environment. Fang Qingbran took the map, glanced at it, and handed it to Mo Jinggong. The moment Mo Jinggong took the map, he waved his hand to lay down a barrier. Zheng. The sound of metal objects falling to the ground. Wenren Jushao's expression suddenly changed and he looked at the man in black who suddenly appeared outside the barrier. The magical weapons they held in their hands were all divine weapons. Outsiders, Wenren Jushao said softly, but there was a certain excitement in his words, Lord Mo, let me go out and deal with them. When Fang Qingbran heard Wenren Jushao's name, her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Mo Jinggong said solemnly, they're not restricted by the will of the world, and their strength is that of a golden immortal. It's not restricted, so how did they get in? The will of the small world will restrict outsiders. Otherwise, if the strong invaded the weak world at will, the 3,000 worlds would have been in chaos. Mo Jingong did not accept Wenren Jushao's words. Mo Jingong had recovered a little strength in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan, so it would not be a problem to deal with Jingxian. But Mo Jingong didn't want to fight with them. This small world cannot bear this kind of battle of strength. Mo Jingong contacted Qi and asked him to come over and bring these people into the mysterious realm of Yuxuan for processing. One of the men in black raised his hand to attack the barrier. After the power hits the barrier, it disappears instantly. The barrier is intact. The man in black was immediately shocked. It is impossible for people from the lower world to have such power. The man in black said, "Are you from that palace in the fairy world?" Guess what? Fang Qingran folded her arms with a faint light in her eyes. Only Yuqing Palace accepts female disciples. Are you from Yuqing Palace? The man in black looked at Fang Qingran with disdain in his eyes. Guessed wrong. Yukan. Halfway through the words, the man in black was slapped on the shoulder. The man in black suddenly felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. The Emperor's confidant said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with them, work together to break the barrier, leaving no one alive. Anyone who knows about the formation will die. If these people are really from the immortal world, they deserve more damnation." Just as the man in black was about to take action, Wenren Jushao asked, "Where is Meng Ji?" Boom. Meng Ji's body was thrown to the ground, the demon pill was broken into pieces and breathless. "Are you talking about her? A little demon still wants to stop us, damn it." The man in black looked disdainful. Wenren Jushao glanced at Meng Ji's body for a few times, his purple eyes filled with something. Sudden. Wenren Jushao raised his head, on the verge of getting angry. "Are you from the Emperor of Heaven?" The Emperor's confidant suddenly became nervous. But he didn't answer. The more something is said, the more it is wrong. "You are indeed the Emperor of Heaven's people." Wenren Jushao's purple eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent. It was impossible for this group of people not to recognize that Meng Ji was a demon. If he dares to attack the demon clan, the Emperor of Heaven will not take him seriously at all. Wenren Jushao took a deep breath, and the aura around him became stronger. "You Emperor of Heaven really bullied my demon clan and no one. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 459 Actor Qi. None of the men in black were afraid of Wenren Jushao's anger. One of the men in black spoke sarcastically, "A race that has been in decline for thousands of years has the nerve to yell at us. Ha, is this the reason why you killed Meng Ji?" Wenren Jushao stared at the leader of the group of men in black. The leader looked into Wenren Jushao's purple eyes and thought about Wenren Jushao's identity. Xiao King, who was next to the leader, said disdainfully, "I will kill a demon. Do you still want to avenge her? Your entire demon clan, even the demon king, only has the strength to survive the tribulation period. How can you compete with the people of our fairy world? Fight." Wenren Jushao narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the leader, "It is said the dogs follow their masters. You can say such things. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven really does not take the demon clan in his eyes." The lips under the leader's mask were pursed tightly and he did not speak. Xiao King was a little angry when he saw Wenren Jushao ignoring him. Xiao King spoke again, "Humph. A human race and a demon race, both are weak and ants. They want us to take you in our eyes. I'm afraid you can't bear it." Wenren Jushao turned his head slightly and looked at Xiao King. Wenren Jushao's thin lips curled up into a bloodthirsty sneer, and paired with those evil and strange purple eyes, the whole person looked extremely dangerous. Xiao King met Wenren Jushao's cold eyes and felt a chill spread quickly throughout his body, a kind of uncontrollable panic. This kind of panic from the bottom of his heart did not make Xiao King afraid of Wenren Jushao. It actually made Xiao King a little angry. The ancestors of the demon clan have long since fallen, and the demon clan is restricted by heaven. No demon has ascended in 10,000 years. No matter how powerful Wenren Jushao is, he is only in the stage of transcending tribulation at most. Why would he be afraid of an ant? Xiao King's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Leader, let's break the barrier quickly and kill the three of them to avoid a long night with too many dreams." The leader raised his hand to signal everyone to work together to attack the barrier. "Master Mo, do you want to stay alive?" Wenren Jushao's voice was cold, and he had already treated the group of people outside as if they were dead. "No need." Mo Jingong's ink-colored eyes were deep, and his whole body had an unparalleled aura. "Master Mo can open the barrier and I will deal with them." "Wait a moment." Mo Jingong's deep voice sounded like a jade. The men in black were already attacking the barrier. They did not dare to use their full strength because they were afraid of the limitations of the small world. Everyone attacked several times, but there wasn't even a crack in the barrier. "Leader, something is wrong. We cannot open this barrier with our strength," a man in black said. The leader's consciousness spreads and he feels the breath of the barrier. How could this happen? Xiao King's eyes fell on Mo Jingong. "Chief, it was that boy who set up the barrier. I can't even see through his strength." Xiao King reminded me. The leader looked at Mo Jingong with a look of surprise. The other men in black were also a little surprised as if they had just noticed Mo Jingong. Mo Jingong's figure is like a jade tree, and his whole body exudes innate dignity. Such magnanimity. It is actually several times stronger than the Emperor of Heaven. The leader looked bad and had doubts about Mo Jingong's identity. The leader's attitude was slightly respectful, and he raised his hands to Mo Jingong. "May I ask who the young master is? If you want to know Mo's identity, you have to show some sincerity, right?" A voice appeared out of thin air. The man in black suddenly looked wary and looked around, but couldn't find the person speaking. Xiao King scolded sternly, "Who is this person? Pretending to be a ghost. Get out." Qi suddenly appeared in front of Xiao King, staring at Xiao King with eyes as cold as the first snow. What will you do if I come out? Xiao King's eyes were wide open, his face was pale, and he seemed to be extremely frightened. The other men in black raised their magic weapons and attacked Qi. Qi didn't even raise his eyebrows. He waved his hand and a dark vortex appeared. Immediately, all the men in black who attacked Qi were sucked in. Xiao King was left alone. Xiao King tried his best to contain the fear in his heart, stood up and said tremblingly, "You. Who are you?" "We are the people of the Emperor of Heaven." "The Emperor of Heaven is just a title, anyone can be the Emperor of Heaven." Qi Fang Qingyun said calmly. "Do you want to rebel?" Xiao King's whole body was cold, and he secretly mobilized his own strength, preparing to escape when Qi was not paying attention. These people are audacious. He must be someone from the fairy world. Rebellion, what does this word mean? Qi seemed to be really thinking seriously. Qi looked at Mo Jinggong and said extremely seriously, "Mo, I remember that if the name is not justified and the words are not right, getting a certain position is called conspiracy, right?" Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and slightly helpless. Qi Zhen has been bored for too long, and he can be very excited about such things. "You, who are you?" Xiao King asked again. "It doesn't matter who I am. I remember that the Emperor of Heaven was able to sit in that position, right?" Qi asked seriously. Xiao King looked embarrassed. The position of the Emperor of Heaven did not come from the right way. But everyone who knew what happened was secretly executed. Why does this person know? Seeing that Xiao King did not dare to speak, she felt bored and sent Xiao King into the whirlpool. Seeing this, Mo Jinggong opened the barrier. "Mo, you are so heartless. You actually let me deal with so many people by myself, and then locked me out of the barrier," Qi said jokingly between his brows. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes flashed on the side. There was nothing wrong with Qi today. "Senior brother 7th, did he hit something on his head?" Fang Qingren asked curiously. "It's possible," Mo Jinggong said warmly. It was the first time for Wenren Jushao to see Qi, and his demonic pupils stared at Qi with surprise. Is this person's aura stronger than Lord Mo? Wenren Jushao was extremely glad at this moment that she didn't go against Mo Jinggong. "Master, where did you take them?" Wenren Jushao asked respectfully. "What do you want to do?" Qi Xiao said kindly. "I want to revenge Meng Ji. They touched the people of the demon clan, and I have to make them pay the price." Wenren Jushao is actually more like trying to compare the strength gap with Jingxian. Even if he has not ascended, his strength is still above the tribulation stage. Qi thought for a moment. "You said it was too late, the person has already been dealt with." Wenren Jushao was stunned for a moment, with an undercurrent surging in his eyes. "Thank you, master, for helping Meng Ji take revenge." Qi brushed his sleeves and shook his head. "No need to thank me, I don't want to take over this cause and effect. You have to settle your grudges with the Emperor of Heaven yourself." Qi walked to the barrier at the eye of the formation and said to himself, "Spell. Interesting. It's really troublesome to break the formation and need the spell record of the mermaid tribe." After Qi finished speaking, he glanced at Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong, and sighed, "Forget it, I'm a brain-damaged person, so I'm not suitable to say this. I'd better leave, there's no room for me here." Fang Qingran. Qi, who is clear in the breeze and bright in the moonlight, does not eat the fireworks of the world, suddenly became a drama queen. She finally saw the problem. Qi is not like Qi. It's probably someone else. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were bright, and he seemed to see through the crux of the matter. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and flicked his sleeves, and the talisman fell between Qi's eyebrows. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 460 The Fang Family in the God Realm. A white light flashed around Qi. Boom. Qi Miao, who was originally tall and handsome, turned into a Tati with the head of a human and the body of a sheep. Fang Qingran. The ferocious beast is gluttonous, Wenren Jushao murmured. Seeing that his true identity was exposed, Tati looked at Fang Qingran cautiously. When he met Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, Tati trembled all over. Tati immediately transformed into a mighty white tiger. "Master, listen to my explanation. It was Qi who asked me to come. He said that the formation at Yuehua Peak was too interesting and he wanted to play with it again, so he threw the mess to me." Tati's voice was full of flattery, fearing that Fang Qingran would be angry. During the days when Lingyun's sect was enjoying the world of food and drink, Tati suddenly realized that only by following Fang Qingran could his future be bright and he would have no worries about food and clothing. Tati completely surrendered to Fang Qingran. It was precisely after Qi saw this that he dared to send Tati out. Anyway, Tati's strength in the summoning array of the Yukshuan secret realm can also be used. More importantly, Tati is Fang Qingran's contracted beast, and Mo Jinggong would definitely be embarrassed to drive away Tati. In this way, there is an extra light bulb between Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong. Qi was very excited when he thought about this. So, he tricked the stupid Fang Yuyu into Yuehua Peak and let Tati leave Lingyun sect. Of course, Fang Qingran didn't know what Qi was thinking. Looking at Tati's fawning appearance, she narrowed her eyes and said inexplicably, "Tati, I remember that before I left, the scenery in Shifang Domain was pretty good. How is it now?" "Of course it's good, Tati choked back the rest of his words. "Are you not a clone? Or are you and the clone already fused?" Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a sharp luster. "Qi said that I am a beast capable of great things, so he allowed me to fuse the power of my clones, follow you, and serve you well." Tati could only explain honestly. "Do you know the spell on this barrier?" Fang Qingran changed the subject again. "Understood, there is a part about the spell in my memory inheritance." Fang Qingran asked, "Can you open this barrier?" "Yes," Tati responded affirmatively. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed brightly. "If you can open this barrier, add another beast elixir." "I'll open it now." Tao Ti was so excited that he flapped his wings and finally recited a spell. Runes began to light up one by one on the barrier. Following Tao Ti's voice, the lit runes dimmed one by one. When Wenren Jushao saw this scene, he could hardly hide the shock on his face. The majestic ancient ferocious beast was so respectful to Feng Qingran. Why does Feng Qingran? Wenren Jushao's consciousness spread, and he wanted to explore the secrets of Feng Qingran, but was unexpectedly blocked by another layer of consciousness. When Ren Jushao felt a chill run through his body, withdrew his consciousness and looked into Mo Jinggong's cold eyes. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes showed warning. When Ren Jushao had to put her thoughts aside. Feng Qingran's secret can only be explored when Master Mo is away. Demon World. The man in black told the Demon Emperor everything when Ren Jushao said. Boom. The cup in the Demon Emperor's hand shattered into powder. The Demon Emperor's dark eyes showed murderous intent. A little Demon King still wants to get benefits from me. If it weren't for the sake of the teleportation array, I would have destroyed him long ago. Devil Emperor, calm down. Wenren Jushao is greedy and just wants to take the opportunity to blackmail us. The Demon Spirit said with a trembling voice. What's going on over there with Tang Chongzhu? The Demon Emperor asked coldly. Back to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is recuperating recently and doesn't seem to be planning to fight for anything. Tang Chongzhu has the deepest thoughts. He must be secretly planning how to kill us. We can't take it lightly. When the Demon Emperor thought of Tang Chongzhu, he gritted his teeth in hatred. As long as Tang Chongzhu is here, he cannot truly rule the Demon Clan. We must find a way to destroy Tang Chongzhu and the remaining 9 Demon Emperors. The Demon Emperor's eyebrows were full of calculations. Demon Lingyi, are you sure Qin Hanyan is Tang Chongzhu's weakness? Back to the Demon Emperor. During the time when my subordinate was with the Demon Lord, what he cared about most was Qin Hanyan. He even deliberately hid his bloodthirsty nature for Qin Hanyan. Oh, I'm getting more and more curious about this Qin Hanyan. Please tell me the story between Tang Chongzhu and Qin Hanyan. Black mist flowed in the Demon Emperor's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up. The demon knelt down and said, there is a sect in the human world called Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect has 9 disciples. In order to pursue Qin Hanyan, the Demon Lord is willing to become the 10th disciple of Lingyun sect and go to the secret realm with those ants. Quote. Which disciple of Lingyun sect is Qin Hanyan? The Demon Emperor seemed to be interested. According to the news sent back by the Demon Spirit earlier, Lingyun sect had not appeared at all. Qin Hanyan is the 3rd disciple of Lingyun sect. Who are the remaining 8 members of Lingyun sect? The Demon Emperor thought of something more. As a Demon Lord, Tang Chongzhu was willing to deign to join a small sect. Maybe this sect also hides other secrets. Surprise flashed across the Demon Spirit's eyes, and he was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand the Demon Emperor's thoughts. What, you didn't even investigate this clearly? The Demon Emperor was dissatisfied with Demon Lingyi's silence. A chill ran down the Demon Spirit's spine, and he quickly lowered his head and said, everything has been investigated. Lingyun sect's eldest disciple Liu Kanglan, 2nd disciple Degu Jianye, the 3rd disciple Qin Hanyan, the 4th disciple Mu Chanjue, the 5th disciple Ning Shiyu, the 6th disciple Bailey Wenyu, the 7th disciple Mo Jinggong, the 8th disciple Yan Miyu, and the 9th disciple Feng Qingran. The Demon Emperor carefully tasted everyone's surnames and first names. The first 8 seemed to be very common. What are the characteristics of Feng Qingran? Back to the Demon Emperor. Feng Qingran's strength is average, but she is very beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, but her contracted beast is very powerful. The demon answered after thinking about it. The Demon Emperor's eyes flashed. The surname Feng is rare. I remember that among the 6 realms, only the God Realm has a family named Feng. Could this Feng Qingran be sent by the God Realm to endure the calamity? The Demon Spirit immediately denied it. When you go through tribulations in the divine world, you will have special marks on your body. This Feng Qingran is just an ordinary monk. There is nothing special about him. Are you sure? The Demon Emperor was very doubtful. He didn't want to offend people in the God Realm unintentionally. My subordinates are very sure that when everyone from the Lingyun sect left the Yuxuan secret realm, they were all advanced to the combined stage. Only Feng Qingran was still a god. Demonic Spirit said firmly. In the mysterious territory of Yuxuan, he has been secretly following Lingyun sect's group. As long as Feng Qingran had free time, he would practice cross-legged. But her strength is the slowest to advance among the others. It can be said that Feng Qingran is the one who practices the hardest and has the least talent among them. Such a person cannot come from the God Realm. Even though Demon Lingyi's attitude was positive, the Demon Emperor was still worried. The plan to capture Qin Hanyan will wait. The Demon Emperor waved his hand to the Demon Spirit to retreat. The Demon Spirit didn't dare to ask any more questions and bent down to retreat. The Demon Emperor watched the Demon Spirit leave with cold eyes. The Demon Emperor summoned his confidants. Take my pass and secretly go to the God Realm to check if there is Feng Qingran. Check again to see if there is anyone left behind in the Feng family. Yes, the confidant took the order and retreated. The Demon Emperor's eyes were dark and he murmured, I hope Feng Qingran is not a member of the Feng family in the God Realm, then everything will be much easier to handle. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 461 The Mystery of Li Wenyu's Life Experience. After checking the formation of Netherworld State, Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong returned to Lingyun sect. Feng Qingran placed the map of Kyushu in front of Feng Yuyu and asked, Yuyu, are there any other formations on Kyushu? Feng Yuyu was chewing bamboo in her mouth, shaking her head cutely. Qi came out of the Yuehua Peak formation and said, one of the purposes of the Emperor of Heaven sending people to the small world is to prevent you from destroying the formation, and the other purpose is to get rid of the people of Lingyun sect and prevent you from ascending to the upper world. Do they know who the other team is? Feng Qingran asked crisply. There is no other team in their memory. The Emperor of Heaven only sent them here. By the way, Feng Qingran, can you give Yuehua Peak to me? Qi is fascinated by the mechanism formation on Yuehua Peak. When he entered Yuehua Peak, his strength was obviously suppressed, and he would still fall into a trap if he was not careful. I haven't seen such an interesting layout in a long time. Yuehua Peak belongs to the Lingyun sect. I can't make the decision alone. Fang Qingbran was slightly surprised. How could Kidu fall in love with a small mountain peak in the Yukshan secret realm? There was a glimmer in Qi's eyes, and it shouldn't be a problem to convince others. Qi didn't notice the trap in Fang Qingbran's words. Yi Wenshan of Lingyun sect returned to the upper realm, after he had asked everyone for their opinions. They all said that as long as Master agrees, we have no objection. Fang Qingbran took out a blueprint and handed it to Qi. It contained a detailed strength analysis and the exact time to destroy the formation eye. Qi took the blueprint with a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't know his strength, so he accurately gave the power needed to destroy the formation eye. This will prevent accidents. Qi, who do you think is appropriate to send to the formation eye that appears in Netherworld State? Fang Qingbran thought for a long time, and there was no shortage of strength in the Shifang territory group. It's just that some ferocious beasts are too powerful. If they are released, Fang Qingbran is worried about affecting the balance of the small world. As for the ferocious beasts that disobeyed discipline, they were not within Fang Qingbran's consideration. Qi thought for a moment, Yingzhao. It's just as I thought. Fang Qingbran's eyes turned slightly, and she raised her hand to summon the heroic move. Nine-headed bird, you are an idiot. How many times have I told you, don't mention the heavenly moon goddess. Yingzhao was fluttering his wings with a horse body and a human face, looking extremely angry. The sudden change of environment made Yingzhao choke on the rest of his words. Yingzhao looked around and asked softly, is there anything wrong with you coming out to me? At this time, the sound transmission card on Fang Qingbran's waist flashed red. Senior Brother 7th, come and talk to Yingzhao about the formation eye. Fang Qingbran put the blueprint into Mo Jinggong's hand and flew away from Yuehua Peak. Fang Qingbran returned to the dilapidated 10th peak and took out the sound transmission card. Shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower, owner, I didn't find the formation you asked me to look for before, but I found another secret through investigation. Bailey Wen Yue is not from the Bailey family. Close black lens bracket. Decades ago, when the wife of the head of the Bailey family gave birth to a child, the Bailey family threw out a dead baby, and Bailey Yuanmo's confidant brought back a child from outside. From then on, Bailey Yuanmo's black pupils unexpectedly changed. It became a purple pupil. Close black lens bracket. Bailey Wenyu's mother is the wife of the Bailey family leader who died. Close black lens bracket. But when I traced it later, all the clues were lost. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were deep, and her earlier guess was indeed correct. The 6th senior brother has the blood of the 9-tailed fox, so how can he be a child of the Bailey family? Is there any other news about Zitong? Shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower, there is no news about Zitong, but after Bailey Yuanmo got Zitong, his behavior became strange. He sent people everywhere to investigate something, and even cooperated with Tongwen Pavilion in the middle. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingbran held the sound transmission card, and now she was sure that Bailey Yuanmo and Wenren Jushao were not the same person. Bailey Yuanmo's purple pupils most likely came from his 6th senior brother. Continue to investigate, especially about the Bailey family. Tell me everything in detail. Shopkeeper of Qinghe Building, owner, there is one more thing. I heard that someone in your sect has broken through the integration stage. Can you impart some experience? My cultivation has been stuck on Virtual God recently. Close black lens bracket. Practice hard and wait for a while, maybe you can go up. Fang Qingbran put away the transmission order and needed to find another group of men in black before the sacrifice array was destroyed. Huolingzhu. Chu family. After Chu Chanji disappeared inexplicably, the Chu family began to be in civil strife. Especially now that there is no Bailey family pressing down on them. Everyone understands that becoming the head of the Chu family means having great real power and being sought after by the world. Only Chu Beizu didn't care about the dispute between the family heads. He concentrated on investigating Chu Chanji's traces. Jiang Chanyu looked at Chu Beizu, who looked exhausted, and said, Beizu, you don't have to be like this. Before I entered the Yukshan secret realm, my father was captured by the Bailey family. Now that the Bailey family has been destroyed, I'm worried that my father may. Chu Beizu said worriedly. Master Chanji Jiren has his own destiny, and nothing will happen to him. Jiang Chanyu's eyes flashed, wanting to tell Chu Beizu the truth of his speculation, but he was afraid of disturbing Chu Beizu's tasked mind. Chu Beizu shook his head. If nothing happened to father, why didn't you leave me a letter? It's possible he didn't make it in time. No, Chanyu, I want to go to the main city of Huolingzhu again. Chu Beizu stood up and wanted to see people dead or corpses. I'll accompany you. The two of them left Chu's house. A group of black people appeared at Chu's house and broke into the main hall. In the main hall, the red-faced people who were fighting for the position of the head of the family stopped talking and looked at the man in black with a strong aura. Who are you? How dare you break into our Chu family? The leader of the men in black took out a painting and unfolded it. Where is this person? The eldest elder of the Chu family asked. Why are you looking for Chu Beizu? He is in the backyard. The man in black put away the painting and nodded to the others. Then, before the Chu family in the main hall could react, sharp blades slashed across their necks, and blood spurted out. Everyone in the Chu family opened their eyes wide and fell in a pool of blood. The man in black glanced at everyone with cold eyes, and then went to the backyard. There was a scream from the backyard. After a while, it was quiet. After comparing everyone's faces, the man in black said, Boss, there is no one in the painting. The leader rubbed his brows and glanced around, finding no one alive. Search for souls. Go to Chu Beizu's room to find something with his scent. The leader said. The man in black found a piece of clothing left by Chu Beizu and gave it to the leader. The leader activates the tracking formation. Little did they know that the leader's action caused their auras to be leaked out. The eye of covering the sky captured the location of the outsider and immediately sent a message to Feng Qinggran. By the time Feng Qinggran arrived in Huolingzhu, the man in black had already found Chu Beizu. They surrounded Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. After comparing their appearances, the leader raised his hand and struck Chu Beizu with terrifying force. Chapter 462 Who is not an ant? Facing the oncoming attack, Chu Beizu had no way to avoid it. Under the strong suppression of the man in black, not only Chu Beizu but also Jiang Chanyu was restrained in place. Boom! A burst of light flashed across Chu Beizu's body. That terrifying power was neutralized. Boom! Chu Beizu's protective weapon was shattered on the ground. The man in black's eyes flashed coldly. There was actually a magic weapon in this small world that could withstand attacks during the tribulation period. The man in black raised his hand to prepare for a second attack. Stop, he is Chu Chanji's son, Jiang Chanyu said with a pale face. The man in black paused slightly and looked at Jiang Chanyu. The man in black's eyes fell on Jiang Chanyu's face, and he was lost for a moment. Just because Jiang Chanyu's eyebrows are very similar to the Emperor of Heaven. The other men in black obviously saw something. Boss, do you think we killed the wrong person? Maybe this is the person the queen really wants to kill. The man in black pointed at Jiang Chanyu and said. The face of the man in black was dark under the mask. Shut up. They can't guess what the Queen of Heaven is thinking. But the Queen of Heaven arranged for them to kill Chu Beizu, so she naturally had her own intentions. The man in black relaxed his strength and observed Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. Chu Beizu has the mark of the immortal world on his body, so he should be a person from the immortal world. But the mark on Jiang Chanyu's body is from the divine realm. The son of the Emperor of Heaven should not have the mark from the divine realm. The Queen's request is to kill the people in the painting. If you follow the instructions of the Queen of Heaven, you will not go wrong. The leader thought about it and decided to kill Chu Beizu only. It's better not to offend people in the god realm. The leader winked at the men in black and asked them to come together and kill Chu Beizu. No matter how many protective weapons you use, they can't withstand the attacks. Jiang Chanyu was very anxious when he saw this scene, but he was controlled by the pressure of the man in black and could not move at all. Chu Beizu's life-protecting magical weapons fell off one by one. Finally the last one was used up. Seeing that the man in black's sword was about to pierce Chu Beizu's heart, Jiang Chanyu shuddered, Beizu, stay away. Puff. Jiang Chanyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Beizu accidentally escaped the attack of the man in black. Chanyu, Chu Beizu shouted anxiously. The leader saw this scene and his eyes fell on Jiang Chanyu again. Are you a spiritual master? Yes, Jiang Chanyu said in a weak voice. The leader frowned. It seemed that things were a bit difficult. Jiang Chanyu is both a person from the god realm and a spiritual master. If Jiang Chanyu vows to save Chu Beizu, then their behavior is equivalent to indirectly killing a spiritual master. It takes thousands of years for a spiritual master to appear in the upper world. If they died in their hands and the god realm tracked them down, their end would not be as simple as just losing their souls. The leader glanced at Chu Beizu slightly hesitantly. Jiang Chanyu also calculated this point and chose to reveal his identity. Even if his identity is exposed, he may not be able to practice here, and may even have to endure more dangers. He still wants to keep Chu Beizu. The man in black analyzed in a cold voice, Chief, all spiritual masters have noble status. If he is really a spiritual master and goes down to earth to survive the calamity, why is there no one around him to protect him? Deep thought flashed in the leader's eyes. There was indeed no one protecting Jiang Chanyu around him. But one thing is certain, Jiang Chanyu is undoubtedly the Yanling master. The leader raised his hand, retreat first. The deputy leader was a little reluctant because the target of the mission was right in front of him. At this time, they retreated and returned to the fairy world. If they were held accountable later, they would probably die. The leader seemed to have read through the deputy leader's thoughts. If we don't kill them, we might have a chance to live. If we kill them, we will die. Kill them or not, you won't be able to go back. A clear and sweet voice appeared. The men in black turned their heads, and there were one woman and two men not far away. Miss Feng. Jiang Chanyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Qinggran. With Miss Feng here, he could faint easily. After Jiang Chanyu finished speaking, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The people in black were disdainful of the appearance of Feng Qinggran, Mo Jinggong and Qi. The deputy leader was already a little angry. When he saw the three people appearing, his eyes were cold and he said, Chief, these three people have the mark of the supreme realm and are not spiritual masters. Is there no problem in killing the three of them? The leader nodded. The deputy leader held the magical weapon and attacked the three of them. Feng Qinggran looked forward with apricot eyes, finally getting a chance to practice. Seventh senior brother, leave this to me. Qingluan's sword appeared in Feng Qinggran's hand. Feng Qinggran flicked his sleeves, and the power of the domain unfolded. If I'm not mistaken, it's the field that the little girl has developed, right? The deputy leader was pulled into the realm by an ant from the lower realm. What's going on? I bet the deputy leader fell in love with that little girl's beauty and took the initiative to enter the domain, and then, hee. The face of the man in black smiled evilly under the mask. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt cold all over his body. An extremely strong pressure made him breathless. The man in black showed an expression of disbelief, but before he could react, a terrifying force struck him. In an instant, the man in black evaporated. She looked at the place where the man in black disappeared and shook his head. Mo, you are wasting resources, at least let me take down his storage space. The men in black looked at each other, and they all saw fear in each other's eyes. Who are you? The leader looked at Mo Jinggong and Qi. These two people obviously don't have the mark of the upper world on their bodies. Why are they so strong? Especially when Mo Jinggong raised his hands, the feeling of life and death was far better than that of the Emperor of Heaven. The leader suspected they had some way of hiding the mark. It is useless for a dying person to know the truth. Qi looked at the leader with cold eyes. Arrogant. A man in black was unconvinced and stared at Qi. Even if our strength is limited, we are not something that ants like you can insult. The corners of Qi's lips curled up slightly, and Yun Danfeng said softly, compared with the vastness of the universe, who is not an ant? What is the universe? The man in black looked puzzled, as if he had never heard of the word universe. The dead don't need to know that much. Qi waved his hand, and all the men in black seemed to be choked, unable to breathe. Qi chuckled and said, I will ask next, and you can just answer me. Who do you belong to? The man in black was silent. Betray your master and you will die. Don't tell me. Very good. Qi said as a young man appeared next to him. Qi said to the young man, Jin Chan, check if there are any poisonous insects on them. Okay. Jin Chan-gu responded respectfully. After checking the internal condition of each man in black, a wisp of black energy was drawn out from one of the people. Golden Cicada Gu walked back to Qi. There is no goo, there is a rotten atmosphere. The penetration is wide enough. Qi waved his hand, and all the other men in black were killed, leaving only one man in black. Qi stepped forward to the trembling man in black. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 463 The Wheel of Rebirth. Please, don't kill me. The man in black's legs softened and he knelt down. He didn't look arrogant and domineering at all. Qi's eyes were full of indifference, and his slender hand was raised to extract the memory of the man in black. The eyes of the man in black became hollow and lifeless, and the breath of life was gradually lost. After reading all the memories of the man in black, Qi's face became solemn. Mo, there is no source for the rotten air in him. There are two ways in which the air of decay is generated. One is that the body contains the seeds of decay. When the seeds germinate, the air of decay will be produced in the body. One is to be directly planted into the air of decay. In both cases, the source of the rotten air that is generated can be seen. The rotten air in the man in black was actually generated out of thin air. Qi has eliminated countless rotten people and has never encountered such a situation as the man in black. Qi stored the body of the man in black separately. Mo, after taking care of the formation I matter, I want to go to the fairy world. Okay, Mo Jinggong responded in a deep voice. Chu Beizu, who had been silent, put down the unconscious Jiang Chanyu and asked, Master Qi, who do they belong to? In the immortal realm, people from Tianshan Palace. Qi's eyes flashed slightly. The Emperor of Heaven and the Queen of Heaven were from the same family. He said that there was nothing wrong with Tianshan Palace. Why did they kill me? Because of your father. Qi's words were correct, but he was suspected of deliberately misleading Chu Beizu. Judging from the memory of the man in black, the Queen of Heaven wanted to kill Chu Beizu because Chu Beizu was the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven naturally became Chu Beizu's father. But Qi's words fell into Chu Beizu's ears, and people from Tianshan Palace wanted to kill Chu Chanji. Chu Beizu's eyes turned cold and he secretly made a note of Tianshan Palace. At the same time, Fairyland. The Emperor of Heaven was sitting on a high throne, looking at Yi Wenshan below with anger in his eyes. Yi Wenshan, I asked you to go down and help Su Yanran overcome the disaster. Look what good things you have done. Yi Wenshan leaned against the pillar of the main hall, holding a wine gourd in his hand, and said indifferently, I would like to help, but it's a pity that she doesn't like the small sect I founded and insists on joining the Tianjin sect. Can I still tie her up? The Emperor took a deep breath, obviously very angry at Yi Wenshan's attitude. Yi Wenshan, why did you accept Fang Qinggran as your disciple? Just accept it when you meet it. You also know that our cultivation is a fate. When we meet a cute disciple, how can we not accept it? Yi Wenshan poured a sip of wine into his mouth, as if he didn't understand the Emperor. The meaning behind the words. The Emperor resisted the urge to slap Yi Wenshan to death, and asked coldly, do you still remember how you promised me in the first place? Of course I remember, to help Su Yanran overcome the disaster, provide her with resources, and ensure that Fang Qinggran does not escape her control. Then how did you do it? Emperor Chan asked. In my first life, I gave Qi Xiao to Su Yanran. Yi Wenshan said as he took a sip of wine and looked a little cold. Later, Su Yanran failed to escape the tribulation in her first life. Chu Chanji helped him rebuild Qi Xiao. Yi Wenshan looked directly at the Emperor of Heaven and continued. In the second life, Fang Qinggran escaped from the controlled track and did not enter the Tianjin sect. I helped Su Yanran get the double spiritual bracelets. In the third life, I gave the strange beasts from Shunghu Ridge to Su Yanran, and also gave her all the hidden weapons inherited from the Mu family. In the fourth life, I asked her to meet Luo Wuji in advance, and also gave her basic heaven-level skills. Ellipsis. Every time Yi Wenshan talked about it, he felt more guilty in his heart. In order to help Su Yanran overcome the disaster, he unintentionally killed many people. The Emperor's anger was mostly gone, and his eyes were heavy. Yanran had the mark of the immortal world on her body, and her cultivation would not be affected by the sacrifice formation. Yi Wenshan also acted according to the trajectory he arranged. Logically speaking, Su Yanran would ascend smoothly in her first life. The Emperor asked coldly, have you ever investigated the reason why Yanran cannot ascend? I have investigated and found nothing. The sarcasm flashed through Yi Wenshan's eyes. It must be that Su Yanran is too useless. This requires investigation. Su Yanran's kind of mind would still be the same even if she was reborn for another 200 lives. The Emperor of Heaven was lost in thought. The chess pieces he arranged were all designed to assist Su Yanran according to the path, and there were no mistakes in the middle. Could it be that Yanran is really weak? At this time, Suming from Tianshan Palace walked in with a panicked look on his face. When he saw Yi Wenshan there, he stopped talking. Yi Wenxin was very sensible and said, Your Majesty, if nothing happens, I will go back. Yes, the Emperor of Heaven looked at Yi Wenxin's leaving figure, the killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yi Wenxin is too rebellious, and one day, he will definitely get rid of Yi Wenxin. When Siming saw Yi Wenxin leaving, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, my subordinates just discovered something. The wheel of rebirth you prepared for the princess has not been activated. What did you say? Emperor Chan's expression suddenly changed. It stands to reason that after the princess has gone down to earth to survive the tribulation, the numerology book cannot be opened again. But my subordinates heard that the princess has gone down to earth to survive the tribulation and will be reborn, so I opened the numerology book to check and found the wheel of rebirth in the princess's numerology. Untouched. The Emperor of Heaven stood up and said, The wheel of rebirth has not moved. Why is she reborn? Siming's face was solemn. The princess seems to have been reborn following the rebirth of others, otherwise the princess should have ascended smoothly in her first life. Siming knew that this kind of thing was serious. Su Yanran's wheel of destiny was prepared by the Emperor of Heaven himself. She originally thought that with the wheel of rebirth, everything would be foolproof, but she never thought that she would still fail to overcome the catastrophe. Can it be written in the numerology book that she was reborn because of who? Siming said cautiously, There is a blank. If this happens, it means that the person's strength is higher than that of the Emperor of Heaven. I am worried that someone from the God realm interfered with the princess's tribulation. Impossible, the Emperor said firmly. People from the God realm cannot interfere with matters in the land abandoned by God. Besides, there was also a large sacrifice formation he had set up there. Even the will of the world has been replaced by the eye that covers the sky. It can be said that the entire small world is under his control. If a person from the God realm really wants to do something, the sky's healing eye will definitely report it to him. The Emperor of Heaven examined Siming. What Yanran took away was Feng Qingren's luck and Liu Kanglan and others' opportunities. Is there something wrong with them? Siming shook his head in fear. My subordinates have checked and found that Feng Qingran, Liu Kanglan and others have not been reborn, and they have no memory of rebirth. It should not be them. If it's not them, then someone is competing with Yanran for luck and opportunity. Many people flashed through the mind of the Emperor of Heaven, but these people were not in the land abandoned by the gods to overcome the tribulation, and they should not be able to influence Su Yanran to overcome the tribulation. Your Majesty, the princess was reborn in her last life. Several aspects of her life path deviated from your arrangements. First of all, the princess and Soaring Snake broke up, and the princess did not get the double spiritual bracelet. I suspect that the problem may be. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 464 Numerology Book. Seeing that Siming was hesitant to speak, the Emperor frowned and said, Say. My subordinates suspect that there may be something wrong with Miss Wen Yun. Why do you say that? The Emperor's eyes were dark, and it was impossible for Wen Yun to disobey his order. Miss Wen Yun plays the role of Feng Qingren's mother. Logically, Feng Qingran would follow her request and give the twin spiritual bracelets to the princess. However, in her first life, Feng Qingran refused to give the twin spiritual bracelets to the princess. To the princess. Su Yanran is not Wen Yun's biological child. How could Wen Yun be devoted to Su Yanran? Siming was thinking in his mind, but he would never dare to say this. Siming, you founded Tianchen Palace with me and have been by my side the longest. If you have anything to say, just say it directly without beating around the bush. I won't blame you. The Emperor's expression softened a lot, and he even smiled a little. However, the more he behaved like this, the more nervous Siming became. Emperor Chan was suspicious by nature, and he valued power extremely important. Siming didn't dare to tell the truth. Siming bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, the matter about Miss Wen Yun is just the speculation of my subordinates. Siming, this Emperor has something for you to do. I want you to establish an immortal book for Wen Yun. The Emperor said seriously. Since the last time I had a fight with the Queen. Wen Yun has already moved into his bedroom. Back then, when he went to the land abandoned by the gods to create a bloodthirsty alliance, he met Wen Yun, so he brought Wen Yun back to the fairy world and hid it in a dark room. Because Wen Yun did not ascend to the fairy world normally. Therefore, Wen Yun has no immortal book. There is no immortal book, which means that it is impossible to check Wen Yun's numerology. Siming's face changed slightly. Your Majesty, Miss Wen Yun is not an immortal. Entering the immortal realm without permission will have an impact on her future cultivation path, and her lifespan will be halved. Shou Yuan can be replenished with life-sustaining elixirs. Just go down and do it. The Emperor of Heaven said in a tone that could not be refused. There must be clues about the Wheel of Rebirth in Wen Yun's numerology. Your Majesty, Miss Wen Yun's entry into the immortal realm is not normal. I need her heart's blood and a ray of soul power. Siming sighed inwardly and forcibly entered the immortal realm. The fate of Miss Wen Yun can be imagined. The Emperor of Heaven is really willing to take action. The Emperor will send someone to deliver it to you later. After Wen Yun enters the immortal book, you can give her numerology book to me. Yes, Siming said and wanted to retreat. Siming, is there any way you can get the numerology books of Scholar Danqing and Goddess Qingqiang? Siming, he is the Siming of Tianchen Palace, not the Siming of the immortal realm. If the numerology book was so easy to obtain, the entire immortal realm would be in chaos. Siming's complaints are complaints. He still maintained a respectful expression on his face. My lord, if you want to get a person's numerology book, you must get a ray of that person's soul power. Reading other people's numerology books without authorization will shorten your lifespan. Siming said it relatively tactfully. He looked through Su Yanran's numerology book and found that 1/10 of his cultivation had been lost. He didn't want to continue losing cultivation. This emperor knows. The emperor waved his hand and Siming stepped back. After Siming left, a man in black appeared. My lord, all the secret guards we sent to the lower realm are dead. Is there any image sent back? The emperor looked embarrassed, remembering what Sima had said. The man in black didn't have time to answer. The queen's voice suddenly came from outside the palace. The Emperor of Heaven is really good at it. The Emperor of Heaven made a gesture to the man in black, and the figure of the man in black disappeared. The Emperor of Heaven then looked at the angry-looking queen with cold eyes. Queen, what are you talking about? How many people have you arranged to protect your illegitimate son in the lower world? The queen asked. All her confidants perished in the small world. Apart from the power of the Emperor of Heaven, the Queen of Heaven could not think of anyone else. How many people have you sent down to the realm? The Emperor realized that the Queen must have sent people down to the land abandoned by the gods without authorization. Could it be that his people died in the hands of the Queen of Heaven? Do you still need me to tell you? Your people should have sent back the news, right? The Queen smiled sarcastically. If she hadn't known that the Emperor loved acting, she would have been deceived. All my people were lost, the Emperor of Heaven said with majestic eyes. The Queen of Heaven stared at the face of the Emperor of Heaven. The land abandoned by the gods is your territory. Who can touch your people? The secret guard just sent back the news that their life cards were shattered and their souls were scattered. My people are the same. The Queen discovered that the Emperor was not acting, but telling the truth. When the Emperor of Heaven heard what the Queen said, the coldness in his eyes flashed. What is the strength of the people you sent down? Shuangxian. The Queen didn't understand the meaning of the Emperor's question. When people from the fairy world go to the small world, their cultivation will be automatically reduced to the tribulation stage. Queen of Heaven, I suspect that someone from the divine realm is targeting us. Impossible. The gods and the immortal world have always been on the same page. They will not touch the people in the immortal world, let alone my people. The Queen denied. Before the Queen of Heaven married the Emperor of Heaven, she was originally a god. What's more, her confidants have the imprint of the divine realm left by her. If people from the god realm took action and discovered the mark, they would not take action. If it's not from the god realm, who else has the strength to kill us? The Emperor asked coldly. The Queen fell into silence. While the two were thinking about who killed them, Fang Qinggran and others have destroyed the sacrifice array set up by the Emperor of Heaven. The moment the sacrificial formation was destroyed, the monks throughout Juju seemed to be sensing it. Especially those who are making breakthroughs can obviously feel that some kind of restraint has disappeared, and the absorption of spiritual energy has become smoother. Many monks in Kyushu gathered together to discuss this change. Strange, why do you feel that the spiritual energy you practice today is much stronger? Not only that, it seems that the shackles of cultivation have also disappeared. As long as I concentrate on cultivation, I can gain some insights. Could it be because the Bailey family disappeared and everyone felt relieved, so that's why this happened? It may also be because someone has broken through the integration stage, and we see hope. Don't tell me, there really is. No, look quickly, is that the direction of Qingyun Prefecture? Is there someone in Qingyun Prefecture who is about to break through the integration stage? Damn it, it's really possible. Qingyun Prefecture is really a geomantic treasure land. I decided to go to Qingyun Prefecture to beg for food, not to practice. This man is a casual cultivator, and sometimes he has to beg for food in order to buy some elixirs. The people on the side heard him say this and did not laugh at him. Instead, he said, "Brother, let's go to Qingyun State to beg for food. It's better than staying in Diling State, which has strict rules. It's better to act than to have a heartbeat. Let's form a group and go to Qingyun State to practice. Try to break through to the virtual god as soon as possible." Qingyun Prefecture. Ling Yunzong. Fang Qinggran destroyed the formation and went to find Mo Jinggong. Entering Moju Peak, you will see a familiar courtyard. The courtyard where He lived in Shifang territory before. The words Yi Wenchen said when he first entered the sect suddenly flashed through Fang Qinggran's mind. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 465 Panlong Essence and Blood. Fang Qinggran now finally understood why Yi Wenchen said that no one could enter any courtyard within Lingyun sect. Just because the person living in the yard is a terrifying existence. Fang Qinggran didn't know Qi's strength, but he could tell from the performance of the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain that Qi must be superior to all the ferocious beasts. Crunch. The courtyard door opened. Qi Wen's voice came, "Why is Miss Fang standing outside and not coming in?" Fang Qinggran walked into the courtyard. Mo Jinggong and Qi were playing chess. Behind Qi stood a handsome young man. Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes flashed with a gleam, and she nodded to Qi and the young man. Then she looked at Mo Jinggong and said, "Seventh senior brother, can I ask Tinfeng to practice? The damage to Peak was too severe. It will definitely not be repaired in a short time." Fang Qinggran thought that Yi Wenchen had already ascended and Wenchen Peak was empty, so he might as well go there to practice. Okay, Mo Jinggong stood up and walked to Fang Qinggran. "I'll help you change the formation of Wenchen Peak." The two walked out side by side. "Qi, I seem to be heir." Qi put down the chess piece in his hand and shook his head, focusing on sex over friends. When he returns to the immortal realm, he must publicize Mo Jinggong's behavior. Qi also stood up, raised his hand and disappeared from the courtyard. "Jin Chan, are you going back to the Shifang realm, or are you going to the immortal realm with me?" "I want to go to the fairy world with Master Qi." The young man behind Qi lowered his head and said. Qi's eyes were sharp as he looked at Jin Chan Gu. "Jin Chan, do you want to get involved in the matter of the rotten energy?" The young man looked well behaved and said bluntly, "Their mother Gu took away half of my strength. I want to get that half of my strength back. In addition, I am more curious about how their mother Gu was produced." "Forget it, come with me to the fairy world." Qi waved his hand to summon the gate of time and space. The two of them walked into the gate of time and space, and disappeared at Black Bamboo Peak. At the same time, Demon World. The palace of the Chongzheng Demon Emperor. Junsheng sat upright, looking at the seriously injured secret guard, and asked in a cold voice, "How is the investigation of Feng Qingran's matter going?" "There is no such person as Feng Qingran in the Feng family of the God Realm." The secret guard's aura was slightly disordered. "Any other clues?" The secret guard lowered his head. The wound was still bleeding, but he still said seriously, "The Feng family brought back a woman not long ago, named Feng Yushi. She is extremely talented and is loved by everyone in the Feng family." The Demon Emperor was not satisfied with the secret guard's answer. The top family in the God Realm should not only have this bit of news. The Demon Emperor thought for a moment and asked, "I remember that the Feng family searched for a person all over the world 10,000 years ago. Has the information about that person been investigated?" The secret guard felt a little chilled when he heard the Demon Emperor's question. As a demon, he is not welcomed in the upper world. Whichever world they go to, there will be many restrictions, and they may even be attacked. Now that he came back with serious injuries, the Demon Emperor didn't say a word about his injuries. Although the secret guard was slightly dissatisfied, the Demon Emperor was his master and he did not dare to show it. The secret guard responded, "Demon Emperor, all information about that person has been cleared up by the Feng family in the God Realm. My subordinates only heard from some people that that woman is taboo in the Feng family. No one can mention or investigate that woman. Once the Feng family discovers that someone is investigating her, they will immediately send someone to kill them." Ellipsis. After listening to the secret guard's words, the Demon Emperor glanced at the secret guard and asked, "So the injuries on your body come from the Feng family?" "Yes, if my subordinate hadn't used Death Escape, he might not have been able to come back at all. There is something wrong with this woman. You send a team of people to sneak into the God Realm secretly and continue to investigate this woman's affairs." The Demon Emperor ordered in a cold voice. The secret guard lowered his eyes with a cold light, but still received the order and retreated. After the secret guard left, the Demon Emperor called Demon Ling Yi. The Demon Emperor looked at the Demon Spirit and asked, "Is there any new news from Kyushu?" The 9 states are officially merged, and the states can travel freely between them. Everything is harmonious. The control of each state is officially handed over to the king of the state. All the members of the Bailey family are hiding. In addition, there have been a lot of breakthroughs in the human race recently, and there have been several fusion stage monks. The Demon Emperor frowned. Jushu was at peace, and the stronger the human race became, the harder it would be to win over the human race in the future. If he didn't have to fight with Tang Chongzhu for control of the demon world, he really wanted to send people to capture Kyushu right now. The Demon Emperor felt a headache when he thought of Tang Chongzhu. Tang Chongzhu had already killed 3 of the 10 demon emperors. Qin Hanyan must be caught quickly and threaten Tang Chongzhu. "Where are those people from Lingyun sect?" the Demon Emperor asked coldly. "They are all in seclusion in Lingyun sect. There is a protective formation outside Lingyun sect. The subordinates dare not enter Lingyun sect rashly for fear of disturbing the situation." Demon Ling Yi was actually more anxious than the Demon Emperor. Demon Spirit Yi was sent by the Demon Emperor to Tang Chongzhu to inquire about the news. "I live in fear every day." Demon Ling Yizhen was afraid that he would be exposed accidentally. Trash. The Demon Emperor was dissatisfied with Demon Ling Yi's answer, and raised his hand to hit Demon Ling Yi with an attack. The Demon Spirit had a gash on his shoulder. The demon lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Snapped. A formation disc was thrown in front of Demon Ling Yi. The Demon Emperor said, "Take this formation disc to Wenren Jushao and ask him to activate this formation disc when Qin Hanyan ascends. After the event is completed, I will give him a drop of Panlong Essence blood as reward." The Demon Spirit raised his head and looked at the Demon Emperor in shock. Panlong's essence and blood contain the pure power of chaos. As long as he finds a way to refine the power of chaos within, the Demon Emperor will have the capital to fight the Demon Lord. The Demon Emperor was actually willing to give away such precious coiling dragon essence and blood. "Do you still have questions?" The Demon Emperor naturally saw Mo Ling Yi's doubts, but he had no intention of explaining Mo Ling Yi's doubts. The Demon Spirit was frightened and picked up the array disc on the ground to find Wenren Jushao. Nether State. Demon King Hall. "Is this array a fixed-point teleportation array?" Wenren Jushao touched the exquisite array with a charming smile. "I don't know you, I just know that the Demon Emperor asked me to give this to you. He is really evil, I can't help him with this. You can find someone else." Wenren Jushao threw the array disc to Demon Ling Yi. The Demon Emperor said that as long as you do as required, he will give you a drop of Panlong essence and blood when the matter is accomplished. Mo Ling Yi's words made Wenren Jushao change his face. Wenren Jushao's demonic eyes narrowed slightly. Does he really have the blood of coiling dragon? As soon as the Demon Spirit took out an image stone, the Demon Emperor said that you will know it just by looking at it. Wenren Jushao sucked the image stone into his hand, and after checking the contents, his strange eyes flashed across the darkness. The Demon Emperor is really hidden deep enough. He even dares to take the evil dragon's things. This drop of essence and blood was hidden by the evil dragon, preparing to use it to break through the domain master. The Demon Emperor used tricks to steal the blood essence from the evil dragon. Wenren Jushao thought about it, the evil dragon was cruel and unreasonable by nature, and its things were not easy to get. Wenren Jushao was a little worried that this was a trap. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 466, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 1. What if he takes the blood of Panlong? The Demon Emperor backhandedly told the evil dragon that the dragon's essence and blood were with him, and the evil dragon would definitely attack the demon clan. The Demon Spirit originally thought that Wenren Jushao would agree immediately after telling him about Panlong's essence and blood. As a result, Wenren Jushao hesitated. This was something Mo Ling Yi didn't expect. "Give me the formation disc." Wenren Jushao's purple eyes were deep, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision. The evil dragon is indeed terrifying. But coiling dragon essence and blood is a rare thing of chaos. If you miss it, it will be gone. As long as he can refine the power of chaos, he doesn't have to be afraid of the evil dragon. The demon spirit handed the formation plate to Wenren Jushao, looking like he was hesitant to speak. What do you want to ask? Wenren Jushao asked with a half smile. Is this dragon blood essence and blood that only the demon clan can refine? The demon spirit never figured out why the demon emperor was willing to give such a precious thing to Wenren Jushao. Instead of refining the power of chaos within it yourself, you demons are cultivating demonic energy. There is a high risk of absorbing the essence and blood of coiling dragon. If you are not careful, your cultivation may be completely destroyed. So it is. Wenren Jushao played with the formation disc in his hand and looked at Mo Lingyi. If I remember correctly, you were with Tang Chongji at first, right? I have always been a member of the demon emperor Zhengzheng. Demon spirit replied. Both demon spirits and demon generals were created by Tang Chongju. How come you have always been a member of demon emperor Chongzheng? Wenren Jushao's demonic pupils flickered, looking slightly charming. The demon's expression froze. It was indeed Tang Chongju who created him. But Tang Chongju was indifferent by nature and didn't care about them at all. If the Chongzheng demon emperor hadn't given him the training resources, there would definitely be no way for him to improve his strength. But Demon Lingyi would definitely not say these words. The demon spirit's eyes flickered, not knowing how to speak. Wenren Jushao seems to have seen through everything. When Ren Jushao waved his hand at the demon spirit, you go back and tell the demon emperor that I helped him handle the matter, but he must keep his promise. Doubts flashed across the demon spirit's eyes, and he turned around and left in a daze. After the demon left, Wenren Jushao's figure flashed and appeared outside Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect is still overcrowded outside. Countless monks gather here to practice. Wenren Jushao's arrival did not cause much disturbance. Wenren Jushao's purple eyes flashed with dim light, and he looked at the plaque on the wooden door. The three words, Ling Yunzong, are vigorous and powerful, conveying a strong pressure. Hey, fellow Taoist, just take a look at that plaque. If you look at it too much, it will hurt your spiritual consciousness. A person who woke up from practice said. Wenren Jushao's face became kind, and he walked to sit next to the speaker. Why do you want to practice here? Are you from another state? The monk looked at the extraordinary Wenren Jushao and said firmly. How come you see? Only outsiders would ask this question. Everyone in Qingyun Prefecture knows that Lingyun sect has an ascended monk. Jiang Laosen, are you starting to make up stories again? Someone on the side joked. Go, I'm talking about the inside story. What do you ignorant people know? My 7th aunt's uncle's nephew is from Tongwen Pavilion, and he is very well informed. The Lingyun sect has 9 disciples, all of whom are outstanding and talented in cultivation. It is said that after they came out of the Yuxuan secret realm, they all broke through the integration stage. There are even people who are already monks in the Mahayana stage. In addition, I also heard that their master Yi Wenshan has ascended to the immortal world. We all want to come to such a sect to soak up the immortal energy. Even if we can't ascend, we will definitely be able to live a long life. After Jiang Laosen said that, he glanced at Wenren Jushao and asked curiously, young man, what is your cultivation level? I also want to break through and ascend as soon as possible. Wenren Jushao answered the question. There is no need to feel inferior if your cultivation level is too low. The journey of cultivation is to go against the will of heaven. You are lucky to be able to get started. Work hard. Jiang Laosen is also a sensible person. Wenren Jushao smiled at Jiang Laosen, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. Wenren Jushao's consciousness spread, trying to check the situation in Lingyun sect. The time when Qin Hanyan will ascend is uncertain. Only by watching it in person can Wenren Jushao feel at ease. As soon as Wenren Jushao's consciousness came into contact with the Lingyun sect's barrier, it was blocked. Wenren Jushao silently withdrew his consciousness. Since he couldn't check Qin Hanyan's condition, he would wait until the vision came down to see. When the thunder falls, there will definitely be holes in Lingyun sect's barrier. Wenren Jushao also entered a state of cultivation. I don't know how much time has passed. There were bursts of thunder in the sky. Wenren Jushao opened his purple pupils, and other people around him had already stood up, looking eagerly at the situation in Lingyun sect. Look at this thunder, it turns out to be purple thunder. Is someone going to ascend again? Jiang Laosen, please don't lie to me. I remember you just said that their average integration period per person is only 100 years. How can anyone among them ascend? It is recorded in ancient books that it takes at least hundreds of years for each level after the integration stage to advance. Even if they ascend, it will take thousands of years. How can it be so fast? What's impossible about that? Their previous master, Yi Wenshan, directly trained from the peak of false god to transcending tribulations and ascending. If Yi Wenshan can ascend, naturally his disciples can too. Hey, no, look, it seems that there is not only one person who has survived the thunder tribulation, but 9 people. My dear, don't scare me. If these 9 people survive the tribulation together, the Lingyun sect will not be able to be hacked bald. We'd better stay away. Thunder has no eyes, if it strikes sideways. Boom. Jiang Laosen said half of his words. A bolt of lightning struck him. Everyone was in an uproar and immediately stayed away from Jiang Laosen. Jiang Laosen was dumbfounded and numb all over. He hadn't reached the time to overcome the tribulation. Among the thunderclouds, there is a black cloud hidden. It is the eye that covers the sky. The eye that covers the sky was very dissatisfied when Jiang Laosen said that it had no eyes. He chopped Jiang Laosen willfully. Wenren Jushao's demonic eyes flashed, and he looked at the rolling thunderclouds. His eyes darkened unclear. The sky thunder would not hit anyone casually. There's something unusual about this thundercloud above your head. Could it be that God is coming in person? Wenren Jushao didn't look good. Originally, 9 people from the Lingyun sect were going through the tribulation together, so he couldn't tell Qin Hanyan's position. As a result, God is now here in person. If he interferes with Qin Hanyan's way to ascension, he will definitely be contaminated by this cause and effect. When the eye of covering the sky split Jiang Laosen, he keenly discovered the existence of Wenren Jushao. The eye that covers the sky truthfully reported Wenren Jushao's existence to Fang Qingran, who was being struck by lightning. However, Fang Qingran had no intention of caring about Wenren Jushao's affairs at the moment. Her Taoist heart was greatly impacted. The ascending thunder tribulation made her remember more things. She also saw more things she didn't know. Fang Qingran discovered that Yi Wenshan was Su Yanran's accomplice. The massacre of the city by the eldest brother was all set up by Yi Wenshan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 467, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 2. Fang Qingran felt heavy as she looked at what happened to her senior brother in her memory. Fang Qingran couldn't help but think of what the high priest said about her being reborn 7 times. Her life in every life is arranged. You must enter the Tianjin sect, give the twin spiritual bracelets to Su Yanran, and then become a stepping stone for Su Yanran. Until Su Yanran takes away all her opportunities, someone will come to kill her. During this period, if she did not want to stay with Su Yanran and chose to stay away from Su Yanran, something would definitely happen that would force her to return to Su Yanran. Fang Qingran frowned. She felt that the memory she saw was not a complete lifetime memory, but more like something pieced together. Because she could actually see Lu Kanglin's past life experience completely. Lu Kanglin is the young master of the Lu family in Hualingzhu. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to come to Qingyun Prefecture specifically to join the Lingyun sect. But when Lu Kanglin was a teenager, he suddenly learned that he could become the young master of the Lu family in exchange for his mother's life. The murderer of his mother was his respected ancestor. Lu Kanglin couldn't accept this truth for a while, so he planned to leave the Lu family. Lu Kanglin abandoned his cultivation, left the Lu family, met Yi Wenshan, and joined the Lingyun sect. After Lu Kanglin became a disciple of Lingyun sect, the opportunities gained from entering the secret realm would always fall into the hands of Su Yanran inexplicably. He didn't pay much attention to these things at first. After all, cultivating immortality pays attention to cause and effect. Some things may not belong to him in the first place, and if they're lost, they're lost. But as time passed, Lu Kanglin discovered that all the things obtained by the other senior brothers and sisters also belonged to Su Yanran. Lu Kanglin was keenly aware that something was wrong. He started investigating Su Yanran and unexpectedly learned a lot of things. Su Yanran can be said to be the luckiest person in the entire world of immortality. Whatever Su Yanran wants, it will be delivered to her in various forms. This is no longer a simple cause and effect. Totally unfair robbery. After knowing the truth, Lu Kanglin no longer gave Su Yanran any chance to snatch his opportunity. Immediately afterwards, a group of powerful men in black appeared to chase Lu Kanglin. At that time, Lu Kanglin only had nascent soul cultivation level and was no match for those men in black. Lu Kanglin was forced to use forbidden formations to protect himself. In order to destroy Lu Kanglin's formation, those people in black did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the entire city to destroy Lu Kanglin's formation. Seeing that he had implicated so many people, Lu Kanglin felt disheartened and gave up the struggle. After Lu Kanglin died, the man in black leaves. Yi Wenshan appeared, looked at Lu Kanglin lying in a pool of blood, and said with guilt on his face, "Kanglin, I'm sorry, if there is an afterlife, I will protect you." When Fang Qingran saw this, the temperature in her eyes dropped to freezing point. It started when the eldest brother was chased by the men in black. The master followed behind, but the master just watched silently as the elder brother struggled. There is also information about the eldest brother's mother, which is also the news that the master secretly conveyed to the eldest brother. Every step of the way for senior brother is under the control of the master. Since the master is from Su Yanran's side, why should he help her in this life? Boom. Another thunder struck. The pain of suffocation came over me. Fang Qingran swallowed the blood gushing from her throat and pulled away from the memories. No matter what happened in the past. It's all in the past. The mystery will be revealed sooner or later. What she has to do is to have the strength to withstand risks before the truth is revealed. As for Yi Wenshan's matter, she will ask it herself when she ascends to the upper world. Fang Qingran held her breath and concentrated, refining the power of thunder and lightning in her body. As the lightning strikes struck one after another, Fang Qingran could feel that the aura around him became more solid, as if he was about to overcome some kind of shackles. Outside the Lingyun sect. So it turns out that the thunder tribulation during the ascension was purple thunder. Our previous thunder tribulations were all silver thunder, and when they were struck down they would only feel destruction. This purple thunder in front of us looks like it has the power of heaven. I want to give it a try. Come on, it's just you. But if you don't have the kind of physical fitness, a purple thunder can wipe you out. You said that after all 9 Lingyun sects ascended, wouldn't this Lingyun sect become vacant? Can we go in and practice? Are you dreaming? You can't even get in. What do you think the Lingyun sect looks like? Will there be such a magnificent palace? There will also be various training places. Who knows? No matter what happens, we can only envy you. The monks were discussing excitedly and were full of endless curiosity about everything in Lingyun sect. Only 2 people were hidden in the crowd, silent. One of them, wearing a cloak, watched the tribulation thunder strike down one after another with cold eyes. He had not yet settled the score with Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue is about to ascend. His current cultivation level is only at the nascent soul stage. If he wants to ascend to find Mu Chanjue, he may have to wait thousands of years. It seems that we must find a way to ascend as soon as possible. The other one was Wenren Jushao. His purple pupils flashed with dim light, and he had no way to enter Lingyun sect. Qin Hanyan's location could not be determined. He really doesn't know how to send the formation disc in. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to exchange Qin Hanyan for Panlong essence and blood. Look, the thunder over there seems to be abnormal. Everyone looked in the direction Jiang Laosen was pointing. Purple thunderclouds slashed down with black mist. The black mist gives people an extremely depressing feeling and a sense of foreboding. There won't be any evil cultivators in Lingyun sect, right? This black mist looks very evil. I heard earlier that there are evil cultivators in Lingyun sect. It's because of this that their cultivation has improved so quickly, the man wearing a cloak said. Jiang Laosen looked at the man in a black cloak. Who are you? You want to ascend, how can you be an evil cultivator? If they are not evil cultivators, why are thunder tribulations so weird? What he said makes sense. No one has ascended in our Juju continent for 10,000 years. Why is it that Lingyun sect alone has someone ascended? Yes, the most bizarre thing is that 9 of them can ascend together. The cloaked man heard everyone talking and continued to add jealousy. Even if they are not evil cultivators, they are certainly not serious cultivators. Maybe they have taken away the luck of many people so that the entire sect can ascend together. Stealing people's luck. Damn it, it can't be like this, right? Jiang Laosen said, don't listen to the nonsense of the cloak boy. If they really steal people's luck, they will definitely not be able to pass the test of Wen Xin Lei. Heaven is the most just. That's right, heaven treats everyone equally and will definitely not let bad people ascend. Jiang Laosen, that's not what I meant. When Ren Jushao stared at the black mist in the thunder clouds, his purple eyes flashed, and he suddenly had an idea. The barrier at that place is incomplete. He can go in from there and find Qin Hanyan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, when Ren Jushao hid his figure and headed towards the direction of the black mist. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 468, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 3. When Ren Jushao transformed into his original form and entered Lingyun sect. Snapped. As soon as Wen Ren Jushao entered Lingyun sect, he was slapped to the ground by Tao Ti. Boss, look, I caught a fox for you. Do you want to eat it? Tao Ti pressed his paw on Wen Ren Jushao's fox body and said flatteringly. Wen Ren Jushao looked up and saw Fang Yuyu, who was chewing bamboo. Wen Ren Jushao stared at Fang Yuyu with widened fox eyes, extremely shocked. The iron-eating beast from the prehistoric period actually appeared here. Fang Yuyu looked at Wen Ren Jushao with a cute look and continued to bite the bamboo. It still liked to eat vegetarian food. Boss, are you really not going to eat? Tao Ti was salivating, ready to move. Squeak. Hearing Ren Jushao scream for mercy. The 7 tails behind him kept wagging. Ah, sneeze. The fox's tail brushed Tao Ti's nose, and Tao Ti couldn't help but sneeze. Hey, keep your tail quiet for a while. Don't worry, anything eaten by me will not hurt you. Tao Ti seemed to be waiting for Fang Yuyu's answer, so he didn't move when Ren Jushao. When Ren Jushao felt annoyed. He shouldn't have entered Lingyun sect so recklessly. We must find a way to save ourselves quickly. Fang Yuyu shook her head at Tao Ti. The fox is a demon and has turned into a human form, so it cannot be eaten. Boss, but he is a fox at the moment. He even broke into our territory and brought it to my mouth. Isn't it a pity that I won't eat it? Tao Ti licked the fur on the top of the fox's head. A warmth hit the top of my head. Vomit. When Ren Jushao couldn't help opening her mouth and vomited. Tao Ti's bad breath almost killed him. When Ren Jushao was extremely reluctant to die under Tao Ti's mouth. Slut fox, are you pregnant? Tao Ti stared at Wen Ren Jushao's belly. Hearing the news, the fire in the sky rushed straight to the top of the head. I'm a male fox, are your eyes just for decoration? Tao Ti heard Wen Ren Jushao's voice, and his attitude changed instantly. He lazily opened his paws and asked, Wen Ren Jushao, why are you here at Lingyun sect? I see that everyone is going through a tribulation and wants to learn some experience. Really, then why don't you just go through the front door openly? Do you have to sneak in through a crack? Tao Ti asked. I would rather go through the front door, but the key is that the front door won't let me go. Wen Ren Jushao's voice was full of resentment. Tao Ti rolled his eyes, thinking about the time it was knocked unconscious by the wooden door. I suddenly felt that this topic could not be continued. Tao Ti changed the topic and said, Wen Ren Jushao, I remember you live in Netherworld State, right? Do you need to come here to study and practice? You're not holding it back, are you? I'm a good person, Wen Ren Jushao said seriously. You have bad intentions written all over your head, but you still have the nerve to say that you are a good person. Quickly tell me what you want to do to the master. Do you want the master to take you to ascend? Or do you want to tempt the master to make a contract with you? Tao Ti's eyes gradually turned cold. Fang Qingran has so many contracted beasts, and Wen Ren Jushao must not be allowed to contract with Fang Qingran again. Moreover, contracting a demon would really lower Fang Qingran's level. The lowering of Fang Qingran's grade means that it is also inferior to others. Snort. Wen Ren Jushao actually wants to make a contract with Fang Qingran, absolutely not. Tao Ti made up a lot of things in his head, but Wen Ren Jushao had no idea. Tao Ti stared at Wen Ren Jushao and felt terrified. When Ren Jushao silently took a step back, Tao Ti, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm a demon. Bah, I'm a demon that has transformed into a human being. If you dare to eat me, it will be equivalent to offending both the demon race and the human race at the same time. Wen Ren Jushao was frightened by the coercion emanating from Tao Ti and became incoherent. He hated himself again for being too weak. As long as he can ascend smoothly, he won't be afraid of the ancient Tao Ti. Tao Ti held a majestic tiger head and approached Wen Ren Jushao step by step. Wen Ren Jushao kept backing up. Tao Ti Hutu's eyebrows twitched a few times, and he became more certain that Wen Ren Jushao wanted to make a contract with Fang Qingran, and his mood became even more unhappy. Tao Ti turned around and pointed his butt at Wen Ren Jushao. Wen Ren Jushao. Speechless, I forgot to move. Tao Ti opened his mouth wide and roared, invincible big bubble. Puff puff. A stream of gas popped out from behind Tao Ti. Wenren Jushao was rushed out of Lingyun's sect and disappeared. After Tuti sent Wenren Jushao away, Yu wanted to show off his skills to Fang Yuyu, but when he turned around, Fang Yuyu had disappeared. Tuti said worriedly, "It's over. It won't kill the boss too, right? It shouldn't be. The boss is so powerful, there is no way he will be affected. The boss must have gone to find the master, and I will go too." Tuti just wanted to leave the 10th peak. Boom. Something hit it on the head. Tuti looked at the formation disc on the ground with dissatisfaction. The ancient formation disc must have been accidentally dropped by the owner's senior brother. I will send it to him and meet Lu and Jin by the way. Tuti picked up the array disc on the ground and flew towards Kangnan Peak. I have no idea what the consequences of this move will be. Here, Fang Yuyu crawled to find Fang Qingran and sniffed the air. Ah. The owner of Xiangxiang. It smells like bamboo. It should never take care of Tuti again, that guy is so disgusting. It was almost smoked to death just now. Fang Qingran felt Fang Yuyu's breath and opened her bright apricot eyes. Yuyu, don't get too close. I'm going through a thunderstorm, so be careful not to hurt you. Fang Yuyu tilted her cute head, her eyes full of confusion. Strange. Why should the master be struck by lightning? When it advanced, Lei never dared to hit it. Fang Yuyu looked up at the sky, seeming to have spied the existence of the eye that covers the sky. Fang Yuyu raised its front paw and pulled it, and a black cloud appeared in front of its eyes. It is the eye that covers the sky. The eye that shrouded the sky sent a message to Fang Qingran with his whole body trembling. Master, hurry up and let him let go of me. Don't let him tear me apart. I will never be willful again, and I will never dare to hit anyone casually again. Yuyu, let it go. Fang Yuyu, but it will hit you. Don't tear me apart. The worst I can do is drink a few more glasses of bitter melon juice in the future and reflect on myself. Eyes that cover the sky trembled. Eye that covers the sky, why are you afraid of Yuyu? Master, it is a prehistoric iron-eating beast. Not only am I afraid of it, but also the wills of every small world are afraid of it. Its bloodline is inherited from the Hongmeng Supreme bloodline. When Fang Yuyu grows up, even Dao Dao is afraid of it. Of course, the latter part of the sentence was not said. After all, Fang Qingran is not yet suitable to know the existence of the Great Road. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes, which were like glass, blinked. Yuyu, let it go. It is the way of heaven in this small world now, and it is performing its mission. If I don't endure the thunder, I won't be able to survive the disaster and ascend. Fang Yuyu seemed to understand and let go of the eyes that covered the sky. Master, let it go. No, stay a little away from you, or put it into space, otherwise I won't dare to hit you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 469, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 4. The eyes that cover the sky are painful in my heart. It was supposed to be high up and respected by others. Ever since the contract with Fang Qingran, he has no dignity at all. Now he still has to be bullied by Fang Qingran's beast. If it weren't for the purpose of growing into a real will of the world, it would want to give up at this moment. When Fang Qingran heard the words of the sky-shading eye, she raised her hand and put Fang Yuyu into the void space, letting Yuan Bao play with Fang Yuyu. Fang Qingran looked quietly at the eye that covers the sky. Continue. Zhe Chan said earnestly, Master, to be honest, you should keep a low profile when you fly to the upper world. Before you are strong enough, you must not let others know that you have an iron-eating beast, otherwise you will be killed. After saying this, the eye that covers the sky flashed into the clouds. After Fang Qingran has overcome the thunder tribulation, she must ascend within 2 hours. 2 hours were not enough for Fang Qingran to repair the injuries caused by the thunder disaster. It was really worried that Fang Qingran would encounter something unexpected after entering the fairy world. After all, Fang Qingran's enemy is the Emperor of the Immortal Realm. Thinking of the methods of the Emperor of Heaven, the eyes that cover the sky shudder. Fang Qingran didn't know what Zhidian Ai was thinking. At this moment, she completely concentrated her mind and refined the power of thunder and lightning in her body. Fang Qingran looked inside and unexpectedly discovered that she suddenly had an extra purple spiritual root. Derived spiritual roots. The special thing about the 5 elements spiritual roots is that in the later stages of cultivation, other spiritual roots will be derived. One more spiritual root means that the difficulty of cultivation has doubled. It also means that there is one more chance to save one's life during the battle. Boom. Another thunder struck. Fang Qingran felt that the lightning strike on her body this time was obviously not that painful. All the thunder and lightning power attached to the body rushed towards the purple spiritual root. The thunder and lightning refined by the purple spirit root become milder. No more destroying her body. Fang Qingran understood that the purple spiritual root must be the thunder spiritual root. It just so happens that she can borrow the thunder from this tribulation to practice the purple spirit root. She can overcome the tribulation quickly, and she can also go to other senior brothers and sisters to gain some thunder and lightning power. Fang Qingran sent a message to the sky-shading eye, hurry up. The eye that shrouded the sky was completely speechless. It was afraid that Fang Qingran would give it some bitter melon juice before leaving, so it didn't dare to chop it too fast. As a result, people thought it was too slow to chop. The eye that covers the sky is a little angry. Bang bang bang. Several thunder tribulations went down together. It must let Fang Qingran taste the power of thunder calamity. Otherwise, Fang Qingran would have thought it was easy to bully. Outside the Lingyun sect, everyone was shocked when they saw an extremely thick thunder suddenly appearing in the sky. Damn it, why is this thunder calamity dozens of times thicker than the others? Wouldn't it kill someone if it was struck by it? You think there won't be any evil cultivators in Lingyun sect, right? First there was the black mist, and then there was the thunder that was thicker than a human being. Tiandao must have seen something, that's why it happened like this. Heaven has eyes, I think Lingyun sect will definitely lose several people today. Jiang Laosan was very unhappy when he heard everyone's discussion. He is a loyal fan of Lingyun sect. In the fighting spirit selection competition, when he was climbing the ladder to heaven, it was thanks to the support from the Lingyun sect that he would not fall down. Since then, he has been secretly paying attention to the people of Lingyun sect. It really made him see some tricks. Other monks are practicing hard. Lingyun sect is a life-threatening practice. Disciples from nearby sects would always participate in some competitions to compete for some fame. Only the people from Lingyun sect were not interested in those small competitions at all. He has been sitting here for almost 100 years, and the people of Lingyun sect have been practicing in the sect for 100 years. Jiang Laosan's thoughts were racing, and the suspicion of Lingyun sect still lingered in his ears. Jiang Laosan glared at the cloaked man who always stirred up trouble. Don't talk so harshly here. I think you are just jealous of others being able to ascend. And you are only at the nascent soul stage. If you want to ascend, you may have to wait. It's the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse, right? When the cloaked man heard Jiang Laosan's words, his breath was cold, and he showed murderous intent towards Jiang Laosan, and a faint black mist appeared in his palm. Jiang Laosan was stared at by the cloaked man and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. The cloaked man raised his hand. Jiang Laosan was so frightened that he took a step back. Hey, what are you going to do? The fight should be held at another time, right? I still want to watch the tribulation. The cloaked man quickly patted Jiang Laosan's shoulder with his palm. Jiang Laosan suddenly trembled, not noticing that a wisp of black mist entered his body from his shoulder. The cloaked man retracted his hand, his eyes filled with evil. Jiang Laosan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the exclamation coming from beside him. FCK, look, is this the golden light that transcends tribulations and ascends? Not waiting for anyone else to say anything. The golden light spread little by little and enveloped everyone. Someone immediately shouted in surprise, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Don't bother any of you. Anyone who interferes with my cultivators without permission will die. I also feel like I'm about to break through. Many people choose to sit cross-legged and break through in place. Everyone was bathed in the golden light with happy faces, only the man in the cloak frowned, looking uncomfortable. The cloaked man probably couldn't stand the golden light. Finally, he looked at Lingyun sect unwillingly and turned to leave. As soon as the cloaked man left, Jiang Laosan felt relaxed all over, feeling like he was waking up from a dream. Click. Jiang Laosan felt that some kind of restraint in his body disappeared, and his spiritual power was rising steadily, which was a sign that he was about to break through the virtual god. Jiang Laosan, are you going to advance to the level of false god? That's not right. Jiang Laosan, aren't you just in the middle stage of becoming a god? Why are you suddenly about to be promoted to a virtual god? It's really unfair. Why do so many people feel the same way? I'm the only one who doesn't. The few people still standing looked at each other. Someone whispered, is it because we have questioned Lingyun sect? It shouldn't be, we didn't actually say anything, right? Yes, we just questioned Lingyun sect, and the cloaked man slandered and misled us, don't you think? The man in the cloak. Hey, where did the man in the cloak go? He's gone. Several people looked around but could not find the cloaked man. In the sky covering eye hidden in the clouds saw this scene and was very satisfied. How could heaven have no eyes? There are always people who think that they do not need to be responsible for what they do or say. But everyone has to pay for what they have said and what they have done. Those who do good deeds will be rewarded with good deeds. Those who do bad things will be punished sooner or later. That Jiang Laosan is not jealous, he can keep his true feelings, and he deserves to receive the gift of fate. It will not do anything to those who throw dirty water on Lingyun sect, but it has the right to take back those gifts that should belong to them. Everything has its own arrangement. Don't feel that there is no restraint and just spread evil thoughts at will. The eye that covers the sky looks at the annoyed people below. The more satisfied it is with itself, the more it looks like the way of heaven. But the eyes that cover the sky can only be happy for a few breaths. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 470, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 5. They saw that Feng Qingran, who had passed through the thunder tribulation, was not only unscathed, but also entered the place where others had passed through the tribulation as fast as flying. Feng Qingran first went to Degu Jianyi. Degu Jianyi does not have colorful mysterious clothes, nor does he have a contracted beast to protect him. You can only rely on your will to survive the thunderstorm. He was now beaten to pieces. When Feng Qingran approached Degu Jianyi, she could still hear the crackling sound of thunder on his body. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and the experience of Degu Jianyi flashed through her mind. When the second senior brother was 10 years old, he saw his parents die in front of his eyes, and saw his enemy contract his father's magical weapon, the Wind God Sword. He was only 10 years old and survived by chance. But he has to avoid being chased by his enemies. With no other choice, he can only choose to beg and live a life of being bullied. What was even worse was the process. He could only watch helplessly as his enemy used his father's Fengshan sword to reach the top step by step. It wasn't until the second senior brother met his master and entered Lingyun sect that everything changed. He no longer has to live a life of fear. But the second senior brother didn't know that he had become a stepping stone on Su Yanran's path to immortality. The sword manual in his hand was taken away by Su Yanran. Even the inheritance of the sword master that was unexpectedly obtained was taken away by Su Yanran. In addition, after learning that Su Yanran was the enemy's apprentice, the second senior brother embarked on the path of becoming Su Yanran's enemy again. The results can be imagined. The second senior brother, like the first senior brother, met a tragic end. Little junior sister, aren't you also going through the tribulation? Why are you here? Degu Jian noticed Feng Qingran's approach and opened his sword eyes. Second senior brother, hurry up and heal your wounds. Don't worry about me. Fang Qingran handed Dagu Sword a healing holy fruit with a complicated look in her eyes. In the previous life, when the second senior brother was dealing with Su Yanran, he accidentally saved her once. In this life, she must repay this kindness. Dagu Jianyi did not receive the holy fruit. Little junior sister, please leave quickly, the thunder tribulation will hurt you. The junior sister has given him enough good things. He didn't want to keep accepting gifts from his junior sister. As a senior brother, he failed to give more things to his junior sister. Instead, he always asked for her junior sister's things, which was very bad. Fang Qingran stuffed the holy fruit into Dagu Jianyi's hand, then took out the repaired Fengshan sword from the space and placed it in front of Dagu Jianyi. Second senior brother, after you have overcome the thunder tribulation, you must ascend within 2 hours. During these 2 hours, you can handle your own personal affairs. As soon as Dagu Jian saw the wind god sword, his aura suddenly changed. The sky covering eye in the sky. Is it split? Or should he attack Fang Qingran together? Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled, brewing more thunder and lightning power. As soon as Dagu Jian heard the thunder, he came back to his senses instantly. Little junior sister, thank you, you go back first. Fang Qingran took out another token and stuffed it into Dagu Jian's hand. Second senior brother, after you survive the thunder tribulation, contact the person on the token, and he will tell you the specific location of Luo Wuji. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she chose a seat not far or near from Dagu Jianyi to sit down. This will not only help the second senior brother share the damage caused by the thunder tribulation, but will not implicate the second senior brother. What else did Dagu Jianyi want to say? Fang Qingran took the lead and said, second senior brother, put your things away quickly, or else they will be struck down by thunder. Dagu Jian immediately put the things into the space. Dagu Jian pursed his lips and closed his eyes, preparing to face the pain caused by the thunderstorm. Boom. Thunder tribulation strikes down. Dagu Jian had a look of doubt on his face, and his heartache disappeared. As soon as Dagu Jian opened his eyes, he saw that most of the lightning strikes hit Fang Qingran, and only a small part hit him. Junior sister, don't block the thunder for me. Fang Qingran shook his head, formed a seal with his hands, and a purple thunder seal fell on Dagu Jianyi. The restless thunder and lightning on Dagu Jianyi's body instantly became gentle, nourishing his muscles and veins. Fang Qingran winked at Dagu Jian, very playfully, second senior brother, don't worry, this thunder can't hurt me. You will take revenge later, but you can't go there with injuries. Little junior sister, you shouldn't bear this responsibility for me. Second senior brother, when you become more powerful in the future, you must protect the people of Lingyun sect, so that the cause and effect will be eliminated. Fang Qingran said with a smile. She has been reborn so many times, so there is no shortage of cause and effect. Besides, the second senior brother had saved her in the previous life, so helping the second senior brother now was considered as repaying the favor. Warmth flashed through Dagu Jian's eyes. He would never regret being able to enter Lingyun sect and meet such senior brothers and sisters. Dagu Jianyi no longer persuaded Fang Qingran, but devoted himself to overcoming the thunder tribulation. Sky covering eye, master, can't you avoid me if you cheat? You have to say this in front of me. Eyes that shrouded the sky complained, and after seeing Fang Qingran's gesture, he could only accept his fate and follow it. The eye of covering the sky gave an order to the thunder that struck Dagu Jianyi. 10 thunders should act as one strike, strike hard, no need to worry about anything. It's mine to kill. The thunder calamity on Dagu Jianyi's side accelerated. The lightning disaster on the other side slowly descended. Especially on Liu Kanglan's side, he has thunder roots and is not afraid of thunder tribulation. He originally wanted to take advantage of the tribulation to ascend and absorb more power of thunder and lightning. As a result, the thunder seemed to be striking, and I just rested for a while. When Liu Kanglan was speechless, he saw a dragon-like thunder striking towards Dagu Jianyi. Liu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with dark color. Could Jianyi still not be able to overcome that hurdle? Tati, who had been waiting for a long time, saw that Liu Kanglan was distracted instead of overcoming the disaster well, so he decided to take this opportunity to give the array to Liu Kanglan. Tati shouted, hey, Liu Kanglan, is this formation disc yours? Only then did Liu Kanglan discover Tati's presence and looked at the formation disc under Tati's paws. Ancient teleportation array. Liu Kanglan shook his head. He did not have such a precious formation disc. It's not you, but I picked this up nearby. Could it be that Luan Jin accidentally dropped it? Tati asked incoherently. Liu Kanglan narrowed his eyes slightly, finally seeing Tati's intention. Are you trying to use the array as an excuse to come see Luan Jin? Liu Kanglan closed her eyes, ignored Tati, and waited for the thunder disaster to come. Seeing that his goal was not achieved, Tati was very unhappy, threw the array plate on the ground, got up and left. Neither Liu Kanglan nor Tati saw the array plate on the ground flashing a light, then a faint black mist began to appear. The Demon Emperor, who was still waiting for Qin Hanyan to come in the Demon Realm, had no idea that he was about to face a big trouble. Not only did he lose his position as the Demon Emperor, he also provoked the Buddhist world. At this moment, the Demon Emperor looked at Demon Ling Yi and said from a high position, when Ren Jushao didn't accept the Panlong essence and blood immediately, and showed caution. Yes, when Ren Jushao thought for a long time before agreeing. Yes, when Ren Jushao thought for a long time before agreeing. A sinister smile appeared in the eyes of the Demon Emperor. It seems that this generation of demon kings in the demon world still has brains, but there are some things that he cannot tolerate. With just one drop of Panlong essence and blood, he can't refuse even if he wants to. Demon Emperor, what should I do next? Demon Spirit lowered his head and asked. You return to Tang Chongzhu first and wait for my news. The Demon Emperor sat on the high position, as if he had already seen the victory scene. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 471, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 6. Ling Yunzong. Fang Qingran looked at Dagu Jianyi's leaving figure and murmured, Second senior brother, I hope that this trip can eliminate your inner demons, and your journey to immortality will be smooth in the future. Fang Qingran got up and went to the place where Qin Hanyan had overcome the calamity. When Bai Zai saw what Fang Qingran did in the contract space, he couldn't help but send a message, Fang Qingran, it won't do you any good to do this. Fang Qingran suppressed the brilliance in her eyes and landed not far from Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan's situation is not optimistic. Qin Hanyan's eyebrows were furrowed, her whole body aura was disordered, she was fighting her inner demons, and had no intention of tending to her own injuries. Seeing this, Fang Qingran sat cross-legged directly, raised his jade hand to form a seal, and the formation slowly unfolded from under Fang Qingran's body, including him and Qin Hanyan. The formation is like a huge green lotus. Waves of gentle power glowed on the green lotus. This power is mysterious and vast, as if it can control all things, making people feel peaceful and peaceful. Qin Hanyan's eyes relaxed slightly, but he still couldn't break free from the shackles of his inner demons. Fang Qingran had one hand with his palm facing up, and the other hand drew a semicircle in the air. Then he pointed his fingertips on his palm and drew a mysterious symbol. Fang Qingran murmured softly, many causes and effects in the past life have happened to me. I only hope that the third senior sister will have a peaceful mind and ascend to immortality. Bai Zai felt extremely bad when he heard Fang Qingran's words. Fang Qingran's involvement in the cause and effect is likely to attract Dao Dao's attention in advance, once Dao Dao takes action against Fang Qingran. Many of its plans and arrangements will be in vain. Bai Zai said in a very serious tone, Fang Qingran, why are you doing this? She is just your senior sister. There is no need for you to taint her cause and effect. Have you ever thought about what kind of consequences this will bring to you? As a result of. Fang Qingran ignored Bai Zai's message and continued to add talisman to Qin Hanyan. She must ensure that the third senior sister can withstand the last thunder. In her previous life, it was third senior sister's generous gift of medicine that gave her a chance to live. In this life, it is natural for her to protect third senior sister and ascend safely. Puff. Qin Hanyan spit out a mouthful of black blood and said in a weak voice, Little junior sister, please leave me alone. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were clear and she said crisply, Third senior sister, the person who killed your parents was not from the Bailey family. Your enemy is still at large. You must survive the tribulation and ascend to the throne, so that you can avenge your parents. Fang Qingran looked into Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes and continued, Your parents are both at the peak of the false god. They should not be able to avoid the Bailey family's pursuit. The people who are really hunting you are the Bloodthirsty Alliance. The Bloodthirsty Alliance was founded by people from the immortal world, and the reason why the Qin family became like that is also due to the calculations of the people from the immortal world. Of course it has something to do with the greed of the ancestor of the Qin family. But third senior sister's parents are not guilty. The reason why the Qin family experienced what happened was because the Bloodthirsty Alliance intervened and forced the third senior sister to follow the established path and became a tool to bring opportunities to Su Yanran. So the real enemy of third senior sister is the Emperor of Heaven. Junior sister, are you telling the truth? Qin Hanyan asked in a trembling voice. Senior brother 7 and I went to the Bloodthirsty Alliance together. After investigation, we found out that people from the immortal world created the Bloodthirsty Alliance to prevent us from ascending to control Kyushu and control our advancement. The sacrifice formation that existed before was founded by people from the immortal world. Junior sister, do you know who that person is? Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes became sharp. Fang Qingran looked at Qin Hanyan seriously. That person is very powerful. He is so powerful that he can grind us into powder just by raising his hand. Do you still know that? Ah. That person is the Emperor of Heaven, the ruler of the immortal world. Judging from the information I have received, his cultivation at this moment has exceeded that of Taoist immortal. Fang Qingran did not choose to conceal the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. The more something is concealed, the worse the consequences will be. Thank you, junior sister, I understand. Qin Hanyan showed no fear on his face, looking at his brilliance, and roaring with anger. Qin Hanyan closed his cold eyes, his breath stabilized, and he concentrated on dealing with the thunder disaster. Fang Qingran stood up and left Hanyan Peak. Bai Zai knew that Fang Qingran wanted to help Mu Chanjue. Bai Zai had a headache. He made some mistakes in choosing such a willful person to cooperate. But Bai Zai knew in his heart that only Fang Qingran had the chance to grow to the strength he wanted, destroy the evil dragon clan, and even rival the great Dao. Fang Qingran, in fact, you only need to give them some high-level magic weapons to protect themselves, so that you don't have to be contaminated by their karma. Bai Zai advised. Bai Zai, we said when we made the contract that we would not interfere with each other's actions. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with coldness. Fortunately, Bai Zai signed an equal contract with her. Bai Zai was a little helpless. I'm not interfering with you. You still don't understand the importance of cause and effect. When you become a god and truly practice Taoism, you will find the limitations imposed by cause and effect on you. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened. Wasn't she cultivating the Tao? Why didn't she find that Tao had any restrictions on her? Bays, what do you mean by Tao? The Tao is the Tao. It is above everything and has the power of law. Anyone who confronts the Tao has no power to fight back. How can I get rid of the shackles of Tao? Fang Qingran asked seriously with cold eyes. Bai Zai didn't understand why Fang Qingran asked this. Bai Zai said solemnly, no one can escape the shackles of Tao. All the techniques we practice are derived from Tao. From the appearance of Tao, the rules are formed, and everything is within Tao. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes turned slightly. Is the way of heaven in this small world a kind of Tao? No, the most accurate name for the Tao of heaven is the will of the world. The will of the world is not even 1/10,000,000th of the Tao. The real Tao is everywhere and cannot be touched by us. Bai Zai didn't want to tell Fang Qingran too much about Tao. Feng Qingren's strength was too low at the moment, and knowing too much would be unhelpful to her practice. The Dao that Feng Qingren needs help to deal with is only a very small branch of Dao. Is it everywhere? Feng Qingren's lips raised a sarcastic smile. If it is really everywhere, why would the Emperor of Heaven dare to replace the way of heaven? Why are there so many injustices? Feng Qingren, everything happens for a reason. Bai Zhe didn't like Feng Qingren questioning Dao's existence. I help my senior brothers and sisters without fear of karma. Feng Qingren had already fallen into Chanjue Peak while speaking. Mu Chanjue himself was not seriously injured, but his protective magical weapons were shattered on the ground. Junior sister, are you still in the mood to hang out? Mu Chanjue teased. Feng Qingren's consciousness swept over Mu Chanjue, her apricot eyes glancing at the stream of light. Fourth senior brother, are you hiding deep enough? Nothing compared to my junior sister, I can even control the sky thunder. Mu Chanjue's passionate peach blossom eyes flashed with a smile. I can't compare to the fourth senior brother who actually used the sky thunder to temper the artifact. After I go to the immortal world, I still need the fourth senior brother to take care of me. While Feng Qingren was chatting and laughing with Mu Chanjue, the hand hidden in his sleeve formed a magic seal. Quietly the sound was sent into Mu Chanjue's body. Mu Chanjue sees things more clearly than others. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 472, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 7. At the same time, a courtyard somewhere in Qingyun Prefecture. Yunhai and Linyang sat opposite each other. Yunhai, the remnants of the Bailey family have almost been cleared away. What are your plans next? Practice again and ascend as soon as possible. After the loyalty goo was removed from Yunhai's body, all his cultivation was lost. It was also thanks to the many things he had prepared to extend his life in the early years. Otherwise, the person sitting opposite Linyang at this moment might be a withered skeleton. Do you want to stay in Qingyun Prefecture to practice? Linyang's eyes were filled with a certain emotion. Almost 100 years had passed, and Yunhai still did not recognize her. Yunhai shook his head. In the early years when I was working for the Bailey family, I was tied up and couldn't take a good look at the scenery of Kyushu. So next I want to be a casual cultivator and travel around Kyushu to practice while experiencing it. Okay, Linyang smiled gently. Fortunately, her power was enough to protect Yunhai. Has the Pavilion Master been stuck in the False God for a long time? Now that someone in Kyushu has broken through the integration stage, the Pavilion Master should also focus on retreat and breakthrough. Yunhai avoided Linyang's concerned eyes. Linyang's kindness to him not only moved him, but also made him feel bound to her. In order to take care of him, Linyang did not practice for nearly 100 years. The journey of cultivation is against nature. If you don't practice for a long time, your cultivation will not decrease, but it will affect your subsequent cultivation. Don't be in a hurry. Let's finish dealing with the Bailey family's affairs first and make Jushu a clean place. Linyang knew what Yunhai meant in her heart. But if Bailey Yuanmo was not found for one day, she would not be able to rest assured that Yunhai would travel alone. Yunhai was silent for a moment, then stood up and prepared to leave. He raised his hand and saluted Linyang. Master, take care. I'll see you again someday. Yunhai saw Linyang's disappointed eyes. In the end, she didn't say the name Linyang wanted to hear, and turned around and walked out. Yunhai just took 2 steps. Boom. A fox fell from the sky and fell in front of the sea of clouds. Yunhai stood in front of Linyang and said, be careful. Linyang's charming eyes flashed with brilliance. Yunhai was caring about her. Yunhai looked at the 7-tailed fox, and suddenly smelled a suffocating smell. His face turned ugly, and he was worried that it was poisonous gas. Master, cover your nose, I suspect this fox is poisonous. Yunhai said and kicked the fox who fainted. The fox rolled several times on the ground, moving away from him and Linyang. The fox lay on his back, his hair all black. Yunhai seemed to have thought of something, turned his wrist, and poured a basin of water on the fox. Whoa. The water poured all over the fox. One of the fox's tails moved, as if it was about to wake up. A look of satisfaction flashed in Yunhai's eyes. He was right to learn from Miss Feng and the others. Something simple and unpretentious often plays a very important role. Yunhai pinched his chin and murmured, I heard that one tail of a fox represents one life. If I cut off the 7 tails of this fox, will it fulfill my 7 wishes? Linyang felt helpless when she heard Yunhai's words. A tail, a life. Doesn't the loss of all 7 tails mean that the fox can't survive? However, the 7-tailed fox is at least at the level of an emperor beast. How could such a powerful beast be reduced to this? Linyang's consciousness fell on the 7-tailed fox, and she was thinking about whether to help Yunhai contract it. With the protection of the emperor beast, she can feel more at ease. But emperor beasts generally have their own pride. What if it wakes up and refuses to obey Yunhai? Yunhai, do you want a contract beast? Linyang asked. I want to, but I don't want a fox. If it is a male fox, it will definitely look better than me. I don't like it. If it is a female fox, it will definitely tempt me, affect my cultivation, and mess with my Taoist mind. Yunhai's analysis was clear and logical, dispelling Linyang's thoughts. Linyang found that Yunhai was the kind of character who would kill all possibilities in the cradle. This kind of character is good or bad. Pavilion Master, why don't you contract him? Yunhai's eyes flashed with light. If Linyang contracts a beast and raises it as her son, she can fill his position. By then, Linyang will definitely not be sad because he is far away. No, I don't want a contract either. Linyang didn't know what Yunhai was thinking. She only thinks about things Yunhai doesn't like. She can't have it either. What if Yunhai hates her because of this fox? Actually, foxes are pretty good too. Apart from being a little coquettish, some are cunning, some are good at deceiving people, and some are good at sneaking around. Yunhai counted for a long time, but he couldn't find a single advantage. The discussion between the two fell into the ears of the seven-tailed fox. This seven-tailed fox was none other than Wenren Jushao, who was expelled from the Lingyun sect by Tao Ti. Wenren Jushao, Sea of Clouds. You are amazing, you are noble, can you not say bad things about me in front of my face? It's a pity that he is still semi-conscious and unable to wake up. Wenren Jushao was very angry when he heard Yunhai's words. When Lin Yang heard Yunhai's words, her heart ached. What has Yunhai suffered in the past? You can't even trust the contracted beast. Lin Yang said, Yunhai, what you are talking about is not a contract beast, but an enemy. As long as you sign a master-servant contract with it, it will definitely be loyal to you. Yunhai paused in his words. He had a contracted beast in the past. At that time, he had the loyalty goo on him, and the contracted beast didn't listen to him at all, whether it was affected by the loyalty goo or for other reasons. He even secretly told the Bailey family what he was doing. He seemed to have forgotten that he didn't have the loyalty goo on him now. No more worries about contract beast betrayal. Yunhai, a contracted beast will never betray its master. If a contracted beast betrays you, it only proves that it is not your contracted beast. Lin Yang said extremely seriously. Won't contract beasts be affected by goo insects? Yunhai's eyes showed a look of shock. No, the contracted beast is a soul contract. The worm can only be in your body. Even if the worm can affect your soul, it cannot affect your contracted beast. Many pictures flashed through Yunhai's mind, and he asked in a solemn tone, isn't there any special situation? Lin Yang's charming eyes were deep and she fell into silence. Unless the contracted beast is planted with goo worms, and the goo worms are the same as those in the owner's body, in this case, the contracted beast will be affected by the goo worms. A faint voice came. Yunhai and Lin Yang looked at each other and looked around, but couldn't find the third person. Who is it? Yunhai shouted in the air. Yunhai, the situation I'm talking about is a method exclusively used by the Bailey family. Wenren Jushao sat up and looked up at Yunhai. Only then did Yunhai react. He glanced at the seven-tailed fox several times and said uncertainly, Wenren Jushao. Why did you show your true form? No, I remember you were a nine-tailed fox. How did you become a seven-tailed fox? I want you to take care of it. Wenren Jushao gritted his teeth. Yunhai raised his eyebrows, stepped forward, grabbed the fox by the neck, and picked it up. Wenren Jushao, have you done too many bad things to become like this? Yunhai, don't force me to slap you. Why are you slapping me? Are you using your seven tails? Yunhai deliberately provoked. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 473, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 8. Wenren Jushao gritted his teeth and said, Yunhai, do you want to die? Yunhai looked at Wenren Jushao's flying hair and smiled brightly. Wenren Jushao, there is someone covering my back. Do you dare to touch me? Can you touch me? Wenren Jushao was slightly stunned when he saw Yunhai's unrestrained smile. The Yunhai he had seen before was serious and indifferent, with a cold aura and an unsmiling look. Today's Yunhai seems to be a different person. Wenren Jushao, why did your 9 tails turn into 7 tails? I want you to take care of it. Wenren Jushao's softened hair exploded again. It really is a pot that can't be opened without mentioning it. Wenren Jushao didn't think about it at all and thought of the memory about Lingyun sect. He just wanted to go in and deliver a formation disc. As a result, when he met Tao Ti, his cultivation level was knocked off by Tao Ti's 2 tails with 1 paw, thanks to the fact that he was a 9-tailed fox. Otherwise, there is no chance of living. Oh, forget it if you don't say it. Yunhai glanced at Wenren Jushao's 7 tails and asked eagerly, do you really have 7 lives? Wenren Jushao's fox eyes looked at Shang Yunhai with great interest. It was immediately clear that Yunhai wanted to move his tail. Wenren Jushao roared, Yunhai, don't even think about it, I can't possibly promise you. Don't be so grumpy, you have 7 lives, it doesn't matter if I touch one. Yunhai thought, this tail looks fluffy and must be very warm. He really wanted one to make a scarf for Lin Yang. And Wenren Jushao has 7 tails. Should it be fine if one is missing? Wenren Jushao felt terrified when Yunhai stared at her, and swallowed her saliva. Yunhai, my tail represents cultivation, not destiny. Wenren Jushao, how about I buy you a tail? Yunhai's eyes were full of smiles, and he was determined to get a tail. I don't sell it. That's not up to you. Pavilion Master, you choose a tail. Yunhai carried Wenren Jushao and brought him to Lin Yang. Lin Yang's charming eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out that Yunhai wanted the tail because of her. This is the first time Yunhai has given her a gift. If she refuses, Yunhai will definitely be sad. Wenren Jushao spied on what Lin Yang was thinking, and the whole fox was in bad shape. These two people are using his tail to increase their emotional value. Wenren Jushao shouted at Lin Yang, you reject him. Yunhai is heartless and he will definitely not be sad. Can you hear my heart? Lin Yang's charming eyes revealed her murderous intention towards Wenren Jushao. The fox that peeps into people's hearts cannot be allowed to stay. Did you use the charm technique on the Pavilion Master? Yunhai had dealt with Wenren Jushao many times, and he knew very well that Wenren Jushao could read the minds of others. You didn't force me. Wenren Jushao shouted. Yunhai's eyes flashed slightly, as if he thought of something. Wenren Jushao, you haven't recovered your strength for so long. Have you been imprisoned by others? It's none of your business. Wenren Jushao roared in anger. That glutton is really greedy and disgusting. He actually lost all his demon power. Moreover, there is very little demonic energy in Kingyun state, so he may have to slowly regain his strength before he can return to his human form. Wenren Jushao, you didn't become like this because you went to Lingyun sect, right? Yunhai expressed his guess. Wenren Jushao pretended to be dead and said nothing. Yunhai continued, you must have offended him to be beaten back to your original shape. Who beat you back to your original shape? Yunhai, you really don't know how to open the pot. Wen Renju was so angry that he felt his teeth itch and regretted that he had known better to send someone to Ling Yun sect. I really guessed it. I heard that they are all going to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Is it true? When Yunhai asked this question, there was an emotion that he was not aware of. A pair of eyes as bright as the spring moon flashed through Yunhai's mind. He was never good enough for her. Fortunately, Bailey Yuanmo stopped everything in the first place. How do I know? I only saw 9 of them crossing the tribulation. As for whether they can ascend, it all depends on fate. The tribulation thunder is no joke. They will definitely be able to ascend. A firm look flashed in Yunhai's eyes. HMPH, if they can all ascend, there must be something wrong with them. Which sect can? Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Yunhai, please let go. Wen Renju's howl was ear-piercing. Yunhai held 2 clusters of fox fur in his hand, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Ling Yun sect cannot tolerate your insult. They have risen to the top based on their strength. The aura on her body is lively and lively, which is not something that ordinary sects can cultivate. Ling Yun sect is better than any other sect. Yunhai, have you forgotten that you are from Bailey Yuanmo? Why do you prefer Ling Yun sect? Wen Renju's words were somewhat probing. Bailey Yuanmo, the Bailey family has been destroyed, why should I recognize him? A chill flashed in Yunhai's eyes. Bailey Yuanmo was really nice to him. But that's only if he's obedient. He has already repaid Bailey Yuanmo's kindness. If it weren't for his deliberate cover-up, Bailey Yuanmo wouldn't have been able to escape from Hualingzhu. Wen Renju's fox eyes turned and asked, if Bailey Yuanmo dies, does it not matter to you? Did you kill him? Yun Haihan seemed to be asking Wen Renju, but his eyes were already convinced that Wen Renju had killed Bailey Yuanmo. What, you want to avenge him? Wen Renju asked without answering. He felt no guilt in killing Bailey Yuanmo. Where did you bury him? Yunhai asked coldly. Hearing Yunhai's words, when Renju finally realized something was wrong, how do you know it was me who killed Bailey Yuanmo? The last place he disappeared was Netherworld State. Ha ha ha. I see, Yunhai, you are the one who hides the deepest. It's ridiculous that Bailey Yuanmo thought he had seen everything. Yunhai's cold eyes were sharp, not because he was hiding deeply, but because he was forced by the loyalty goo. Ever since his old age and death, he knew he had to save himself. If you let loyalty goo control you, he must be the next old man. If he wants to do something against his will, he has to endure severe pain. But those pains are nothing compared to the pain of being taken advantage of. In order to cultivate a force of his own, he endured pain that would be unbearable for ordinary people. Yunhai said, when Renju, you were born to be a high-ranking demon king. You don't understand the feeling of being at the mercy of others. When Renju didn't understand the deeper meaning of Yunhai's words. His fox eyes flashed with pride. He could become the demon king because he had 5 tails since he was born. In the 9-tailed fox clan, very few foxes are born with more than 3 tails. He is the only one, and the demon king naturally belongs to him. Yunhai, haven't you already escaped the control of the Bailey family? Yes, Yunhai sighed. He did get rid of Bailey's family, but he lost the opportunity to get close to her. Yunhai's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly pulled away from his emotions. When Renju, I want Bailey Yuanmo's body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 474, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 9. Ling Yunzong. Wen Yuefeng. Bailey Wenyu looked at Feng Qingran who was not far away, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Little junior sister, can you stop being so perverted? Forget it on weekdays, you have to do it even if you go through a thunder tribulation, leave me a way to survive. Bailey Wenyu's tone was as helpless as possible. In the past 100 years, in order to practice, he almost wanted to save time to breathe. I finally rushed to overcome the tribulation and ascend with everyone. As a result, he survived less than a third of the thunder tribulation. Feng Qingran has finished chopping here. 6th senior brother, you are actually more perverted than me. I came out of the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, after all, in the tribulation stage. You came out of there to be in the integrated stage, and now you. Feng Qingran's bright eyes were clear, and she felt much relieved when she saw Bailey Wenyu's speechless look. Being able to make a joke proves that the inner demons have been overcome. Little junior sister, what you said is true. However, I found that my change started from the 2nd level of Yuxuan's secret realm, after I finished the barbecue. After that, my cultivation speed became faster. Could it be that barbecue can really improve my performance? How fast is your practice? Bailey Wenyu said thoughtfully. Feng Qingran. This misunderstanding cannot be solved. It was obviously the power in Tati's blood that helped 6th senior brother. But brother 6 always believes that barbecue is helpful for cultivation. Think of grilling skewers as an experience. As a result, Tati turns around and runs away when he hears the barbecue. Only the 6th senior brother can force the gluttonous man, who can eat anything, into this state. Little junior sister, I suddenly noticed that after I ascend to the fairy world, I will set up a stall to sell kebabs in exchange for resources. Bailey Wenyu's beautiful fox eyes were full of excitement. It seems that I am looking forward to life in the fairy world more and more. Feng Qingran's eyebrows jumped wildly and she gave Bailey Wenyu a thumbs up, selling barbecue in the fairy world. 6th brother, you were really great. 6th senior brother is really exactly the same as in his previous life. In the face of any difficulties, we can maintain our original intention. In her previous life, when she was desperately trying to find an opportunity in the secret realm and almost died from the mouth of a monster, Bailey Wenyu appeared in time and saved her. Bailey Wenyu probably knew something. At that time, Bailey Wenyu said to her, cultivation as an immortal is for freedom and happiness. Instead of struggling in the sect, it is better to be a happy casual cultivator. Bailey Wenyu's words inspired her greatly. She no longer insisted on staying in the sect as a handyman and chose to escape from the sect where Su Yanran was. Unfortunately, in the end, she and sixth senior brother still could not escape their fate and became tools for others to cultivate immortality. So in this life, she hopes that the sixth senior brother can always be free and unrestrained. She carried the remaining things for her sixth brother. Little junior sister, will there be a lot of people to greet us after we ascend? Bailey Wenyu asked expectantly. Probably not. Fang Qingbran has already passed through the thunder tribulation and knows a lot about the inheritance of the immortal world. When they enter the fairy world, they must first take a dip in the fairy river. Convert the spiritual roots into immortal roots so that you can begin to absorb the immortal energy. Fang Qingbran didn't believe that the Emperor of Heaven would let them soak in the immortal river. You may face a tough battle after ascension. Then little junior sister, do you know what the fairy world is like? Bailey Wenyu was not depressed, but still satisfied. The fairy world divides people into 3, 6, and 9 levels. There are 7 heavens in the fairy world. When we ascend, we can only stay in the first heaven, which has the thinnest spiritual energy. If we enter the second heaven without authorization, we will be directly obliterated. Little junior sister, don't scare me. Sixth brother, you will know the truth and falsehood soon. By the way, immortal stones are circulated in the immortal world. 1 million top-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 immortal stone. They do not accept middle-grade or low-grade stones. We also have to pay when entering the immortal world. Quote. Fang Qingbran heard all this from Tao Ti. People in the immortal world look down upon those who ascend from the lower world. If they want to be respected in the fairy world, there is only one way to conquer those who look down on them. But there are rules in the fairy world. People who have ascended to the lower world cannot offend people in the fairy world without permission, let alone fight with people in the fairy world. Unless people from the fairy world take the initiative to invite a fight. Regarding the challenge rules, Fang Qingbran spoke in detail. After all, Bailey Wenyu has a bellicose personality. Fang Qingbran was worried that the Emperor would punish the sixth senior brother with rules and regulations. Bailey Wenyu was shocked after hearing Fang Qingbran's words. Little junior sister, do you think I can stop the ascending thunder tribulation? Suddenly I don't want to ascend that much anymore. Ascend to the fairy world and receive those bird secrets. You might as well stay in Kyushu and look down on the others. Wait until longevity is approaching before ascending. At that time, everything that should be enjoyed has been enjoyed, and it doesn't matter if you go up and suffer a little. Now he is in his prime, ascending to receive his wrath. Bailey Wenyu was extremely reluctant. Fang Qingbran shook her head at Bailey Wenyu. Sixth senior brother, don't even think about it. You must ascend to ascend. In fact, the immortal world is not that scary. We are just practicing in another place. Besides, there is seventh senior brother. No matter how powerful seventh junior brother is, after ascending he will be like a dragon trapped in a shoal. Then why don't we just stay here after ascending? Wait until we are invincible and then come out. Fang Qingbran blinked her almond-shaped eyes and gave her idea. Staying still, Bailey Wenyu tasted the word again and again, and suddenly an idea came to him. Little junior sister, you don't need to look for it after you go to the immortal world, just practice well. Sixth senior brother, what do you want to do? Fang Qingbran asked curiously. You don't need to know this, go see the others. Bailey Wenyu waved to Fang Qingbran to leave. Fang Qingbran saw Bailey Wenyu's raised lips, stood up and left. Fang Qingbran took out the message transmission order on the way to Moju Peak. How is the investigation on Bailey Yuanmo going? Shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower, owner, the place where Bailey Yuanmo disappeared last was Netherworld State. I can't enter Netherworld State. Close black lens bracket. By the way, host, are you going to ascend? How can I contact you in the future? Close black lens bracket. Wait for me to contact you. Fang Qingbran held the voice transmission order. After going to the fairy world, she made a cross-border version of the voice transmission order. The kind that can transmit sounds within the 6 realms. Fang Qingbran actually wanted to tell Bailey Wenyu just now about his life experience. But now Bailey Yuanmo's whereabouts are unknown, and many things are not understood clearly. Fang Qingbran decided to meet Bailey Yuanmo in person and tell Bailey Wenyu the truth. Especially the matter of strange eyes. While Fang Qingbran was thinking, she had already fallen into the Black Bamboo Peak. A few bamboo shoots grew out of Moju Peak without Fang Yuyu. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes flashed slightly. Maybe she could put the entire Lingyun sect into the void space and take it to the fairy world. Who makes Fang Yuyu only like to eat bamboo from Moju Peak? Fang Qingbran looked at Mo Jinggong, who was sitting leisurely in the distance, and suddenly understood Bailey Wenyu's mood just now. If you want to talk about monsters, it is the 7th senior brother who is the monster. Others are preparing to survive the tribulation, but the 7th senior brother is here enjoying tea. That's right, even the Eye of Sky covering was contracted by the 7th senior brother for her, so how could it dare to attack the 7th senior brother? Since she contracted the sky covering eye, everyone has become much freer in overcoming the tribulation. No need to stick to Yunsha Mountain. There was just one thing that Fang Qingbran never figured out. Why didn't Mo Jinggong contract the sky covering eye himself? When Mo Jinggong saw Fang Qingbran's figure, his eyebrows became a little gentle, and he called out in a warm voice, Little junior sister, come and have tea. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 475, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 10. Fang Qingbran walked slowly to sit opposite Mo Jinggong, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. 7th senior brother, you are still the most laid back. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were slightly curved, with clarity and brightness. Junior sister is quite laid back, Mo Jinggong said with a smile on his face and a deep voice like jade. 7th senior brother, can I take the entire Lingyun sect to the immortal world? Mo Jinggong took out a token and handed it to Fang Qingbran. Take this, the Lingyun sect's boundary ceiling formation will be automatically lifted, and you can fit the entire Lingyun sect into the space. Fang Qingran took the golden token and looked at the Bianhua flower on it, her eyes flashing slightly. She could see the past lives of other senior brothers and sisters. Only the 7th senior brother's past life experience cannot be seen. There is not even a single scene about the 7th senior brother. Everyone else in Lingyun sect is Su Yanren's tool on her journey to immortality. Can senior brother 7 really avoid this fate? Unless the emperor dares not touch brother 7th. 7th senior brother, are you really from this small world? Fang Qingran looked at Mo Jinggong curiously and asked. Why do you ask that? Mo Jinggong's eyes were shining and deep, and he raised his hand to pour tea for Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran raised the teacup and asked Mo Jinggong to pour her tea. Looking at the dignified Mo Jinggong, something flashed through Fang Qingran's mind. Fang Qingran was too fast to catch him. Fang Qingran drank the tea poured by Mo Jinggong and said crisply, just ask, no matter who you are, you will always be my 7th senior brother. Little junior sister, you can always trust me. Mo Jinggong's words were more like a promise. Fang Qingran rubbed the token with her jade fingers, looked at the back of the token, and found that the back was blank. 7th senior brother, isn't there a symbol on the back of our Lingyun sect's boundary order? Well, its mission was accomplished, so it disappeared. What does that symbol mean? It represents endless life and endless reincarnation. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes widened. Reincarnation is endless. If the symbol disappears, doesn't it mean that reincarnation has ended? Fang Qingran recalled what the high priest said, that there was a being stronger than the Emperor of Heaven, and that being gave her the opportunity to reincarnate. Could it be that the symbol on the token was engraved by that being? Wrong. The 7th senior brother sounded like he knew something. A vague back figure flashed in Fang Qingran's mind. That figure was tall and straight, like the back of a god descending. She always felt that that figure from behind gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Could that person be the 7th senior brother? Little junior sister, just do whatever you want, I will always be here. Mo Jinggong's lips curled up into a smile, indicating something. 7th senior brother, are you? Mo Jinggong shook his head at Fang Qingran, not now. Tao is everywhere. The will of Dao can detect many things. Fang Qingran cannot be discovered by Dao yet. Little junior sister, after you ascend to the upper world, unless there are special circumstances, don't let the ferocious beast come out, let alone leak the breath of the ferocious beast. Yeah, Fang Qingran's eyes flashed brightly and she nodded obediently. Fang Qingran hummed a little tune and left Moju Peak. It turns out that the back figure in her memory is really the 7th senior brother. Just for some reason, there are some things that cannot be said for the time being. Fang Qingran fell into the mountain peak where Yan Miyu was. Sensing someone approaching, Yan Miyu opened his eyes. His eyes were dark and deep, shining like a cheetah. Dangerous and sharp. It was clear that the person coming was Fang Qingran. The coldness in Yan Miyu's eyes dissipated, and he raised his hand to cover Fang Qingran with a barrier. Yin spirit energy hurts people. It's better not to touch me, little junior sister. Boom. A thunderstorm wrapped in black mist struck down. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes were looking around, and there was something wrong with the 8th senior brother's thunder tribulation. Fang Qingran did not rush to purify Yan Miyu from the thunder tribulation. Fang Qingran sent a message to the Eye of the Sky. What's going on with 8th senior brother's thunder disaster? Eye of covering the sky, master, your 8th senior brother is not simple. He controlled the thunder tribulation. For some reason, there was extra yin spirit chi in the thunder tribulation. I want to finish dealing with the yin spirit chi before looking for you. Are you sure it's yin spirit energy? Master, I am absolutely sure. The eye that covers the sky said. Darkness flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. In the spirit fighting field, Fang almost refined the 10 yin devouring spirit pill. Wasn't it because the spiritual plant contained the energy of yin spirit? Did 8th senior brother become infected with the yin spirit energy at that time? Or is it that the yin spirit chi on the spiritual plant was manipulated by the 8th senior brother? If the 8th senior brother wanted to harm the monks in Juju, how could he help him with all his strength when exterminating the blood demon insects? He could destroy Kyushu by just releasing the ancient blood demon insects. Wrong. At that time, the blood demon insect was afraid of the 8th senior brother. The ancient blood demon insects were extremely sinister and poisonous. What were they afraid of? Fang Qingran opened the contract space and asked Bai Zhe this question. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment and then said, the ancient blood devil insects really had nothing to be afraid of. If we had to find one thing that the blood devil insects were afraid of, it would be ghosts. Ghosts have no entity. By cultivating the soul, the blood demon insect cannot directly deal with the soul. What ghosts cultivate is the energy of the yin spirit, which will damage the bodies of living beings. Conscious blood devil insects are also afraid of being damaged by the yin spirit's energy. After Bai Zhe finished speaking, his consciousness had noticed the yin spirit energy existing outside, and he saw Yan Miyu again. This time Bai Zhe didn't remind Fang Qingran. After all, he reminded Fang Qingran twice before not to be tainted by other people's karma. Fang Qingran didn't even listen. Then Fang Qingran would suffer a loss this time. When Fang Qingran is hurt by the yin spirit energy, it will come out to help Fang Qingran get rid of the yin spirit energy. This will also make Fang Qingran remember this lesson. Those who achieve great things should isolate themselves from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Fang Qingran's behavior of caring about others will get him into trouble sooner or later. After listening to Bai Zhe's words, Fang Qingran said directly to Yan Miyu, 8th senior brother, does the yin spirit energy that appeared in the spirit fighting field have something to do with you? No. Fang Qingran's bright eyes flashed with a smile, and she obviously relaxed. 8th senior brother, you must be a human, right? Junior sister is so smart, can you continue to guess? Ghost cultivators do not have the opportunity to reincarnate. The 8th senior brother is reborn after taking his body, and he is considered a human being. Fang Qingran touched her chin as she spoke and smiled a little sheepishly. 8th senior brother, I really didn't mean to scold you. Yan Moyu's face was calm. I am indeed reborn. The original owner of this body had no will to live, so I used his body. In addition, I paid for it. The person who wiped out the entire Yan family was a family named Zhou from the Bloodthirsty Alliance. He used this body to kill everyone in the Zhou family. 8th senior brother, I remember that yin spirit energy does not exist in Kyushu. Since you are a ghost cultivator, why do you appear in Kyushu? In order to survive. Yan Moyu's eyes were dark, and the yin spirit energy in his body surged. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 476, Overcome the Tribulation and Ascend 11. Fang Qingran saw a flash of bone-chilling chill in Yan Moyu's eyes. The hatred carried by the 8th senior brother should be no less than hers. A ghost cultivator was forced to come to Kyushu and chose to seize his body and be reborn as a spiritual cultivator. This process must be painful. Spiritual energy and yin energy are two opposing energies. Moreover, yin spirit energy can also cause great damage to the human body. The 8th senior brother would rather endure the piercing pain to cultivate the yin spirit chi. He must have hated the person who caused him to do this. Fang Qingran didn't want to beat around the bush at this time and asked, 8th senior brother, is your enemy the Emperor of Heaven? Or does it include the Emperor of Heaven? It seems that junior sister knows a lot. Yan Miyu stared at Fang Qingran's eyebrows, a little lost in thought, as if he was looking at another person through Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes. What does the 8th senior brother refer to? Rebirth, reincarnation. 8th senior brother knows as much as I do. Yan Miyu raised his head and glanced at the thunder disaster above. Then he lowered his head, looked at Fang Qingran seriously, and said, don't be fooled by the memory. Your mother is an extremely gentle and quiet woman. She loves you very much and will not take advantage of you. And the Emperor of Heaven's conspiracy goes beyond the sacrifice formation. The human race seems weak, but its luck is incomparable to other ethnic groups. It is not only the Emperor of Heaven who is trying to take advantage of the human race's luck. You can always trust 7th junior brother. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have a chance to be reborn. Be careful of the soul-eating goo, be careful of the Emperor of Heaven and all the Phoenix people. Everything else is false. Only improving your strength, becoming stronger, and becoming stronger than anything else is truly important. Don't explore the truth too much before you have the strength. The more you know, the worse it will be for you. This was the first time that Yan Miyu spoke so many words, and he was stunned for a moment after finishing speaking. Do you know my mother? Fang Qingran looked surprised. Well, she saved me. She was pregnant with you at that time. Yan Miyu paused slightly. He was being hunted by the Emperor of Heaven and had no choice but to escape to this small world. Who knew that this small world was the territory of the Emperor of Heaven? The Emperor of Heaven almost found his trace, but luckily Fang Qingran's mother appeared. I don't know what method Fang Qingran's mother used. It actually covered up the yin spirit energy in him. What happened next? Fang Qingran asked eagerly. Yan Miyu continued, later, my soul entered this body. When I went to find her again, I found that she seemed to be a different person and did not remember me at all. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed coldly, and the person who saved the 8th senior brother was her biological mother. The person 8th senior brother saw later was probably Wen Yun. Fang Qingran and Yan Miyu looked at each other. 8th senior brother, I remember that my mother was an ordinary person. Why can she see your spirit? Also, is the Fang family you are talking about my mother's mother clan? Yan Miyu shook his head. I don't know why she can see me. As for the Fang family, it is your mother's maternal clan. But you'd better not let them discover your presence. Sometimes the mother clan is not necessarily the relatives. It can also be an enemy. Of course Yan Miyu didn't say this. Fang Qingran stopped asking about the Fang family's affairs and asked another question. 8th senior brother, why did you specifically mention the soul-eating goo? Yan Moyu's eyes were full of coldness. This matter is related to your tragic death in your first life. Your mother didn't recognize me, so I didn't bother her too much. Until I saw you in the sect conference. You and your mother's eyebrows are very similar. I guess you must be her daughter. I learned about your mother's death from your mouth. I went to worship at her grave, but I found an empty coffin in the grave. I started investigating your mother's affairs and learned that your mother unexpectedly disappeared for a period of time before giving birth to you. When she reappeared, your mother was holding you. I suspect that the person I saw later was not your mother. I returned to the sect conference again and saw you following Su Yanran into the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect is the #1 sect in Qingyun province after all, and it will definitely keep you safe. So I found a place to concentrate on practicing and improve my strength. After I break through to a big realm, I want to see how you are doing. It turns out that your life in Tianjin sect is not good at all. Not only did you not enter the chi refining stage, you were also ostracized in various ways. And the double spiritual bracelets your mother left for you are also worn on Su Yanran's hands. I want to help you get the jade bracelet back, but Su Yanran is protected by a strong person behind her, and I can't touch her at all. It happened that you wanted to leave Tianjin sect at that time, so I gave you the spirit stone. The strange thing is that when Su Yanran learned that you were leaving Tianjin sect, she tried her best to persuade you to stay and beg the elders in the sect not to let you leave. However, you failed to leave Tianjin sect. Why does Su Yanran object to your leaving? There must be something fishy in this. I started to follow Su Yanran and investigate her affairs. In the process, I discovered a lot of things. Su Yanran not only took away your chance, but also senior brother Liu Kanglan, second senior brother Degu Jianyi. There was no Lingyun sect in that life. They were all the proud sons of other sects, but they were always controlled by Su Yanran. It's like they can only circle around Su Yanran. I was investigating other people, but due to an oversight, you were killed. When I rushed over, I only saw your body lying in a pool of blood. I want to save your soul and help you reincarnate. Then you see something trying to eat your soul. It's the soul-eating goo. This kind of goo cannot exist in the lower world. It can be refined by people who only know how to make it in the God realm. I don't know who gave you the soul-eating goo, but I'm sure that neither the Emperor of Heaven nor Su Yanran has the ability to give you the soul-eating goo. I destroyed the soul-eating goo and released your soul. But I have also suffered a severe loss of strength and cannot send you to reincarnation. There is also great resentment in your soul. If you do not reincarnate, you will only become a resentful spirit. Once you become a wraith, you will lose the path to reincarnation. At this time, I thought of a person, the person I saw unexpectedly. Only he can save you. I led him to your corpse, let him discover your soul, and deliberately let him know the conspiracy of the Emperor of Heaven. He actually gave you a chance to be reincarnated. Senior Brother 7 should have told you the rest, but we can't talk about it. Yan Moyu's meaning was obvious. The person who gave her the chance to be reincarnated was Mo Jinggong. Fang Qinggran fell into silence after hearing her first life experience. The 8th senior brother paid such a high price to help her take out the soul-eating goo. The 7th senior brother helped her reincarnate. Didn't he pay a greater price? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 477 Overcoming the Tribulation and Ascension 12, additional update. 8th senior brother, are you going back to the underworld after surviving the Thunder Tribulation? Fang Qinggran had roughly guessed who Yan Moyu's enemy was. Well, I can't go to the fairy world with you. Say goodbye to everyone for me. Yan Moyu didn't expect everyone to ascend so quickly at first. Fang Qinggran nodded in agreement, took out 2 things from the space and handed them to Yan Moyu. 8th senior brother, I wish you a smooth trip. Yan Moyu accepted what Fang Qinggran handed over and said, thank you, junior sister. I will definitely find a way to find your mother's soul. Fang Qinggran said no more, and formed a seal with his hands, and the talisman fell into the center of Yan Moyu's eyebrows. The 8th senior brother's journey through the Thunder Tribulation was just to temper his body, and there was no problem of inner demons. She only needs to help the 8th senior brother transform the power of thunder and lightning. Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes turned, and her consciousness swept across the empty space. She remembered that there seemed to be a kind of fruit that was of great benefit to ghost cultivators. It can even allow the soul to practice spiritual energy and yin spirit energy at the same time. Master, what are you doing? Yuan Bao asked warily when he discovered that Fang Qinggran was interested in spiritual fruit again. Yuan Bao, can yin spirit energy and spiritual energy exist at the same time? Of course not, Yuan Bao retorted. However, Fang Qinggran noticed the urgency in Yuan Bao's tone and saw something else. Yuan Bao, I am going to ascend to the fairy world soon. When I am stronger, the void space will become bigger, and you will grow better fruits. Quote. Master, you want to draw a pie for me again and cheat me of my fruit, right? Yuan Bao was helpless. Over the years, it has worked hard to cultivate good spiritual fruits. However, when it was planted here, Fang Qinggran picked it away. Although the space belongs to Fang Qinggran, and the spiritual fruit also belongs to Fang Qinggran picks the fruits a bit fast. It hasn't said goodbye to its Giyuan Mingguo yet. I don't want Fang Qinggran to pick it now. Yuan Bao thought of this, and then he thought, what if the master gets angry if he doesn't give him fruit? No. Fang Qinggran couldn't be sad. Forget it, just give it to her. Who asked these fruits to be grown for her? So Fang Qinggran was still thinking about how to persuade Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao took the initiative and said, if you want the Gui Yuanming fruit, you can, but you have to find a way to find me a handful of purifying soil. Okay, Fang Qinggran agreed readily. Yuan Bao reluctantly handed an attractive red fruit that smelled sweet and delicious to Fang Qinggran. Fortunately, it can control the flow rate of void space. It takes 10,000 years to bear one fruit. It only takes 1,000 years to grow one. Fang Qinggran got the Giyuanming fruit and suddenly wanted to take a bite of it. It's a pity that she, a spiritual cultivator, can't eat this stuff. When Yan Miyu saw the fruit in Fang Qinggran's hand, his cold eyes suddenly became sharper. Junior sister is really hiding her secrets. Fang Qinggran turned her head and stretched out her hand towards Yan Miyu. 8th senior brother, take it away quickly, hide it, and eat it after I leave. Little junior sister, do you know what this is? I definitely know that this is Giyuan Mingguo. The Taoist aura on Giyuan Mingguo is extremely strong. It's just that this path belongs to ghost cultivation. The Giyuan Ming fruit is a priceless treasure in the underworld. Yan Miyu received the Giyuan Mingguo. With it, he no longer had to worry about the collision between spiritual energy and yin spirit energy. Qi Yuan Mingguo is a natural supplement for him. As long as he can absorb the Giyuan Ming fruit, he will soon be able to fight against the Ming Emperor. 8th senior brother, you go through the tribulation first, I'm leaving. Fang Qinggran waved to Yan Miyu and flew away. She was going to Nether State to find Bailey Yuanmo. Nether State, Wenren Jushao. Fang Qinggran always felt that there was something she had overlooked. But when I think about it carefully, I can't remember it. It must be because I know too much and my memory is confused. It seems I need to sort out my memory. Fang Qinggran no longer hesitated and used the teleportation talisman to dodge to Netherworld State. Without any idea, Tati searched the entire Lingyun sect but could not find her. Extremely anxious. Tati was in midair, looking down at Lingyun sect, but there was still no sign of Fang Qinggran. Tati's heart skipped a beat. It's over. The master has already ascended, right? The more it thought about it, the more it felt that Fang Qinggran had already ascended, and began to shout into the air, Master, I haven't entered your space yet. How can you ascend? Master, how can I live without you? Who will give me food? Ah. Tati was howling like ghosts and wolves in the sky above Lingyun sect. It didn't attract the attention of a few people. Almost all the monks outside Lingyun sect were immersed in cultivation. Only a few people are praying, please God bless me, I will never speak ill of others again, please give me some understanding. They heard Tati's howling and looked sideways. Is that the contracted beast of Lingyun sect? Does it mean someone has ascended? Shouldn't it? I haven't seen the Tianmen gate yet. Who told Fasheng that he would definitely open the heavenly gate? Those are all recorded in ancient books, who knows whether they're true or false? Does the ascension mean that he disappears instantly and then appears in the fairy world when he opens his eyes again? Who knows? Hey, I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I also want to bathe in the light of ascension and step directly into the virtual god like Jiang Laosan. This man's words silenced everyone. They closed their mouths and listened quietly to Tati's wailing. It was probably because Tati was crying so sadly that for some reason the others couldn't help crying. Wooer, it's so miserable. It reminds me of the scene when my parents ran away when I was a kid. I had a pet when I was a child. Later, I concentrated on my cultivation and forgot to take care of it. It starved to death. My cultivation has been too hard these years. Not only do I have no resources, but opportunities are always taken away by others, and I have to endure the arrogance of others. I'm sorry, I just feel too bitter, that's why I joined the Yin Yang Lingyun sect. I will definitely change my past, be a good person, and ask God to give me a chance. As soon as the man finished speaking, a golden light actually fell on him. Suddenly, he was blessed and enlightened, and his cultivation that was stuck at the peak level was loosened. The man immediately sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts pointing upward, and began to absorb spiritual energy. The few people who were still crying cried even more sadly when they saw the scene. Within the Lingyun sect, Liu Kanglan heard Tati crying and looked at the array plate that Tati had left behind. He stood up and walked towards the array, picked it up, and wanted to throw it to Tati to stop him from crying. As a result, when he touched the formation plate, a thick black mist dispersed and enveloped him. Before Liu Kanglan had time to react, a vortex appeared in the sky. The array disc was released and flew into the vortex. Before Liu Kanglan could make any move, the vortex fell with lightning speed. Quickly roll him up and bring him into the vortex in the air. Then, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Sky covering eye, it's not finished yet. It has nothing to do with this person disappearing. Anyway, Liu Kanglan would still be struck by lightning if he went to another small world. It also saves a bit of lightning power. Mo Jinggong discovered the existence of demonic energy and wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Tati stopped crying at this moment and looked blankly at the whirlpool. If it saw it correctly, the array disc that flew into the whirlpool just now seemed familiar. And the person swept away by the whirlpool was Liu Kanglan, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 478 Ancestor of the Underworld. Tati shook his head and murmured, Liu Kanglan is a cultivator, how can he ascend through the devil's path? Tati's eyes were full of confusion, and he had no idea that this was the disaster he had caused. I'd better quickly find someone to follow me to the fairy world. Tati said to himself and flew towards Wenyu Peak. Bailey Wenyu saw Tati coming and immediately asked, are you here for barbecue? Tati shook his head crazily, no, I'm not hungry yet. Bailey Wenyu's barbecue has some kind of magic power. If you eat too much, you will actually get angry. Its stomach has only encountered 2 enemies. One is Feng Qinggran. The other one is Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu thought Tati was being embarrassed. Just wait, I'll try the Tianlei barbecue, it will be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Gluttonous. After all, he is the master's 6th senior brother. This calmness in the face of thunder and calamity is unparalleled. Tati watched helplessly as Bailey Wenyu raised a handful of skewers and shouted to the sky, let the thunder strike more violently. Eyes that cover the sky, outrageous. You kid are provoking me. The consciousness of the eyes covering the sky spread, and when he found that Feng Qinggran was not there, his thoughts became alive. The master is not here, so it doesn't matter if you strike harder. Rumble. A bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm struck down. The things in Bailey Wenyu's hands instantly turned into ashes. Crackling. Thunder and lightning rushed around Bailey Wenyu. Hiss. Bailey Wenyu took a deep breath, and the familiar pain hit him. Bailey Wenyu had no intention of grilling skewers at this time and concentrated on dealing with the thunder disaster. Tati rolled his eyes when he saw Bailey Wenyu's painful look. This kid would definitely not take it to the fairy world because it was struck like this by lightning. Slip away. Tati tiptoed away from Wenyu Peak. Tati paused for a while above Lingyun sect and flew to Chanjue Peak. However, Mu Chanjue was even more outrageous. Mu Chanjue used the power of thunder and lightning to refine the magic weapon. The scene from that year suddenly flashed through Tati's mind. Mu Chanjue entered the Shifang domain and faced the pursuit of many ferocious beasts. Seeing no way to escape. Sit down on the spot and choose to show off. At that time, it was so hungry that it didn't think about anything. It was the first one to rush over and try to eat Mu Chanjue. As a result, Mu Chanjue is the 6th child. He raised his hand and threw it into the refining furnace, closed the lid, and didn't wait for it to move. Then I heard Mu Chanjue shouting, which of you wants to buy the freshly baked ancient ferocious beast? If you want to buy it, bid quickly, be slow. It was inside the refining furnace, listening to the lively bidding outside. I don't know what Mu Chanjue's refining furnace is made of. Its power can't break the weapon refining furnace. The refining furnace used to house it was exactly the same as the one in front of me. Tati took a few glances at the refining furnace and decided not to disturb Mu Chanjue. Tati, you're already here, please leave later. Mu Chanjue's voice sounded. No, I still have to find my master. Tati shook his head decisively. Mu Chanjue's passionate peach blossom eyes flashed with a smile. My junior sister must have something to deal with. You can't find her for the time being. You can wait for her here. She should bring Lingyun sect into the fairy world. Master, didn't he ascend? There's still more than an hour, there's no rush. Mu Chanjue stared at Tati and smiled wildly. Tati slapped his head and said happily, that's right. Master loves me so much, how could he ascend alone? Hey, I just cried in vain. Tati said and prepared to run away. We'll leave later, I need you to do a favor. Mu Chanjue stopped him. What are you doing? Tati looked at Mu Chanjue warily. I heard that the blood of ferocious beasts contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Give me a drop of your blood. No. The corners of Mu Chanjue's lips curled up, really. I recorded everything you just did. If you don't give it to me, I will let it go to those people from the Shifang domain. Tati paused as he left. Such an embarrassing scene must not be seen by those beasts. Just one drop, no more, Tati said seriously. Mu Chanjue smiled meaningfully and said, if you drop a drop first, the thunder disaster is about to fall. Tati raised his paw, sacrificed a drop of blood, and sent it into the refining furnace. Boom. Lei Ji came down in response. Mu Chanjue took back his mind, used his spiritual power to drag up the weapon refining furnace, and received part of the thunder power. The other part all hit Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue's face turned pale. This lightning disaster was several times stronger than before, which he did not expect. Mu Chanjue didn't care about the situation of the refining furnace and concentrated on refining the power of thunder and lightning in his body. When Tati saw this, he rubbed the soles of his feet with oil and it was good luck. It didn't tell Mu Chanjue that the beast's aura would make the thunder agitate. Tati floated in the air, humming a little tune, and looked around Ling Yun sect in a happy mood. Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu are girls. It won't bother them anymore. Mo Jinggong is too scary, it's better not to get close to him. Degu Jianyi seems to have left Ling Yun sect. Only Yan Miyu was left. Master, the 8th senior brother, has a very low sense of presence. It decided to check on Yan Miyu. Tati suddenly appeared opposite Yan Miyu. Hey, why do you have the spirit of yin in you? Yan Moyu's smooth and fair face showed cold handsomeness, and a pair of dark pupils flashed with a dangerous luster. Tati, do you still remember me? You are my master's 8th senior brother. Yan Moyu's eyes were deep. That's not the identity. Tati stared at Yan Miyu, as if he wanted to see a flower, but still couldn't see anything. Tati said a little impatiently, don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. Yan Miyu slowly said, back then, you entered the underworld by mistake, drank water from the Wangchun River, and then swallowed a lot of things. FCK, how did you know about my embarrassing story? Tati was furious. The last thing Tati wanted to mention was the stupid thing about Wangchun River. It was making a bet with 3 other ferocious beasts. As long as it drinks up the water of the Wangchun River. It is the first of the 4 ferocious beasts. It didn't think much at that time, it broke into the underworld alone and went straight to the Wangchun River. When it was halfway through drinking, it realized that it had fallen into a huge pit. The blood river of Forgotten River is full of insects and snakes, the smell is extremely fishy, and it is extremely cold. There are tens of millions of dead souls in Hanoi. When it was halfway through drinking, it was haunted by tens of thousands of dead souls. What's worse is that its stomach cannot digest the water of the Lethe River. The river water boiled in its body, and the pain was something it would never forget. In short, Tati doesn't want to remember the memory of the underworld at all. Tati grinded his teeth and said, Yan Miyu, I'm warning you, if you dare to spread the news about Wangchun River, I will swallow you whole. Yan Moyu's expression was unpredictable. Anyone who drinks the water of the Wangchun River has only 2 paths, one is to be reincarnated, and the other is to stay in Hanoi for 10,000 years and leave. This is the rule of heaven and earth, and you cannot violate it. Tati was shocked, there is still this rule, but I left the underworld smoothly back then. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 479 The Book of Life and Death. Because I put something inside your body, the yin spirit energy around Yan Miyu became even stronger. It's thanks to Tati's appearance. The Book of Life and Death will not fall into the hands of those people. Tati's pressure spread and he stared at Yan Miyu closely. Did you put something in my body? Are you from the underworld? People in the underworld are very cunning. This Yan Miyu must have some agenda for appearing here. Yan Miyu raised his wrist, and the yin spirit energy enveloped Tati. Tati felt a biting chill coming over him, and his limbs immediately became stiff and restrained, unable to move. Yan Miyu, what do you want to do? Don't be nervous, I'm just taking something away. Yan Miyu controlled the yin spirit's energy and prevented it from harming Tati. Soon, a glowing red book floated out of Tati's body. Is it really the Book of Life and Death? Are you the ancestor of the underworld? Tati's eyes widened and he looked at Yan Miyu in disbelief. It's me. The Book of Life and Death fell into Yan Moyu's hands. Tati said slightly doubtfully, it is said that the ancestor of the underworld is in charge of the life and death of all realms, and his power is extremely terrifying. How did you end up like this? No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand the betrayal of those around you. A dark color flashed across Yan Moyu's eyes. That only proves that you are not too strong. Otherwise, why would you be afraid of plotting? Tati muttered in a low voice. Yan Miyu narrowed his cold eyes slightly. Really? Then why were you tricked into drinking water from the Wangchun River? You were almost going to be reincarnated. Gluttonous. Hurt each other, right? Come. Who is afraid of who? Then I didn't go in the end. It's not like you, a dignified ancestor of the underworld, who can't even protect his own territory. Tati raised his head in disbelief. Yan Moyu's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to remove the yin spirit energy from Tati's body. Immediately, Tati's eyeballs vomited out and his facial features began to distort. Yan Miyu asked coldly, yes, what will happen to you in the end without the suppression of the Book of Life and Death by the water of the Wangchun River? Ow. Tati let out a scream. Finally, he couldn't help but roll on the ground. Ancestor of the underworld. Ancestor of the underworld. I was wrong, please help me. You were quite flexible. Yan Miyu took out a bottle and threw it over Tao Ti. The mouth of the bottle faces Tao Ti. A stream of Wangchuan water seeped out of Tao Ti's body and flowed back into the bottle. Tao Ti's pain eased little by little, until all the Forget River water disappears. Tao Ti became more lively again. Yan Miyu put away the bottle, which was considered an accident. The group of people did not want to offend the ferocious beast clan, so they did not drink the gluttonous water from the Wangchuan River. The smell of the forgotten river water just covers up the smell of the Book of Life and Death. All those people could not find the Book of Life and Death for so many years. Yan Miyu, can you let me see the Book of Life and Death? Tao Ti's thoughts came to life again. No. You are too heartless. Can't you let me see the Book of Life and Death that I have hidden for you for so long? Tao Ti looked at Yan Miyu longingly. I heard that the Book of Life and Death can tamper with the life and death of any living being. Tao Ti wants to see if he can send those 3 guys to hell. Yan Miyu waved his hand. I want to overcome the disaster, you leave first. Tao Ti didn't want to leave. Yan Miyu, I have another question. Human monks cannot reincarnate. Is it because you hid the Book of Life and Death? The secret must not be leaked. Yan Miyu's eyes flashed slightly, and the Book of Life and Death contained not only reincarnation, but also causal rebirth. Reincarnation is also equivalent to rebirth. Death in the true sense is when the soul dissipates between heaven and earth without leaving a trace of breath. Every living being will appear in the Book of Life and Death from the moment it is born. No matter where the Book of Life and Death is placed. It will not affect the reincarnation of this creature. The reason why human monks cannot reincarnate is because of the conspiracy of those people. Yan Miyu glanced at Tao Ti a few times and said, it's time for you to leave. I want to survive the thunder tribulation. HMPH, I seriously despise your behavior of throwing it away after use. Are you sure you don't want to show it to me? Tao Ti asked angrily. Yan Miyu closed his eyes and ignored Tao Ti. Tao Ti snorted coldly, looked at the thunderclouds above his head, quietly poured out a little blood, and flew into the sky. Yan Miyu noticed Tao Ti's behavior, raised his hand, wrapped the blood left by Tao Ti with the force of yin spirit, and sent it into the space. Just enough to use this drop of blood to deal with that person's contracted beast. I just wonder how Meng Po and the judge are doing now. At the same time, above the demon world. Rumble. Deafening thunder sounded over the demon world. Terrifying thunderclouds surged and gathered, as if to overthrow the heaven and the earth. The entire demon world trembled violently. Those old monsters that had been dormant in the demon world for hundreds of millions of years were awakened by the thunder and crawled out one after another. Above the sky, countless shadows are reflected. The aura around each shadow is extremely terrifying. It was as if he could tear the creatures of the demon world into pieces with just a raise of his hand. Click. A door of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the demon world. Instantly illuminate the dim devil world. At this moment, all the demons were looking at the door of light, wondering who could cause such a big commotion. The demon emperor was waiting in front of the teleportation array with a group of demon soldiers. He looked up at the strange scene in the sky, his expression gloomy. Go and investigate. Is it that Tang Chongqi is about to break through again? But he didn't wait for his people to make any move. A figure of Lan Ziyushu fell from the sky and landed in the center of the teleportation array. Liu Kanglan looked around, but before he could figure out the situation, a bolt of lightning struck his head. The demons retreated one after another, looking at the purple thunder that struck down in horror. Pooh! Liu Kanglan spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of thunder and lightning here is countless times stronger than that of Lingyun sect. Liu Kanglan did not dare to take it lightly and used all his spiritual power to resist the damage caused by the thunder. Kanglan, you go through the tribulation well first, and I will protect you. Luin Jin appeared next to Liu Kanglan and said with concern. It is good. Liu Kanglan sat cross-legged and concentrated on dealing with the thunder disaster. As soon as Luin Jin appeared, the demons suddenly seemed to be fascinated by it. The girl has a graceful figure, her skin is as white as jade, her expression is extremely delicate and beautiful, like a hibiscus emerging from clear water, and her behavior has an orchid look. Demon Emperor Zhengzheng stared at Luin Jin. Why is this man different from the one in the portrait? Could it be the demon spirit one made a mistake? The demon emperor looked at Luin Jin and said, are you Qin Hanyan? Luin Jin glanced at the demon emperor, waved his hand and set up a barrier to keep the demons outside. Liu Kanglan's fall into the demon world must have something to do with the person in front of him. They cannot be allowed to disturb Liu Kanglan's tribulation. Seeing the barrier set up by Luin Jin, the demon emperor looked extremely embarrassed, and an attack landed on the barrier. What shocked the demon emperor was that the barrier was intact. How could Qin Hanyan, an ascended monk, be so powerful? Girl, this is the demon world. I advise you to open the barrier yourself, otherwise. One of the threats in the demon emperor's words is very obvious. Luin Jin didn't even look at the demon emperor, but looked up at the approaching figures. These old guys are the hardest to deal with. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 480. As the shadow got closer and closer, the arrogant arrogance surrounding Demon Emperor Zhengzheng faded away. The demon soldiers around him could not bear the overwhelming pressure. They all knelt down. Demon Emperor Zhengzheng looked at the phantom in the sky with awe, bowed to the phantom, and said respectfully, don't worry, demon ancestors, I will definitely deal with them. However, those shadowy figures didn't give a single glance. One of the phantoms said to Luin Jin, who are you? Why do you come to the demon world to escape the tribulation? Purple thunder is the most powerful of all the heavenly thunders. Generally, only people with extremely strong luck can attract the purple thunder. Luan Jin's charming eyes were like waves, and there was a hint of ridicule in her eyebrows. I actually want to ask this question. We are going through the tribulation in the land abandoned by the gods. Why are we suddenly dragged into the devil world? Are you from the land abandoned by the gods? A demon ancestor's tone was full of displeasure. The land abandoned by God is the small world abandoned by the great road. All living beings there are ants. It is impossible for anyone to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Countless rays of spying consciousness passed through the barrier set up by Luan Jin and landed on Liu Kanglan to investigate Liu Kanglan's situation. But it was blocked by a barrier. All the demon ancestors were shocked. An old voice sounded, "Little girl, what have you done?" Luan Jin didn't say anything, and surprise flashed through his delicate eyes. When did Liu Kanglan set up the 9 stars array? One of the demon ancestors opened his eyes and looked at Luan Jin. A spiritual beast that fell into a ferocious beast can actually cultivate to the level of an ancient ferocious beast. This little girl is not simple. There are many types of vicious beasts. The strength of ordinary ferocious beasts is comparable to that of human monks in the tribulation stage. The ancient ferocious beast is as powerful as the Tao ancestor of the immortal world. The strength of the ancient ferocious beast is equal to that of the god emperor of the god realm. Further up are the prehistoric beasts, the chaotic beasts, and the supreme beasts. The latter 3 beasts have retreated since the end of the prehistoric times, and their traces are now hard to find. The level of each ferocious beast is determined from birth. There is basically no possibility of breakthrough in the later stage. And those beasts that choose to become ferocious beasts can only be at the level of ordinary ferocious beasts. It is tens of thousands of times more difficult for ordinary ferocious beasts to break through than for those born ferocious beasts. But Luan Jin did it. Not only did she cross the most difficult level limit, she also entered the level of an ancient beast. One of the demon ancestors questioned, "A ferocious beast from ancient times would associate with ants. Chongshan, are you sure you're not joking?" "I never like to joke. If you don't believe it, just open your eyes and see for yourself," Chongshan said in a bad tone. "HMPH, if I had a clairvoyance, why would I need to ask you?" Opening the heavenly eye pays attention to fate. Those who can open the eyes of heaven are rare. Little girl, since you have such strength, why do you need to follow an ant? Why don't you become a contract beast for me? When I shatter the void, I will definitely take you with me, a demon ancestor said. Luan Jin hasn't spoken yet. Zhongshan cursed loudly first. "Is there something wrong with you, Chongyan, you old fool? Did you come here to steal someone from me? What's yours?" "She didn't agree to a contract with you," Chongyan said indifferently. "You two are too ugly and too old. The little girl should make a contract with me." A magnetic voice sounded. "Jungyuan, you little brat, go away. You have only been a demon ancestor for 10,000 years. What qualifications do you have to compete with us?" The demon ancestors began to fight for the ownership of Luan Jin with each other. No demon ancestor thought of asking Luan Jin for his opinion. Luan Jin listened to the arguments of the demon ancestors without saying a word. Luan Jin looked at Liu Kanglan slightly worriedly. The way of heaven in the demon world was intact, and there were only 9 thunders that could ascend through the tribulation. But the power of this 9-fold thunder tribulation is several times stronger than that of the god's abandoned land. At this moment, the demon ancestors were afraid of Zilei's power and would not attack her and Liu Kanglan. But that won't be the case until the thunder tribulation is over. "Everyone, if we argue like this, it will hurt the harmony. Why don't we let this girl choose who to follow?" A strong voice interrupted the quarrel. The demon ancestors looked at Luan Jin. Zhongshan asked, "Little girl, who do you choose?" Luan Jin's eyes flickered. "Before you let me choose, can you answer me a question first? Why did I come to the devil world for no reason?" "Little girl, all the transmission channels in our demon world were closed thousands of years ago. We don't know why you appeared in the demon world." The demon emperor on the side lowered his head with a guilty conscience and did not dare to look at the demon ancestor again. Luan Jin glanced at the demon emperor, raised her jade hand, and the teleportation array fell into her hands. "We were sent here by this array, and the demonic energy on it." The demon ancestors looked at the array disc in Luan Jin's hand and noticed the aura on it, and all of them looked unhappy. 10,000 Realms Teleportation Array. In order to avoid disputes in the demon world, they worked together to close all transmission channels. Only the 10,000 Realms Teleportation Array was ignored. As long as the 10,000 Realms Teleportation Array is opened in a special way, one can still freely enter and exit the demon world. A demon ancestor, with his eyes like a torch, stared at the demon emperor and asked, "What's going on, Zhongzheng? Tell me, who gave you the 10,000 Realms Teleportation formation?" Plop. Zhongzheng knelt down with a fearful expression on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "You demon ancestors are not me. I have never left the demon world. How could I possibly deliver the 10,000 Realms Teleportation Array to them? At this time, the only option is to fight to death and refuse to admit it." Zhongzheng knew very well that once he admitted it, there was only death. The 10,000 Realms Teleportation formation passed through the hands of several people. Is he betting that the demon ancestors can't tell who they are? Even if he could tell, he could still be said to have been framed by others. Demon Emperor Zhongzheng has never left the demon world. Can you guarantee that your subordinates have not left the demon world either? A sharp light flashed in Luan Jin's eyes. Zhongzheng will wait for her and Liu Kanglan here with his magic soldiers. This formation disc definitely has something to do with Zhongzheng. Girl, I have thousands of demon soldiers under my command. How can I possibly know the whereabouts of each of them? Zhongzheng stared at Luan Jin with sinister eyes. The more he looked at it, the more Zhongzheng felt that Luan Jin was very familiar. Wrong. He must have seen Luan Jin somewhere before. Luan Jin didn't care about Zhongzheng's gaze. She just wanted to buy more time for Liu Kanglan. Luan Jin chuckled and said, "This is easy to do. Check the aura on the array disk and call them all to ask. Then you can know who the real owner of the array disk is." Zheng didn't want the demon ancestors to find out about Demon Lingyi. Demon spirit is the chess piece he buried the deepest, and it is of great use. Zheng said to Luan Jin, I'm afraid you don't want to check the aura on the array plate, but you want to investigate our demon clan. After Zheng finished speaking, he didn't give Luan Jin a chance to speak. Then he said to all the demon ancestors, you demon ancestors know very well that we demons are naturally afraid of purple thunder. There is no way I will cause trouble for myself and let a person who has survived the thunder tribulation into the demon world. The demon ancestors looked at the purple thunder that was still flickering in the air and already believed Zheng. With Zheng's strength, being struck by purple thunder would result in death or injury. Even if they were as powerful as them, they would not dare to approach Xile without permission. As the demon emperor, Zheng would definitely not do such stupid things. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 481. Little girl, what evidence do you have to prove that this formation disk is Zheng? A demon ancestor said slowly. The sound is overwhelming. There were several cracks in the barrier under the brocade cloth. When the barrier was shattered, a burst of starlight appeared from Luan Jin's side. The formation lights up. Luan Jin became nervous. Kanglan, don't be distracted. Luan Jin, don't worry, I'm measured. Lu Kanglan raised his hand, purple thunder flashing in his palm. The power of the thunder in the demon world is different from that in the land abandoned by the gods. It was actually a good thing for Lu Kanglan, who was carrying purple thunder. As long as he can withstand this ninefold thunder, his strength will make a qualitative leap. When Zheng heard the name Luan Jin, black energy surged in his eyes, and he was even more certain that he must have seen Luan Jin somewhere. Chongzheng's focus is on Luan Jin. The demon ancestors' attention however fell on the formation,